I remember everything from the first tournament. And it was a great feeling.
My first ever EPT, I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid, and that propelled me into the man that I am today.
Playing on that big stage, of course, it's my best memory. Just nothing could compare.
It feels amazing, really.
I can't describe it. Unbelievable. It's an absolute dream. It's amazing. I can't tell how much it means.
Okay, I'm in the rush. I'm in the zone. Nobody can stop me.
I told this man 3 weeks ago I was going to win this tournament. And I did.
I can't believe that I've won this. This is incredible.
Winning was magical for me.
Got it.
And that changed my world.
First player to win 2 main event titles.
It was really not an impossible dream.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Pokerstars.net EPT Barcelona, EPT 100, would you believe it? And we are coming to you live from Casino Barcelona. Matt Brown and Mark Convey with you this morning as we look at day 2 of the main event. It is a main event all the way through the rest of this week, and you can see the various local languages available, as well as English. You have Spanish, Russian, Czech, Lithuanian, French, Polish, Italian and German. So if that is your preference, head on over there. Don't forget, if you're on the move, you can also take us with you. All of the EPT Barcelona action available on iOS and Android Pokerstars.tv app. This is what we have for you today. Main event day 2. Finally, all the players playing together throughout the whole casino. Believe me, they are across the whole casino. And then it's day 3, 4, 5. And then, of course, it'll be cards up coverage of the main event final table from 2 p.m. Central European time on the 27th of August. That is next Wednesday. So plenty of poke to bring you as we start telling the story as our main event heads towards the winner. Good morning to Mark Convey.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody. And when I talk to everybody, I'm talking to you, and we want you involved. Please do get in touch. This is an interactive show. Twitter is our favourite way. Use the hashtag EPT Live, and don't forget to follow us at EPT Live as well. If you have a longer question, nuts@pokerstars.tv is the email address you need. And there are a host of other different ways to get involved in the festival at large. Pokerstars blog, the Facebook page, Instagram, and the YouTube channel. So please do get in touch, get involved. It adds to the experience. We're here on day 2, but on day 1, we had day 1A and day 1B. We had a host of big name players, the biggest names in the field. You can see the people there: Eugene, Bolovic Bisquet, Cody, Negreanu, Liv Beret there, Walk of Shame as well for a few people, Nacho Barbero, Fatima, Mr. Noah Schwartz, and they all had to leave. But it's a huge festival. There's loads of side events. They'll be hanging around all week. There is another high roller later on in the week for some of those big names to get involved with. But right now, we're focusing on all the players who are still left in. And these are the chip leaders at the start of day 2. Jose Lamarca all the way at the top. Nearly managed to get to 200,000 chips. That's mightily impressive. Michael Mazraki, everyone knows, can amass chips hugely on day 2. It'd be interesting to see if he's able to hang on to them today. Charlie Coombs, he's known as a very well-known player, online player from the UK. Really, really good. Timo Futzenreuter is another name there that you'll be familiar with. Featured on EPT Live back in Vienna in Season 10, made the final table there. Wojtek Ruszczyka, he's a former high roller champion from Deauville a couple of seasons ago, so another big name to look out for.
I love the fact that we pick out the danger zone player there.
I didn't see that.
Come back with 900. Good luck to you is all I can say. See you on the final table. It's so busy down there. Who's this bloke?
What's up, son?
Ah, he's back looking chirpy for day 2. What's up, son? JJJ. John Joanda.
Nice. That's a good way to get an autograph.
No, they have to do that when they come in just to check in. We
Oh,
just
really?
do T-shirts.
Is that the visitor book?
Yeah.
Tobias.
Tobias Renkamaya. Happy Spaniard.
Happy Spaniard.
Theo Jorgensen, star of the show yesterday. One of the coolest men in poker who will be featuring on our table today. Johnny Lodden. There's the new look, Cody.
Oh, well, I can't see much, but he looks good.
Dan Shack with Liv Boret.
Eugene.
Eugenie.
Eugene.
Came back from dinner break.
Ben Wilanowski, former EPT Berlin champion.
Nice.
And looks like Dominic Panker from the back. PCA champion. It is. Had a chat with him yesterday. Desperate to get on EPT Live this week, but only if he busts the main event.
I was going to say I would not be desperate to get onto EPT Live because that would mean that you'd be out of the event. Here is our featured table. Biggest chip stack, 114 for Jorge Abreu. Who's our danger man? Christian Weikar is okay, 14.7. Scott Seaver. Johnny Lodden, I've heard he's quite tasty at the pokers.
He's not bad.
David Lappin as well. Going to have a lot of support for him.
Yeah, one of the Irish best. Part of the firm with a few other Irish players who will grind together. I think he actually might be making his debut on EPT Live. I'm not sure. Maybe we've had him on before.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. A couple of Spanish players representing the local lads. Not seen so much of that. But it is just a huge field, literally swamping the whole of the casino here. Tables everywhere. Let's get everybody mic'd up, get everyone settled in.
You think it's 8?
I thought they had said 8.
I can't hear, it's not too echoey over that wall. I can't hear what he's saying, so.
Johnny straight back to doing what he does best on day ones of EPTs, building up big stacks.
Have you got some ID for me, sir? Please. Some ID for
Took
me.
the summer off after having his second child. Congratulations to you.
All the dealers are just holding the button so no one knows.
All right, okay, beautiful. Yep, thank you very much.
For the little boy to go with his young daughter.
How many humans can you get in a room? The thing is, that looks kind of quite organised. You wait till the break. If you dare go into the corridor when the break comes, you better bring your best surfing trousers because it gets pretty crazy out there. And woe betide anyone coming the wrong way. If you're trying to come back into the room while everyone is leaving the room, yeah, good luck with that, buddy. And you can see, actually, it gives you a feel for how the things are laid out. We see that on the far right, the big table. We'll be back on that a bit later on today. Obviously was used yesterday for filming Heats of the Shark Cage. And then up the top left of the room, our web stage. See everyone spread across the room. A couple of familiar faces.
Yeah, Tom Hall. There's also Will Kassouf there, who famously didn't make best friends with Vanessa Selps during EPT London.
It's very hard to make friends with Vanessa unless you lose to her.
No, you know what? It's very hard to make friends with Will as well, to be fair.
Okay. And there you are, you see, oh, chickling and chuckling are the chips. We're going to have 6 levels to get through today. And of course, still players registering.
Yeah, registration open up until the first card gets pitched.
Yeah, so as we speak, there could still be people standing at the desk going, please let me be part of this enormous field.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good reason why we're slightly delayed, just to get the last people in. Oh, but we can see now, cards in the air, at least at one table.
Yeah, we're off and running.
So let's have your focus, Theo Jorgensen.
And of course, yesterday we had over 200 alternates coming in.
Good morning, or good afternoon now to Asif. He says, hello, my babies.
Actually, what he says is, hello, my babes.
Oh, he does, yeah, you're right.
A little bit disturbing, but I think we know what you mean.
Asif is a satellite king at the moment. He just seems to be winning packages to LAPTs, Aussie Millions, everywhere. So I wonder what package he's won this week.
That is the way to go about playing poker, let's be honest. If you want a bit of value, satellite, all the things we talk about here, W-Coop, Sunday Millions, satellite in. It makes your bragging story so much better when you actually win something.
first hand of the day, and we saw our first 3-bet between two of our big name players. Loddon
Yeah.
opened, Siva 3-bet, and Loddon decided to let it go.
Yep.
So there's no sitting down and just, you know, ignoring the big players and going after the, you know, the players you don't know. No, straight away Siva's bang 3-bet Johnny Loddon. This is my table, buddy.
Yeah, don't think you're going to come in here and take control of this. And as always, we'll be out in the field. We'll try and give you a feel for what else is going on, the other popular players, any hands of interest. We will be out and about roving.
Yep, Sofia Lovgren there. One of Sweden's best up-and-coming female players.
Remind you, we're coming into the action today, level 9. So we are 400, 800 on the blinds with a 100 ante. 90-minute levels.
75.
75-minute levels.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
That's strange. It's normally 90-minute levels from level 15.
Oh, okay. I'm doing an anchor man. I'm just reading what I'm being told. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It isn't 90-minute levels yet.
Unless the tournament directors have told us there's a change for season 11 that we haven't been made aware of.
No, there's a little bit. I don't know. There seems to be a little bit of confusion back and forth. We've confirmed that it's definitely 6 levels. I think more likely it's 6 75-minute levels, as you say, because that's standard. Look at that top. Look, there's a jacket that goes with it too. Oh.
That is some serious style.
That is to be reckoned with. It'll be hard to find something that can compete with that today, but our roving cameraman will do his very best. Good Lord.
Safe travels to Will, who's making the long journey to Barcelona today.
Yeah, he's a regular on the hashtag EPT Live feed of Twitter, and he is very excited. It's like Christmas Eve. Could hardly sleep. He's getting the train, the plane, and then he shall be in Spain.
Like that one here and that one here. Those middle whites are just all heat. They're brutal.
I think Scott got himself one of the bad seats where you get your face cooked by the heat, the lights. But that's stardom for you. You just sometimes got to swallow down the price you pay for being broadcast
in the spotlight, the hot spotlight, literally.
Exactly. Well, look, these guys have come to play. That was Vicard made it 1600. George Bogdanana re-raised him, took it down.
Small 3-bet as well, managed to take it down.
Yeah, testing times. Reminder of the chips. The 25s have gone. Goodbye 25s. Black 100, purple 500, red 1000, and the biggest chip right now, Azul, blue.
Well, there are actually some 25 kit chips spread around the room yesterday. Yes. I don't think we've got any in our feature table just from having a quick look around. But
no, you're right. Yes, we had so many entries with all those alternates as well that ran out of chips and had to bring the 25s in, but not officially in play yet, and probably quite sparsely distributed around the game.
Yeah, well, this field is so huge, and this day 2 is so huge that today they're actually spread across 3 different rooms. An EPT Barcelona has always been in one room before. We had to have an overspill room day 2, but now even that room's filled up. So the normally very much in demand cash game area has been taken over temporarily. So we've got some tables in there. They'll be the first ones to break. Then we'll break the tables in room 2, and then we'll all be in the main room at some point today.
Yeah, and considering we know there's generally a huge waiting list for the cash games, there's going to be a lot of people up there chomping at the bit to get that room back.
Yep.
This was raised up by David Lappin, made it 1600. Johnny called. Now we've got a King 9 Queen Rainbow. Could be the first Badoogie hand of the game of the day. Don't forget, commentator Badoogie coming up.
Oh.
No.
Are we rolling over the one for yesterday? Or is it new
no,
day,
we're going to start.
Hands?
We're going to start afresh. We'll let play get rolling, and then we'll bring in a bit of commentator Badoogie. And a bit later on, viewers, we're going to be playing against you. More on that later. And the good news for you, Mark, is you're absolutely spot on it. It should have been 75-minute levels. Our clocks were wrong, and now we can tell you you've got 69 minutes left. So yeah, 6 times 75 mins. Apologies for confusion, but that's the story for the day.
Lapping bets, 3,100. Check call by Loddon. 3 hearts completes the board.
Check.
Let's see if Lappin's ready and loaded to empty the clip.
You've seen a fair bit of Lappin, haven't you, in your commentary hours?
Yeah, more in my blogging hours. He's a regular on the UK IPT, sorry. Part of an Irish team of grinders known as the Firm.
Bet 76 into 13-3 here.
Call. Straight down, please.
Loddon calls.
Pair of 10s for a straight.
Pair of 10s makes the straight.
So Lappin got maximum value out of Loddon there.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice turn card.
Very nice. Yeah, it's one of those great starting hands, and then the flop comes down and you kind of groan, but you know that, well, maybe that gets you paid off if things go your way, and they did.
That's former EPT London champion, David Van Plu. That's one of the Greenwood brothers. 3 or 4 of them. David Kitai, former EPT Berlin champion.
Pretty tough table.
Holder. Yeah, very tough table.
Morning to Vedanada. Hey Eminem, glad to hear your dulcet tones. My nasal Essex tones are available. He's asking why we're not on the main stage. We will be later on. I think it's literally just the logistics of moving between the setup for the shark cage and the setup for the main event coverage. But we'll be back on that in a couple of levels' time, and then we'll be there throughout the rest of our broadcasts up until Wednesday's final table.
Yeah, I really always feel really sorry for the roadies and the crew guys who have to put these sets up, take them down in the middle of an event. They have to put the shark cage set up, have to take it down. So we need to give them a bit of time. They need some sleep as well and to eat.
Make sure everything works before they press the green button. Jorge Brood looking really quite comfortably. 112. We were impressed with Theo Jorgensen finishing the day with over 100,000, but we saw from earlier on at the beginning of the broadcast some of the big chips really surging ahead. I wonder how our Danger Zone players doing that came down with 900. I would rather be out of the tournament than back with 900.
Really?
Yes, really.
But the thing is, are you out of the tournament eating bacon, or are you?
I would sell my last big blind for a pile of bacon. Ed Kilworth on the Twitter feed. We've mentioned Badoogie a couple of times. I'll explain why later on. Saying I've tried playing Badoogie. I don't really understand what constitutes a good hand. You know what? The only way to really get a feel for it is to play it. I love the Badoogies. I dream one day of a main event of Badoogie here. It'll be EPT 28. And everyone going, God, do you remember when like Hold'em was really popular? God, do you remember when all we wanted to play was Hold'em? How crazy we were. And by then it'll all be about Raz and Badoogie.
That's 27.
It's a good, fun game.
Let's see if it was the aggressive pre-flop, open to 1800, called in 3 spots, continuing on a queen high flop. It looks like only Loddon's called. So 4 becomes 2, head into the turn, which is the 2 of clubs. That was a potential Badoogie.
Do you know what? I was just about to mention it. I was waiting to see if a heart came down. It did not. You wanna be looking out, boys and girls. You can tell us if we miss one. If the flop and turn bring all 4 suits.
Checkity check. 3rd club, back door. 10 comes in.
5,000.
Sealer checks to Loddon. He bets 5,000.
Fold.
Let's see if it folds. So it's 1-1 between those two today. Johnny's still 2-1 down in pots and down on chips since the start of the day.
Certainly a bit less chatty than the Noah Schultz, Theo Jorgensen show yesterday.
Early days.
Early days.
It's a long day yesterday for those playing day 1B.
That is true.
I found it difficult to get to sleep last night after, you know, so much poker action yesterday. My head was wired. So imagine if these players, you know, they're constantly thinking about hands. And I always generally end of the day playing poker, even if I'm exhausted. I find it really hard to go to sleep because I'm always replaying situations over decisions I made. Did you have that problem as well?
No.
Well, you normally bust by 3 in the afternoon anyway, so you have plenty of time to unwind.
Yeah, by the time it's bedtime, I've probably been at least 3 other tournaments by then. A little bit, but I know myself well enough to not try and go to sleep too soon after poker. Even if I have to sit up and sort of watch a bit of telly or put a film on or something, I know that my head will be spinning. I have to kind of fill my brain with something else before attempting to sleep. Otherwise, yeah, I close my eyes and all I can see is flops and turns and value bets.
You're just about to drift off, then you go, Badoogie!
I'm all in!
Hold down C6. 6 folds.
White heart was all in. Last hand, didn't get any callers.
7 raises to 1700.
A little flash of a warning shot there for everyone. Is on 13,000, so people are going to have to keep an eye on him. Think about his involvement in the pots.
Yeah. Button raise from Hansen. McKeith defending his big blind.
Check.
Checks to the aggressor on the jack high flop, 2 hearts.
Mikael Hansen.
That's 2,400.
2,400 into the 4-7 pot.
He's not the Hansen from Denmark, but he's doing his best to try and look like him. Shaving the head, the white t-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, 200 more. 24.
24. Yeah, come on, get them all out there. See the dealer, bang, on fire, sharp as a pin. Only a couple of hands in, but you can't get any chips past these boys.
4.
And goes. Another club down on the turn, the 4.
Check.
Gonna start getting expensive now. 9,500 in the pot.
3,700.
47.
47.
47. 47. Do I hear any raise? 47. 47. Hey, what?
Folds.
Folds. Nice. Good. Bit of applied pressure from Hansen there. He means business. A good shout from Will on the Twitter, actually, saying about he'd love to get a dealer into the booth and ask them some questions. I don't know if we've ever done that. I remember a long while ago getting one of the massage girls into the booth. I think that was a good couple of years back. But
no, we haven't had any dealers in the booth, but when we were at EPT Prague, the back end of 2013 in season 10, we did do a feature on the dealers. So we got 4 dealers and we interviewed them. So if you were watching back then, you would have seen that footage. But no, good shout. We could get one in.
Also, Francesco, one of our serial viewers. The poor laptop has a virus. Luckily, thanks to the Pokerstars TV app, she can still watch us. See? Technology finds a way.
C4. C4 raises to 1,700. 5 folds. 6 and 7 folds.
Casado. That's a 1,700.
Nice pronunciation.
Thank you.
A lot of passion there, a lot of performance in that name.
Been working on it.
Hansen Sivo. Casado.
Casado. Now the biggest pot we've seen so far today was between David Lappin and Johnny Lodden. You see Johnny Lodden check calling and having a straight David's actually tweeted me. He was saying, I reckon Loddon is currently thinking, oh, I wish I didn't have 2-pair there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It looked like a begrudging call with 2-pair, didn't it?
Yeah, a dangerous board, and you're going, oh. Slightly more, a less speedy card off the deck here. We had a lot of problem with the cards getting stuck under the rail yesterday with some speedy dealing.
4 times C6. C6 raises all in.
All in again from Weichart. We said this before. Shortest stack at the table. In this instance, oh, I thought David Lappin there looked like he might have a little tickle.
All over the place.
All about it.
We mentioned actually at the top of the show about the different ways to get in touch and to look us up. Remember, if you go on YouTube, you can vote for your favorite EPT moment.
10 seasons of history. The elation. The anguish. The drama.
No way. Just don't do it again.
Time, I have no idea what.
And now, another milestone. To celebrate the 100th European Poker Tour Festival, we're asking you to vote for your favourite EPT moment.
What's your favourite? Vanessa blow up, Liv taking it down, Vicky doing it twice. Don't forget, visit the Pokerstars YouTube channel, get your votes in. What's your favourite EPT moment? Oh yeah, actually, bottom of your screen also, Prod, don't forget the latest bonus cut features, as well as all the actual coverage from the tournaments. Lots of other bits and bobs, skits and scats, highlights, interviews, features. There's some good stuff on there. We show a lot of these things during the breaks, but I know a lot of you guys take that as an opportunity to disappear, put the kettle on, sort yourselves out. One time, no one says one time anymore, is one time. Why don't you just sit yourself down and go through our features? There's a lot of good stuff there.
Especially for you grinders out there who have us on in the background and only get your 5 minutes too for a break.
Absolutely.
30 behind.
Mr. Scott Seaver made this 1800. George Anna has made it 37 with his cap and glasses.
37.
37.
That's a good impression.
Gone for it. Gonna see it flop.
Yeah, calls in position. Anna will have the betting lead though.
Three, 4, 7, 2 spades down. Don't know which one of these players that favours more, but I know who my money's on. Romanian player, George Bogdan Anna here. $9,100 in the pot.
C-bet's on its way.
C-bet's
4,700.
Nice.
Fold. That's one thing I really do like about watching Scott. He does make his decisions quickly. No hanging around.
Yep. And Darren, who won our competition, if you weren't with us yesterday, one of the best EPT moments was the Etch-a-Sketch Art Corner. You've missed it. I'm afraid it was a great competition, and Darren was the winner of that. And he is glad to see Mr. Scott Seaver spending some of his winnings on the barbers. Yeah, a trim, tidy-looking Scott Seavers.
We just now need to encourage David Lappin to shave and brush his hair before he gets out of bed in the morning.
I think that look, in inverted commas, I think that takes a fair bit of work. I think he's very pleased with that look.
It's amazing how much it costs to look so cheap.
Oh,
I'm joking.
Oh, that's biting. From fashion guru Mark Colby, who is wearing a tweed suit, I can tell you today, with paisley cravat.
It's only because he's a friend of mine. He's needling me
Not
on
anymore.
Twitter.
Not anymore.
He's needling me on Twitter, so it's just good banter. To give his boys watching a bit of a giggle.
Johnny raised this up under the gun, and he's getting all sorts of respect around the table. No one wants to fight Casado.
Casado.
Casado, as he is now, must be pronounced. Casado calls. And the two neighbors at the table. Big blind defended. Wow. 10, Jack, Queen, 2 diamonds. Going to slow things down or fire them up. 21 into 49.
Casado calls. Doesn't get any drier.
Just when you're thinking, well, there's some danger cards, but I mean, that's fine. I can deal with that. Bang, have another one. Check, check now. Things are going to slow down somewhat here.
They just keep on coming.
Well, let's pair the board and chuck down a third heart. Let's almost absolutely strangle the life out of this particular board.
Yeah, see, most of the time you think, oh, you know, action card, but a lot of the time they're just action killer cards.
Yes. 5,000. A cheeky little attempt here for Casado. Oh, he does not believe. Let's see what Mr. Lodden has. He's got the 8 of hearts, I believe, but the king in the hand for Casado is going to be good. Wow. Obviously, the flush was there to be worried about, but nice.
Different ends of the straight.
Johnny gave him a bit of value at the end there that perhaps he wasn't going for. Got to call that. Got to call that. And that's nice. 83,600 for Oscar Casado.
Not being the best of starts for Mr. J-Lo.
Yeah, not too shabby, but yeah, certainly not the start you would want. But it's a long week of poker. Experienced players know you can't get too hooked up over a couple of hands.
Okay.
Look, Mikola Hansen is nearly stretching the field that we have available for names. It's a shame he hasn't got a nickname that we could just absolutely max out the screen with. 400, 800, 100 ante. 50 minutes left here. The first level of our day today. 6 levels coming to you today. Going to have more guests in during the course of the broadcast. More about that in a while. More competitions as well.
Yeah, more questions for our quiz. Another free roll later on. Stay tuned for the password for that.
Plenty of reasons to stay with us today. Have us on. Have us on in the background if you must, but have us on. David and Johnny going to take this one heads up.
Round 2.
King of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 7.
King 6-7, 2 diamonds out. No Badoogie hands whatsoever.
They're in exactly the same position as they were.
Yeah.
A little bit later, the two are tangling again.
Same game.
1,500.
15 into 45.
Cool.
Enough to lure Lodden into the turn card.
A Lodden lure.
Lodden lure to see another king. Spade.
Check.
Checkity check.
6 clubs.
Another 6. Double paired board here. Anyone with a big card fancy a piece of this? $42.
6,200.
62. Wow, okay. That means biz.
That'll make Lodden feel a bit better.
A little bit, maybe. A little bit.
To be fair though, when you look at him, he could be winning hundreds of thousands of chips or losing hundreds of thousands of chips.
That's the thing, is this is a day at the office for Johnny, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Cool customer.
Nice bracelet, mate. Nice bit of jewellery for our dealer here. That would annoy me. I'm not very good with jewellery, to be honest.
Me neither. I don't wear any.
As soon as I actually have to physically do anything, I take everything. Right. Can't type, can't play guitars or plug in TVs. That makes it sound like that's all I do. That's my life.
So a bracelet would get in the way.
A bracelet would get in the way.
Of you playing a guitar.
Guitar? The plugging in of televisions. I have no idea why I said that. I can't think how often I plug in a television. Once every couple of years, I would imagine. Boom. God, that was the quickest bet and win I've seen in a long while. People could not wait to fold.
A raising and a taking.
Don't forget, by the way, when we do bring you 2 more questions today for our EPT 100 quiz, you are going to have to go back in time and watch the replays from previous days, because we are not going to recap these. We are being quite harsh. Today's question is going to come a bit later on in our broadcast. And when you see them, don't share them. This is not a Twitter thing, not an email thing. If you've been playing with us so far, you by now should have a bunch of questions and answers. And we are going to tell you how to enter towards the end of our weeks. Weeks and weeks of broadcast, it feels like. No, 9 days we've been bringing you, and we are well into that now. We'll tell you how to enter. Sunday Millions entry, Skull Candy headphones. Uh-oh. Re-raise. Casado made it 17. Now 3 bet to 5k. Johnny and his neighbour getting at it again. Job done.
Easy game.
Easy game. Aggression.
You can see David Lappin checking his phone. He's looking at the EPT Live Twitter feed. He realises he's been dropped in it by his roomie, his fellow firm member, Dara Okini. Said he can confirm the unkept look takes him hours in the morning to perfect.
Unkempt. What a great word. Who came up with that one, I wonder?
We love him, really.
I have absolutely no emotional connection to him whatsoever.
Okay, I love him, really.
Really? Okay. I've never met him. I'm sure if I did, I would... Well, I don't know if I'd necessarily love him. I'm sure I would find him to be fine company.
He's a great guy. All those lads in the firm are.
You tend to find that that breed of poker players, the young lads that go around in a kind of a herd of poker players, they're always a good laugh. Because, to be honest, if they weren't decent people, then they wouldn't be able to stand each other. So I've never bumped into one of them big squads of guys that support each other and them not all be decent lads. Potential Badoogie hand coming up here for Mark. 6, 9, 5 rainbow. 3 of diamonds. Oh, that is a great hand for Mark. We'll explain what's going on.
I'll take it.
That is great. That's not bad at all. First legit Badoogie hand down. We'll explain why this is relevant later on. We're mostly amusing ourselves, and I make no attempt to cover that up. But you guys later on are going to be taking us on. That's all we'll say. That's all we'll say. Nobody wants to fight Scott Seaver, do they?
Well, EPT Barcelona has got a rich history. Lots of former champions. Ken Lundmark, one of them. Hero to Joe Stapleton. And Maxim Lykov, he's a former EPT Kiev champion. Noah Boken won an EPT title back in season 1. We all know about Ole Shemion. Probably spent the least time on feature tables ever at an EPT this week.
Yeah.
Former World Series of Poker champion in the main event, Piers Heinz. Next to Dan Shack, he is a guy who's featured a lot on our Super High Roller final tables. And Ryan Fee,
yeah,
the chick leader in the Super High Roller at the end of day 1. Managed to get cash.
Hello.
Give us a wave.
Hello. I waved at him. Did you see that?
My friends would probably describe me as interesting, intelligent, eccentric, kind of a... The thing about me and my personality is that, like, I'm just me, like, 100% of the time. I'm very abrasive and blunt, and I don't really have a filter, and I just kind of speak my mind. But, like, I'm also have a big sense of humor, and I'm kind of into having a good time. Winning a live tournament was something that I never really thought about that much, but I was like, yeah, I guess, like, a bucket list thing for me would be really sweet if I, like, won a live tournament. But I was like, I don't even play tournaments. It's just never going to happen for me. And then I won the first one I ever played. Not only was it super sweet, I wasn't expecting it, so it was the sweetest thing ever. It, like, completely justifies how grueling the whole thing is, but yeah, winning is just, like, the sickest. This is the first EPT since I decided to start playing high rollers, pretty much. I have 3 trophies right now. I would love a 4th. Love a 4th trophy. It would be fantastic.
Good guy.
Happy and smiley.
Yeah, good guy, loving his pokers.
Trophy hunting.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Bit of silverware in the cupboards.
Mickey Peterson from Pokerstars Team Online is going to be joining us in the booth in 20 minutes. He's already tweeted the fact. We're going to need to put an arm around him.
Why?
He's a bit upset he didn't make day 2, but he's willing to give advice because he says who better to get advice from someone who didn't make it day 2. Oh, poor Mickey. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be okay.
All the place fold.
Well, not a huge amount of action here on our feature table right now, but plenty going on out there, apparently.
Yeah, it's not true. I cheat. I change. I speak Paul.
That's a call,
I speak Paul.
Yeah.
I am a gentleman, okay?
No, you're not a gentleman.
I am a gentleman.
That's a call what you did.
All people speak.
I didn't say
that
that
I know what you call.
you called.
Hij is echt een mafke. Ik heb hem in papa.
You only speak.
Poep te zeggen, ik ben geen man, dat ik niks heb gezegd.
Lord.
Respect. Okay? Respect.
I respect you. I didn't say anything.
Respect.
But you called.
Respect.
You called.
Respect.
2 chips.
Okay? Respect.
Derek Respect out there, seat 1.
Security
coming right now, so you need to be quiet, otherwise you will be removed. Right now. Okay?
For me, no problem.
Security coming right now, just please don't say anything to Eve or me. Don't send to anyone. When security get you, if you shout in, they'll pick you up and they'll take you off.
Wowee.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Tempers flaring. We're not entirely sure. Word on the street is that our chap with the curly hair, I believe his name was Derek Respect, I could be wrong, that he announced a fold putting chips into the pot, and Clyde Chau wasn't very happy about that.
Yeah,
Clyde Chaufo, yeah.
Diego Gomez, he's the guy from Spain.
Is that who he was?
Yeah. Final tables, EPT Prague, the year that Ramsey Yalassi won. He famously wore a onesie to the final table.
Oh, of course, I didn't recognise him. Yeah. Wow. Unhappiness on the floor.
Indeed.
Aces shown.
Who knows who was in the right or the wrong?
Yeah.
We don't encourage angle shooting. If that, is the case, it's hard to know.
I think it's been so long since I've seen anyone genuinely try anything dodgy. I don't think it happens. I think it's going to be one of those things where someone's made a mistake, a bit of misunderstanding. People are, I guess, worried that people were trying to gain some advantage.
You've had the aces, I've had the
folds, can sound like cool a lot of the time. So
hopefully things will calm down. People do want to do well out here.
Too many people also.
People already spend a lot of time in this game to get here to day 2. They want to take this as far as they can. Passionate poker players. Respect. That's a t-shirt waiting to happen.
8 folds, 9 cold. One fold.
Thinks better of it. Brew, our Portuguese player, haven't seen much of him so far.
Yeah, and the habit of multi-way pots on our featured table here continue. Had plenty of this yesterday. Lots of 4- and 5-way pots.
Flop is a 7 of spades, 3 of spades.
7, 3, 6, 2 spades down.
Check.
Round to Makiv. 2 checks to fight into if he fancies.
9 bets, 28.
2,800 into 64.
Call. I see 7 folds.
1 fold and 1 call, so heads up to the turn. Makiv and a brew.
5 of spades.
So the hello sailor.
That's a bit of a fun card, isn't it? The 5 of spades, 3rd spade down. Straighting on the boards.
5,300.
You heard it, 5,300 and fold.
A fast fold. Mitchell has been on hashtag EPT Live. Guess who's back? Well, it's got your name. It's got your name above your comment. So it's Mitchell, isn't it? It's Mitchell.
I thought he was referring to the S Club 7 being reunited and Hannah being back on the screen for your viewing pleasure, Matt.
I never really got S Club 7. It was Steps we were talking about.
Oh, it was
yesterday.
Steps. There we go. Sorry, yeah.
S Club 7 was a bit.
Steps are making a comeback, I think.
God. Because they were so good the first time round. You do really want more of that, don't you?
Folds, 6 is all in. Folds, 9. Folds. 1 folds, 2 folds.
Another all in. I think this is the 3rd for Christian Weikart. 3rd time he's done it, the 3rd time he's won it.
Yeah, if he's going to play, he's going to play aggressively. James and Joe are very excited they're going to go back to the USA for the first time for some coverage from. So that live webcast is going to be on the 2nd and 3rd of September. The 100K Super High Roller final table, and then they're going to go into the 10 million guarantee main event final table. It will be live, cards up coverage on Pokerstars.tv and on YouTube. Yeah, James and Joe very excited about that.
And so they should be.
2,000. Oh, how much do I have? 42 behind. So 44 total.
Got Seaver raising this again. Keep him busy, made it 2K. gone all the way around to Jorge Abreu.
Raised 5,000. All the players fold.
All the players fold. Couple of celeb player tweets at the bottom of your screen. Don't forget, it's a good way to keep up with individuals if you're a bit of a Twitter monkey. Go find the big players, because as we know from when we're watching them, they're forever on their phones, updating friends, fans and family. Ivan Demidov we had on our featured table for plenty yesterday, sat next to Theo Jorgensen.
Go left, just over there. That's it, bit
left,
further.
Left, forward, fire.
Oh no, the other way, the other way.
Looking slightly confused.
That's it, you're getting warmer,
Excuse me, has anyone seen the main event?
Almost there, you're getting warmer.
Meanwhile, that was another raise and take it for Scott Seaver. Seems to be winning the lion's share of this kind of somewhat, not necessarily a passive table, but it seems to be, oh my God, he's still going. Excuse me, look, this is getting silly now. Has anyone seen the table? You know, we could just keep running this footage throughout the day and just make it look as if he never actually gets to sit down. He's off.
He's off. I don't think he's realised that we're in more than one room. Yeah. Thing is, he's going to go to the second room and he might not be able to find his table there, and then he realised that he might be in the cash game area. Brilliant.
It's a big field, boys and girls. But we don't like to turn people away, so we just have to make room for them. Scott Seaver's going to try this again. It just seems to work so often. However, on this occasion, he has got at least a call out of Jorge Abreu.
6 and 7 both.
Chip leader here at the featured table.
Three of spades, 6 of clubs, 6 of spades. Check. Check. Queen of clubs. Check. Check. And check.
Checking around, the river. Third spade comes in.
About 3,000.
Seaver bets. The delayed continuation bet.
The double delay.
Yeah. Gets the job done.
D on the Twitter is quite sure we can get gentleman. After Diego's, I'm a gentleman. We think we can get that trending. I don't know. Good luck with that. You keep going for it, D.
He's still going. Is this a new strategy on how to make day 3?
We should just keep walking around.
Just keep walking around.
Exactly. You never have to post your blinds.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you know, if you think you've got a good day 3 stack already at the end of day 1, just walk all day on day 2.
I think we could probably make a little montage, just slightly speed it up and put some funny music behind it. And this is going to be an EPT moment.
It'd be like Benny Hill, an old British TV show.
That's kind of where I'm thinking, really.
Hey!
I feel somewhat disappointed that he's actually found his seat.
Wow. That was funny. Looks like we've got a raise here from David Lappin, early position, 1600. Raise and take. About time I think we bring our first guest in, don't you, Mr. Browson?
I think so.
None other than Mickey Peatham. Welcome back to EPT Live, Season 11.
No, thanks. Good to be back.
Actually, it probably isn't, is it?
It's like the second best thing. Being in the tournament would have been pretty sweet, but being with you guys is a nice consolation prize, I guess.
Oh, that's nice. We're always happy to have you. Sometimes we wish it was in happier circumstances, but you know what? We'll take what we can get.
Exactly.
There is Mickey. If you've got any questions for Mickey, please do get in touch. Hashtag EPT Live. Nuts at Pokerstars.tv. Far away.
Far away.
Far away.
Far away.
Falls to seat 5. Raises to 1600. 6 folds.
Johnny has raised this up. Being raised to 16. Hanson on the button.
C7 re-raises to 4,000 total.
You heard the dealer. Makes it 4K.
Doing what Danes do best.
Yeah, this is a Scandinavian battle, so I just assume it's going to be 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet shove, something like that.
So now Scott Steven knows this is a Scandinavian battle.
That's why he's the best. Yeah, he seems like he's considering it.
He'd love to. He'd love to get involved.
He was so tempted.
But he knows this is going to get messier and messier.
Johnny hasn't folded to 1 3-bet today.
Does not surprise me. That's not really his style.
Oh, I lie actually. The very first hand of the day he did, he folded.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trying to establish an image, probably.
King 6 deuce. Rainbow.
I know, I'm aware. I've got my pen here. This is potentially a Badoogie hand for me, but I don't like my chances. I'm hoping that it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. That's all right. I'm good.
So have you got any bad beats? Tell us why.
Yeah, we're offering counselling service.
Can we get them out of the way?
I don't know, guys. There's been a lot so far this trip, but it's too early in the season to start complaining about it. I feel like maybe by the last day when we're streaming the final table, I'll come back.
Yeah, you won't
and
believe the week I've had. Yeah. Just get it all out your system.
There's still some good tournaments left for me to win here, so.
What's next on your agenda?
There's a 2000 event later today, and then in 2 days, I think, the High Roller is, and that's always a really exciting one. So hopefully make a run in one of those.
Well, best of luck to you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
A handsome David Lappin with a quick defend from the big blind.
Oh, he's gonna love that.
4 of hearts, 3 of hearts, 7 of hearts. Check. At 2,000.
Casado.
Yeah, it keeps running into Johnny Loudon. This time it is a different opponent. See if he fares better.
Fold.
It does. "25 minutes left here. The first level of today. 6 levels to play through today. Plenty of plays to get through.
There's a wide shot of the room we're playing in. One of 3 rooms today. There's an overspill into an overspill. There's just that many people in. We haven't got confirmed final numbers yet. Registration was open till the beginning of day 2. But I think all the tournament directors and everyone in charge verifying all the numbers before we can bring you the official record-breaking numbers from EPT 100.
Falls to seat 5, he raises to 1,600.
It's only right that EPT 100 should be a record breaker, let's be honest. Anything less would be a disappointment.
True that.
Uh-oh.
7 raises to 4.
Scandies cannot help themselves.
Wait, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
You've only been here for about 3 or 4 hands, and already there's a repeating pattern.
Falls back round to seat 5.
Do Danes normally have a bigger rivalry against Swedes or against Norwegians?
That's a good question. I'm going to go with the Swedes in that one. Oh, wow, and Johnny just folded.
Wow. That's an EPT moment right there.
Yeah, I was confident he was either going to call or 4-bet. But
You get out and about much in Barcelona? I know it's been a bit rainy, but apart from sitting playing poker, get up to much else?
Yeah, I'd say it's like one of the best cities to do bus tournaments if you have to do it somewhere. There's a lot of stuff to do, and it's just like such a gorgeous city to just walk around and get lost in. So I've been doing that way too much, I guess.
1700s, 8 folds.
I get quite panicky. I tend to do that. I just chuck on my headphones and I go just walking off without really keeping much of a sense. And then I look at my watch and think, well, in an hour I'm meant to be somewhere. And then I get a right panic on because I realise I've got absolutely no point of reference. I just have to head in one direction until I hit the sea and then turn left. But yeah, there's the port area and there's so much out there to see, isn't there? Beautiful location.
It's very handy when you have an ocean or a sea right next to where you are to give yourself some directions.
3 folds.
Another 3-bet.
Yeah.
Hansen's the one being 3-bet.
And a tiny one at that. And even from the small blind, where people usually tend to 3-bet a little bit bigger because you're guaranteed to be out of position if you get called. So I'd be surprised if this 3-bet is going to get an immediate fold too often. I'd imagine Hansen is at least going to call here at that price with almost anything but the very worst hands.
Fold.
Wow.
But again, I'm completely wrong.
It's good. Do you know, it's good for us when that happens because that's what most of our life is like doing. So, well, is bound to call here for the value. Oh, it's folded. Okay, thanks very much. So it's good to know it's not just us.
That's why these guys are playing day 2 and I'm sitting here, I guess.
Oh,
you're too hard.
It's all right there.
Too hard on yourself.
Oh.
We've got a question for you on Twitter from Jakub. Mickey, if you had one tip to give a player that struggles in regular speed online MTTs, what would it be?
One tip.
One tip only.
All right.
You can give a couple more if you feel inclined.
I guess if there's one thing, it would be just to practice your hand selection. Like, know which kind of hands you're going to open from what position and really get that stuff down, because that's where I see people making the biggest mistakes of pre-flop. So I think that's where you should start, having a really solid pre-flop game. And just knowing, what you're opening onto the gun, what you're opening on the button, that kind of thing. But obviously, it's hard to just give one tip that's going to make you do really well all of a sudden. But that's an important one for sure.
Do you think maybe playing not too many tables at once to start with would be a good tip?
Yeah, definitely don't play that like so many tables that you can't fully concentrate on each decision. It's different for everyone what the optimal amount is, but yeah, you should keep it where you can pay full attention to all your tables, for sure, especially in the beginning.
Because I know with you, anything above 44 tables is a bit of a stretch.
It really is, yeah.
I struggle with anything above 4 tables.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And also my tip is try to avoid playing too many different variants at the same time, because as you switch from your Hold'em to your Omaha table back to your Raz,
oh, that's definitely
that is not good. I've learnt the hard way. Embracing your love of different variants that is not the time to do it.
There was one W Cube I remember where we was playing No Limit Hold'em, Pod Limit Omaha, 08, and Badoogie at the same time. And needless to say, I didn't cash any of them, and I had like a terrible headache afterwards. So don't do that.
Do you even try and play a schedule of tournaments at similar buying levels, or?
I really just play whatever I think the best tournament is there is at the time. So it kind of depends. It can be as low as a $10 tournament or as high as a $1,000 tournament. It really just depends.
We've got Ladin and Lopin battling again for the 3rd time in the hijack big blind situation. Lopin's defended every single time Lapin's opened.
3 of spades.
Pretty wet board out there for somebody.
5,500.
Yeah.
55.
Lapin neglected the opportunity to c-bet the flop. So Loddon's led the turn and now led the river. 1-1 so far in their battles. He's going to take a 2-1 lead. Calls.
Just 2 pairs, aces and sevens.
A7. Good for Loddon. This time he turns a decent hand. We saw Lapin turn a straight earlier on.
Yep, gets Johnny up over the 80k mark, chip-wise, and David down to 56. As always, we're going to try and keep a feel for the rest of the tournament. Joe, the cameraman, is out and about, pestering people.
Yeah, Anna Marquez.
She took me out earlier.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Go away from her. There we go.
Is that Fabian Quas?
Yep. Oh, man, with a sailor hat on. Hello. Hello, sailor.
Hello, sailor.
I like that.
That's nice. Nice look.
Strong look.
I'm a bit surprised at this point it's not a whole outfit. That would have been much better.
Maybe that's what he's going to do for day 3.
Yeah, the more days he gets, the more sailor-esque he becomes. Hello.
Tor Hansen, the godfather of Scandinavian poker. Mickey would not be here if it wasn't for that man.
Very
Fact.
true.
Yeah, good to see him out there.
That's our man from Azerbaijan yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of new numbers in his phone, as we know. He made friends with everyone.
Yeah, Amarov has got a loaded phone book now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can do it on this break.
Oh.
Wonder who that quiet chap
I'm going to
is.
meet you in the press room.
Hear him before you see him. Daniel Negreanu.
Tap, 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 tap.
Just rest the camera on his shoulder, just gently, like a butterfly.
Daniel celebrated his 40th birthday over the summer.
Really?
It's a big 4-0.
Looking good for it.
He is.
Young whippersnapper. We missed there, but while we were away on the outer tables, Christian Baikal went all in again. He is winning the most all-ins in a day 2 competition.
What's the prize for that?
Probably a sailor's hat with Captain All In written on it.
So I can raise up to 22. From Anna. Simple game, raise and take.
That's probably where you've been going wrong, Mickey. Have you been playing this through the flop and the turn and the river?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was supposed to take it.
Just raise and take it.
I was just raising it, but not.
Whoa. Whoa. Now then.
That is a confident person.
You know who that is. That's all I should
Oh, of course it is.
See, if this is on anybody else, we'd be going, look at that Muppet. But now we're thinking, well, actually, maybe I need to go and buy myself some of those kind of croc shoe stockings.
Oh, there's the original style icon of the EPT, Salvatore Bonavena.
Never disappoints in the hat department. Chip leader. I'm going to vote we go left. Go left, Joe. Joe, left. Turn left on the... Yeah. No, wait, I've changed my mind. Go right.
Oh, don't tease him.
I just want to see how good the controls are here. We've got a joystick here in the key. Come on, both. Okay, and left. Go left. Left. Nah, see, there's no tables left. He's not stupid. Fire. Oh, no, sorry. He hasn't actually got a water pistol. We should give him a water pistol, and we could just direct him to squirt someone randomly. Especially the guy in the sailor hat, who Revan very funnily said he must be floating a lot.
Oh, I like it.
Nice, thanks.
Can I give you a tip, Matt?
Yeah.
Don't ever get a job as a driving instructor, because I would terrify me if you're telling me where to drive and like go left, no, go left, no, right, go straight. Left,
just want you to start up, put it into first, pull away.
And
now right, fire.
Haha, there was no road there. We're now in someone's front garden. But look, my car's got a water gun on the top. We can squirt people through that window we've just smashed.
Yeah, I think perhaps my priorities have been in the wrong place. Perhaps as a driving instructor, having fun shouldn't be high on the list. He found his table.
Poor fella. I know Rob said, surely we should get someone to help him find his table. Nah, it was far too funny.
It was more interesting watching him wandering around. I'm sure he could have asked for help, but it was
Don't you? I always find it quite amusing when you arrange to meet a friend in a busy place, and you're there waiting, and you can see them that they've arrived, but they can't find you yet. I just love watching them for a minute or two, just struggle to try and find you. Is that cruel?
Yes. In a word.
Oh. Well, I mean, not forever.
Not forever. Just for an hour or two.
That's Pete, our floorman. Got Neil Farrell.
Yeah. Shining bright like a diamond.
Great day yesterday. Marcin Horechi. Team Pokerstars Pro.
Looking
from Poland.
cool. Look at that.
Yeah. He was mentioned a lot by the Warsaw yesterday. Been great friends for years. Just don't ever take on Marcin at skiing or go-karting or any sporting activity, really. He's a beast.
Yeah, Micro Millions.
Oh, he's a Micro Millions beast as well, yeah. There's a tired Matthias de Mulder. He was an EPT Live booth a few days ago. Not surprising, we see a lot of Barcelona football jerseys.
Yeah. That's the table of massages, everyone there.
Yeah, Paul Testud in the 8 seat, or the 9 seat.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't take the entry, so I think I took
Oh, hello. I thought there was a couple of flat caps there fighting, but it's a jaunty angled. Nice, look at that. Nice bit of beige suede action.
Jan Heitman, he can pull anything off, let's be fair.
He is a good guy, hiding under his tweed.
He had his game face on as well.
Oh, Joe's just spotted this lad with the matching trouser top set. All right, don't zoom in too close, Joe. Don't want to get smack in the chops. Highbrow poker coverage from EPT Live. Meanwhile, who'd have thought we'd return to find Johnny Loddon raising?
And who'd have thought Scott Seaver would come in 3-betting?
Action replay.
Leffen looking pretty interested here.
Yeah.
From the big blind, I think. Trying to figure out how much Seaver's playing.
44. Thank you. 42-6.
Got to be pretty serious from David here. Out the big blind, raising a re-raise.
Yeah, Lappin was asking Seaver how much he was playing. It's around about 44, 45,000. Lappin himself has 55,600.
Looks like he's going to go for the 4-bet here.
Not too concerned right now with Johnny's holdings. Not going to give too much credit to that move. But, ... who knows?
Yeah, Johnny doesn't look very interested either.
No.
Just waiting to fold.
That's the way he always looks, though. And then
yeah,
suddenly
that's
he
true.
comes in with a 5-bet. 10,900 is the cold 4-bet.
Did we get it wrong?
I think I'm free for free so far. And getting them completely wrong, yeah.
Well, also, we know Johnny's not the type to muck around. If he was going to fold here, he would have just gone.
He's not the Hollywood kind of player. No. He plays pretty fast, too. So he's at least considering it. But he would need a tremendously strong hand here to continue, I think, because he's committed against either Seaver or Lappin here.
He folds. Back on Seaver.
Seaver folds quickly.
Yeah, it looks like it's easier for Seaver than it was for Johnny.
Have a good hand.
Nice.
Shows you what that does to Lappin stack, puts him above 60k. Johnny dips back below 80k. Siva down to 36, but still healthy, 46 big blinds.
But I have the best hand. It's a good hand.
Let's go out again now. It's John O'Shea there in 62. Oh, this was the table.
The Lion. Respect.
Diego Gomez.
It's all calmed down now, I guess.
There was a bit of controversy here earlier, Mickey. A bit of an argument between two players.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Security was called, put it that way. There was a bit of shouting and pointing.
Oh, I love that.
Bit of drama for this soap opera, as Michael Josem calls it.
I must say, actually, there's been very little drama of that ilk, isn't there? I can't think when the last time we had a proper big shouting sort of issue at the tables. Very calm out there, these players today.
Huge amounts of players busting already. We started with 889 on day 2. We're already down to 774 players. If you fancy a cash game, quickly get to the casino now. All the cash game tables have now been freed up for their intended use. So next, only have one overspill room now, room B, and that will be the next to break before they all come into the main room.
Three-way pot here. Scott raised it up, got caught in 2 spots. There's a check, bet, and a fold.
And a check raise here, it looks like.
Nice.
Very interesting board to check raise on.
Yeah. Scott believes.
But Scott is a believer. Or maybe he's not, but not too much you can do about it.
Yeah, doesn't want to get too involved in a hand like that. Being asked by George on EPT Live if we know how our UK player Bud Downs is getting on. We'll try and find out for you. I saw him this morning. Still in it as far as I'm aware.
Fantastic. We'll try and get cameraman Joe on the case.
Yeah, I saw him. He was taking a little stroll outside the casino. Looked very cool, very calm, composed. He was on our feature table yesterday, our qualifier. We will try and get you an update. Don't forget also the Pokerstars blog. Follow any of the key action hands out the outer tables. Get a feel for the overall vibe of the tournament right now.
I believe Bud Downs actually featured in a Pokerstars blog article, so head over there.
Nice.
To find out why.
17.
Safe to say he's having a very, very good week.
Yeah. Oh, here you go, Mickey. If you want to learn more about poker, you can go to the Poker School online. It tells you more about just raise and take it rather than getting involved in deep hands.
Oh, okay.
It's just simplifies things and makes you betterer.
That's interesting. I actually think I have a video there too. Maybe I should go back and
you should go and watch it.
Yeah.
See if you have anything interesting to tell yourself.
I bet it's not titled How to Make Day 2s in live events.
If I could travel back in time, I'd watch it before I played this tournament. But
it's like Total Recall. There's you saying, Mickey, it's me, Mickey, from the past, telling you how to play in the future.
So an open from Hansen and both the small blind and big blind defending here. Looks like Hansen is the most active player, at least since I've gotten here.
Yeah, it's kind of between him and Scott and Johnny, really. They're kind of
taking turns.
Yeah. With every now and then Christian Weikart just going all in, just to pass the time, and then we're back to it. Neither blind feeling compelled to donk here.
Yeah, no one has enough to bet here, it seems like.
Not likely to be very relevant here on the river.
Someone might sit with a queen and decide to bet it now. Very small bet. But
we're not going to know.
Gets the job done.
Yeah, that's the key bet.
Yeah, the article I was talking about just before on the Pokerstars blog, featuring Mr. Downs. He was one of several Pokerstars qualifiers who got to take part in a takedown challenge. And yeah, basically there were lots of prizes up for grabs. They could win points, ended in a poker game. So go and check that out.
Talking to prizes, little tease for the EPT 100 quiz. Don't forget, 2 more questions today. Every day we'll bring you 2 questions. You keep hold of your answers. And we've got ticket to the Sunday Millions, and of course one of these pretty little Skull Candy Crusher headphones. Feel the bass. Mark did. I could see it work its way down from his ears to his shins. 2 questions coming up today. Make sure you stay tuned with us all day long, or if you pick up the broadcast late, you can always rewind. If you've got to leave us and come back a bit later on, we will start those questions.
My shins are still shaking.
They were vibrating with the bass. I didn't have to ask you if you could feel the bass because I could see your shins pulsing.
I keep getting these little aftershocks in my shins. The bass.
I could see your trousers flapping as the bass worked its way down. I think that's what it was.
Poor old Scott Seaver. Do they not know who he is?
I was getting the feeling he's gradually getting less and less respect for these raises, which it's about time really, because he did get away with quite a few of them. Might just be the cards, but you kind of think there is a point when people go, do you know what, stop it now.
Happy to call a 3-bet out of position.
Very small one though, yeah. Seaver doesn't like to fold to small 3-bet, and rightly so, I think. But
check bet fold.
Check in the dark and snap fold, not his slot.
Total prize pool, 7.2 million. Only 2 minutes left here. Level 9, the first level of our day here, day 2. This is how things have changed here on our feature table since the start of the day. Good news for Anna. Picked up 28,000 extra. Not so good for Johnny, down 11k. Scott also down 13,600. And for all of his all-ins, only a profit of 3,600 for Christian. Early days yet.
It's the day of Romania so far.
400, 800 with a 100 ante, but not for much longer. Just over a minute before we jump up. Casado has been relatively quiet for the last sort of half hour or so. Going to get involved in the 3-way pot here. 5,700 out there. 3, 4 jack. Rainbow.
Rainbow.
Rainbow. Johnny leading out, pretty interesting. From the big blind, getting a quick call from the small blind.
It's a club, Mark. You've won the hand.
Boom! What was mine? Well, I had 10 high and 9 high today.
You were 9 high.
9
so
high.
we're playing a Badoogie game separately.
Oh, that's what's going on.
A bit later on, we're going to be playing against the audience. They don't know it yet, but that's my Badoogie hand. But
It's a pretty good Badoogie hand.
It's not bad, but Mark was already in 9 high from earlier, so.
Ownage, skill game.
I'll keep a separate tally. Don't worry. 1-0.
Meanwhile, the turn went bet call again, I believe.
Yep, 3,300
pot. Very quick check.
Check. 6-4. 2 pair.
Huh. 3 pairs.
3 pairs, no less. He's the 2-pair king, isn't he, today, Johnny Loudon?
Perfect turn card for him. Absolutely perfect.
I think we have found our qualifier, Bud Downs, that we were asked about a little while ago. And Mark mentioned his one of the Pokerstars blog stories. Recognise that T-shirt. He is, as we speak, stacking chips. We have tuned in at a good time. The slow reveal of our qualifier. Didn't look like he had all the chips in the world, but he has chips. And that's the thing that matters right now. quick question came in for you, Mickey, from Ed Kilworth, saying, do you have a slightly different live strategy compared to online?
A little bit, just because there's more information live. I mean, you're sitting looking at people, and you can see exactly what they're doing every single hand. Well, hopefully, if you're paying attention, if you're not too much on your phone or iPad. But it's a little bit different. At the end of the day, it's the same game, but you definitely do get more information playing in these live tournaments. And people are also a lot more impatient, I find, just because they're playing one table instead of 4 tables and watching a movie or whatever they're doing online. So it is a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same.
For a main event, is it kind of important to try and identify the guys that are kind of the more recreational, I'm used to playing one table at a time, versus the guys that are like looking for more action?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a huge advantage if you can, pinpoint who's nervous, who's not, who's been here before, especially as you move on to day 2 and 3 and whatnot. It becomes really important. And yeah, obviously the more information you have about anyone, the better decisions you can make. And you can just have a lot more information playing in these live tournaments than online.
And that's one of Daniel Negreanu's chatty, he uses his chatty image to kind of, hey, you played before, and, he kind of like tries to just
he
get
sucks all the information out of them.
He gets the
and
life
they don't
story.
even know it, yeah.
I guess there's no real subtle way to do it. You either just ask people outright, hey, you ever played poker before? Or you just got to try and pick up a vibe. Meanwhile, I think Christian is staying true to form and playing his all-in.
A triangle, yeah.
He's had 6 of these, I think, now.
Well, he needs to keep on. He doesn't have that many big blinds, 17. So
yeah,
he has to keep on applying pressure if he wants to not.
It looks like he's been called. Yeah, the 9-10 finally gets the call from the ace-queen.
We're into the new blind level, so the situation was slightly more precarious than it was before.
There's like 70 other tables.
Live cards are, that's not great in the window.
Shocking flop for him.
That's not fair.
Wait, 30 seconds each card? Yeah, I know, but that's not fair. That's like 80 tables.
And it's all over. Not even a sweat on the turn.
No. Oh.
I really think when you have 10-9 suited, you always deserve to at least have a sweat. Like,
yeah.
This is just unfair.
It's really unfair. Such a beautiful hand.
I know. Just a gutter or something to, so you get some entertainment out of it. Ace deuce deuce is just cruel. Not even a heart.
You should know better though than to take on Casado.
Exactly, with a name like Casado. Slow motion replay. Oh, there's an ace. Etc. No joy. He really didn't get the chance to play much of the pokers, and now he has got to take the walk of shame.
Bye, thanks for coming. If you could just take that patch off and leave it with us on your way out. They don't grow on trees, you know.
You got to watch out. Try not to bump into Demidov. He'll probably still be wandering around somewhere.
Yeah, lost in there with Natalie Hoff from yesterday. Ah, the sound of chips riffling.
There's a lot of them out there, mate. Nearly ran out of them.
I love the sound. It's therapeutic to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, do you not like it?
Actually, I've gone the last 10 days I've played live poker, and I haven't shuffled or riffled at any point during those 10 days. It's like my biggest poker achievement.
Wow, that's
I used to do it all the time, yeah.
That's
I actually
like
quite like
biting
not
your nails.
doing it, yeah.
Yeah, it's like biting your nails for 40 years and then just suddenly going, I'm just not going to do that anymore.
It's very tough to quit cold turkey, but
yeah.
I've been doing okay so far.
Good luck with the rest of that.
Thank you. I'm going to need it.
It's funny, we were only speaking yesterday. Theo Jorgensen was on our feature tab and he was all fiddling his chips, and we realised no one really does the old chip tricks anymore. There was a time that was really, you had to spend more time on your chip tricks than the actual game. If you want to be taken seriously, you had to sit at home in front of your desk practicing, but it's a lost art.
Lodden and Siva battling here. Lodden raised pre-flop, Siva called. Siva check called, a continuation about the flop. Check the turn, and this is where we're at the river. Siva checks for a third time. Lodden goes for a second street. Is it of value or is it a bluff?
Oh, wow.
Oof.
Who's got the flush?
Definitely Lodden.
Definitely Lodden.
Yeah. Siva would have certainly raised that hand. On the river there. Yeah. Beautiful river.
Yeah, dreamy river.
Flop to pair, turn the flush draw, hit the flush.
A filthy flush.
Loddon almost to a 3-figure stack, up to 99,700. Chip leader on the table by 100 chips.
Yeah, sadly that takes Scott down to the bottom of our table, 18,400, as we are into level 10 now as well. We're at 501,000 with a 100 ante.
It just shows you this wonderful game of poker that even the very, very best do not have a right to win on every single day.
No.
Anyone can beat anyone on their given day. Sivo, one of the best, struggling here on day 2.
It's funny, we've had a couple of comments with people talking about how much people are on their mobile phones and stuff. In light of your comment about, you know, there's much more information out there in the live game, do you think the guys that are a bit obsessed with their phones, are they kind of missing out on an opportunity to pick up a bit of info here?
I think there's like right now there's sort of like this thing where people think that like obviously you can be on your phone because sometimes people will just tank for like a minute or 2 minutes or something. You're not missing anything by being on your phone there. On the other hand, if you're on your phone all the time, you are going to miss things like some showdowns, what people are opening, what's icings, that kind of thing. So I think it's like a balance. I've definitely been guilty of spending too much time on my phone, but I also think like having a no phone policy is kind of silly.
Oh yeah.
So so I guess I lie somewhere in between. Yeah. Just pay attention, but people do tend to take a long time with a lot of things, and drives me a little bit crazy. So having the phone as a distraction can be a good thing for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Make sure I don't do anything too stupid.
Sometimes you just need to switch off. You know, if you're concentrating for 10, 12 hours a day, you can't keep up those concentration levels the whole time. Sometimes you switch off.
Yeah, it's impossible. So sometimes you just need to zone out a bit, and in between hands is a pretty good time to do it.
Trying a couple of Angry Birds across the screen, just, you know, take a load off. Wow, Jorge Abreu with a rare raise. Under the gun +1. Not seen many of...
Getting the respect it deserves.
Yeah, yeah, not seen too much of him, really. Sitting with over 101,000 now.
Table chip leader.
Yeah. Being asked where Troyanovsky is, I don't know, is the actual answer.
Patiently waiting to get back on the feature table.
I would imagine so, patiently sitting somewhere doing something very patiently. I don't know, we'll send our roving camera reporter out into the field, see if we can find Vladimir for you. Saw plenty of him. Well, in fact, we've seen plenty of him in the last few days. It feels like some broadcasts, there are players that just keep turning up on our featured tables. Vlad has been certainly star of the show on more than one occasion in the last few days. Jorge is at it again. Nice. Got a taste for this raising. Early business. Call from Victor McKeith. Big blind also going to take a look.
Seven high. Couple of spades out there.
Pretty good flop if you're the under the gun raiser. Hits you pretty hard. So imagine we're going to see it bet here the majority of the time.
Indeed we did. Gets rid of McKeith.
Yeah, but here comes the check raise. And a tiny one at that, and
yeah,
instantly gets the job done.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
practically a click it back, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, well, clearly George knew it wouldn't take too much. It was absolutely spot on. There is our field of live players. Of course, for all we know, plenty of these are also online players. They'll be interested in the W Coup, I'd imagine. Satellites underway. Don't forget, the action starts 7th of September for the W Coupe, all the way through to the 28th. Qualify from as little as $1. 66 events, $40 million guaranteed, as Michael Joseph told us yesterday. And that $10 million main event, highest guarantee of the year in an online tournament. Satellite in, I say.
You gonna have a packed schedule for that one?
I will pretty much be playing every day with maybe a couple of days off, but yeah, that's work time for me. I'm looking forward to it. That's one of the highlights of the year. Scoop and W Coupe is the most fun for me.
And are you going to be grinding from a new city?
I will still be in London at that time.
Because you're leaving us.
But I am leaving at some point, it seems like, yeah.
How dare you?
We didn't want you anyway.
Oh, we had a good time, guys. Don't be like that.
I feel so used. You just came in, took what you wanted, and then that's it. And then that's it. Just.
And I told London so many good things about you as well. I bigged you up, and London was happy to have you.
And London said, "He's not just using us, is he?" And I said, "No, that's not the sort of boy we're dealing with him." Off to just pillage elsewhere. That's all right. You come back again one day, though. Yeah? Come back and visit.
I promise. I'll be back.
He's going to Edinburgh, and another player who lives in Edinburgh and has not had a very good day too. This is Mr. David Van Plu, former EPT champion. He was very happy to get his chips in with an up flush.
Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be when you see your opponent has got a straight flush.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Lucky David.
No avoiding that one, though. At least you can't exactly chew yourself to pieces trying to work out how you could have done anything differently in that sort of situation. Mr. Lodden raising this up under the gun. Folded round to Jorge. Defending off the small blind. Wow.
Think he looks a bit like a young Robert Downey Jr.?
I can accept that. Well, he's disappeared a bit now. Yeah, no, I totally see that happening.
That's Iron Man. I see it.
It is.
Yeah.
6-7 queen, all spades now, a deuce on the turn. Done.
Yeah, Lodden thinks twice about taking on the Iron Man.
Got to settle an argument for Ashley. Arguing with a friend over the Pokerstars patches. Are the patches on the t-shirt stroke jumpers removable? My friend thinks they are not. Well, I can tell you, Ashley, that your friend is absolutely wrong. They are removable. They are just very cleverly made so that they look like they're almost embroidered. Apart from if they're like sticking off the side of someone's shoulder, you know, when they start sort of peeling off. But mostly put them on any garment and it looks like you have a tailor-made garment with the logo on it. So I can understand why your friend would have had that confusion.
I'm just checking out Mickey's patches now.
Again, you see what I mean? They look, it's because of that kind of thick key line. They
thankfully they are very removable.
Yeah, but they do look
Although you don't really want to. You want to wear them all the time. Even when you go to the mall and whatnot.
Exactly, I know. I'd
stroll around with your patch.
I do. I'd sometimes, even when I'm just at home, just chilling. Even if I'm not wearing a shirt, I just attach one to my chest.
All right. Thank you for that.
Leaves a lovely little spade-shaped gap in my hair when I rip it off.
Anyway, we've got a flop here, ace high, a couple of hearts, Lodden involved again. Defending his big blind yet again. $2,500. Check, bet, fold.
And
Classic.
again, seeing how quickly Johnny folds there, going back to that hand, the three-way hand, where he really thought before he folded, that just lets you know there was a genuine hand in the go there. It's the point made. Johnny is not someone that ever bothers Hollywooding or...
Yeah, thankfully.
He knows what he's going to do in most situations. We always say about the good players, you already know what you're going to do depending on what can I do. Do I get 3-bet here? Do I get shoved? What's going to happen? They already know what their actions are going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Johnny and especially Seaver are such fast players. They really, unless they have a decision, they're acting very fast. And Really appreciate that. It's nice when people keep up the pace.
Yeah. Yeah, because you get a lot of players who, you know, procrastinate a lot when someone 3-bets them. And it's almost like they're trying to say, look, I did have a big hand.
Yeah.
But
well, I think a lot of people do it without knowing why they're doing it. They've just seen other people take a long time on TV or something like that, and so they think they have to take a long time. So it's really nice to see all the pros who show that you can absolutely crush it and still act really fast. Makes for a better playing experience for everyone.
Yeah, it's an open secret now in poker that people sometimes open quite wide and sometimes they're
sometimes
bluffing.
you have a good hand and sometimes you probably don't. It's true.
Loudon involved again. This is a raise from Casado.
3-bet from the small blind here. And interesting flop.
Yeah, Loudon continued for 5k. Cool. Second deuce on the turn.
Yeah, very quick play throughout.
That was extremely fast.
Yeah.
Even for Loudon. Loudon does not think here. It's just 10k. There we go.
This pot's getting big. More than 40k in the middle.
Might go check here, yeah.
Hit the 9, but he hit the 10.
Casado.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah, it's going to take him back over the 110,000 now.
Yeah, it was a big pot. Good river for Loudon, though. Could have been a lot more expensive than blanks.
Yeah, takes Loudon down to 3rd spot here on our featured table. 74,500. Scott is the small stack, sitting down there on 17.2.
Yeah, Casado is leapfrogged into the lead. 110 big blinds or 110k.
Oh, hello. He's got the headphones on, I think. Oh, no, my mistake.
LA Lakers shorts.
Look at that. That is glorious.
Just I want that.
Thing of beauty.
I mean, where do you go? I mean, are there any men's shops that sell things like that? Because that's the sort of thing I only see on women over 60 in France. That's a work of beauty. That's like a tattoo artist got a white jacket and went to town on it. Good job, sir. Good job. Say good afternoon to Fald, who's just joined us, watching us. Where in the world are you, Fald? He's on hashtag EPT Live. Hello, Mr. Beginning of the show. How are you? We're all good. How are you, mate? Good point being made on our screen for you, Fald. If you would like to see what happened so far today, rewind. I'm going to be honest, you've not missed anything particularly classic, but there was a big stand-up shouting argument out on the outer tables. That was quite exciting.
That's good to watch.
It wasn't good to watch, Mark. That's sick, but it's quite exciting, wasn't it?
Oh, it was good to watch because it didn't come to blows.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. Nice one.
Not condoning violence, you know. We just like to spice things up a bit every now and again.
Did they know the cameras were on them?
They didn't care. They were really at it.
They were so in the anger zone. Yeah.
They were properly screaming.
Because I could see some people being more aggressive or less aggressive if the camera's on them. Some people will play it up, and some people it might have prevented a fight.
Who are these? Who are these? Some people. You want to name names?
This table is playing fast. Every hand is like boom, boom, boom. No one's.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? At least you know you're going to get value for your levels. Get as many hands in as possible with people like this.
Kitty Quo.
Well identified from the back of the head there, mate.
Ben Wolonovsky right next to her.
He's looking very dapper.
That's one way of putting it.
Must be Torsten Brinkman there, maybe on the right. Is that Mateus de Mulder? I know he's got a haircut.
I don't know. I'm not buying it. Yeah.
The problem is our cameraman's not subtle. That he didn't even have cards. So as a player, you know I'm being stared at because of my hat. It's not like I'm in the action and, you know, everyone's waiting for me to shove. It's just you think that cameraman's staring at me because of my hat.
Did he not have cards? Was he not?
I don't think he was even in the hand.
Wow.
Skiva? Siva is all in.
Shoves from the button, takes it down. 15 big blinds.
Gonna need a few of those before he feels comfortable.
Yeah, always a nice addition when you just pick up an extra 2,000 chips there.
Just to let you know, we mentioned about our EPT 100 quiz. Don't forget, every day we give a couple of questions out here. Before we give the question up, do not tweet it or email it. This is just for you to keep, guys. When it comes up, if you know the answer, don't share it, because we're going to ask you at the end of our broadcast here from Barcelona to enter all of your questions and answers. You could win yourself those headphones, a Sunday Millions entry, and the first question of the day coming up very, very soon.
Who's going to take on Mr. Loudon? So it's going to be Anna. Someone blowing on their microphone.
Exactly, I was going to say somebody's got a hot drink somewhere out on the table.
Check bet fold. It's fair to say Loudon's going to have the highest VPIP of any player at the table so far. He's been involved in a lot of hands.
Yeah, especially with Scott being short stacked as well, because he's another player that could easily take that.
It's pretty rare that Johnny is not the player at the table with the highest VPIP, to be fair.
It's our first question of the day, everybody. Right, concentrate. Question 9. Remember, don't tweet this. Which Bond villain actor has played in an EPT main event? Is it A, Mads Mikkelsen, B, Matthew Amalric, C, Jesper Christensen, or D, Oliver Pass? So there are your questions. Sorry, well, there's your answers. Question number 9. So now you should have in your little list by your desk, wherever you're listening to us, the number 9 and then A, B, C, or D. Do not send it in. Do not say it on Twitter. As you know, we're making these questions a little bit... Well, actually, this one seems a bit more achievable. Some of them have been very tough.
Yeah, I know this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Where do I go?
Ah, we'll tell you in a couple of days. We'll tell you in a couple of days. So there is your first question of the day. Question number 9. You should now have 9 A, B, C, or D. Towards the end of our broadcast from Barcelona, we'll let you know how you can submit your answers.
The thing is, Mickey, you need the answers from 1 to 8 as well. Otherwise, there's homework for you. You've got to go back and look at the replays of the streams.
But I was busy. Can I?
That's why we have the replay function.
All right, I'll go home and replay it.
Just because you got a patch on, we're not going to give you preferential treatment.
Quick question from Wasim on EPT Live on Twitter, asking when we'll be able to see the cards. On the final day, when we only have one table in play, it's only fair that way, otherwise we'd be giving lots of information about these guys' hands. On our final day of broadcast, we will bring you cards up with a delay. Oh, don't move Johnny.
Oh.
That's all right, player coming in.
Giving Luca a slap. Poor Mr. Vivaldi. He just gets abused.
He really does. He can take it, though.
He can take it,
Yeah.
and you know what? He deserves it, because he gives it out as, as much as he takes it.
He has the best beard in poker, too.
Wow, Michael Joseph's got.
Hopefully he's not listening. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He is listening.
Oh.
But he has got a good beard. And all joking aside, he is phenomenal at his job.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he knows every rule. He's firm but fair. No one messes around with him. Yeah. And he's got common sense as well.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah.
So Loudon winning another pot?
Yep.
That's the funny thing, is when Johnny loses like a relatively large pot, you just see he sees that as a challenge. Now I'm just going to go grindy, 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 get to 100,000, maybe lose a big pot, grindy, 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 grindy. It just sort of surges him on, doesn't it?
He doesn't want it to be too easy, I think. So you lose a big one and then you work your way back up.
Exactly.
Well, Johnny used to be so good when the EPT was 10k starting stack. He, honestly, because he came on the tour the same time I came on the tour back in season 3, and probably 3 in 10 times he was ended day 1 chip leader from a 10k stack. as soon as other players seem to get below the 25-30 big blind level, he's able to apply the right amount of pressure just to be able to suck up loads of chips. Keeping hold of them.
Exactly,
that's another story. Once he's up there.
Boys have got skills. We have a new player here now. This is Ludovic Riel joining us between Johnny and Mikkel. 28,600 he brings to the table.
For real.
Ha ha! There you are. That's the man. Hansen's been pretty quiet, actually. Thought it was going to be a Scandi explosion, but actually things have quietened down for him.
All those Danes and nits.
Just a bit over 45 minutes left here, level 10. Again, remind you, we've got 6 levels to get through today. We are just into our 2nd level. After this level, there'll be a break, and I believe that when we come back, we'll be back up on the big telly table. So it'll be bright lights and swooping shots. A little bit more room for the players as well, which is always nice to give them if they're going to be up on our feature table. Give them the excitement of the big table. Do you like the big table? Do you like playing on the big table when you get up there?
I do like the big. I don't get up there very often, but when I do, it's always a good thing. Yeah, I like it. It's nice to have some space.
Look at that. I said Lodden, you said Siva. They're the two at the top of the VPRP table.
There we go.
31, 33. Wow, so yeah.
It's actually slightly lower than I thought it would be for those two.
Well, yeah, I mean, but then again, I guess I'm surprised actually that Jorge Abreu is that high, because he doesn't feel like he's been that busy. Oscar Casado certainly a bit more.
Ludovic's consistent.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Come on, he hasn't lost a pot yet.
That is he is very consistent.
Yeah.
We've not seen much of his game, but he's so consistent.
He's so deceptive. No one knows what he's up to.
No one knows anything about the man. He is an enigma.
Loud and free betting here.
Who'd have thought that? Yeah.
Or maybe just a call.
Oh no,
actually.
it was just a call. It looked like more. Yeah.
I thought he had the 5,000 chips out for a second there, but just a call.
Well, just as I said, we've not heard much from Mikkel Hansen for a while. He's going to get involved in this. 3-way to a flop. 9,500 in the pot. King 10 ace, 2 spades. Andrew's going to continue on this. Was a pre-flop aggressor. Job done. Here's a good question for you, Mickey, from Rob Hippie King. He's asking if you have any strategy on the best meals to eat during a tournament, live and online. Is there a difference in your meal choices?
This is a good question.
That is a good question. Let me think. Well, what I think is really important is just like having like fruit and stuff like that, like snacks you can eat on the breaks here, because there's quite a bit of time between the dinner break and when you start the tournament. And also, like, I try not to eat too big meals because you don't want to be completely full and still have a couple of levels left to go. You're just going to fall asleep. I have had that happen before when the buffet is too good or something like that. Yeah. So stay away from that. Actually, I bring my own my own apple slicer to live tournaments now. And I swear by it. It's like the best thing I've ever bought. So, so try and get an apple slicer. That would be my recommendation, yeah.
Because they say that an apple in the morning wakes you up more than a cup of coffee.
I've heard that, yeah. And I don't drink coffee, and so story checks out.
Yeah, and I can never be bothered to eat apples normally, so slice them up, and there you go.
I know, right? You just want someone to slice it for you. Well, that's where the apple slicer comes in.
That sounds like a new product, the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer, available this Christmas.
I make no money for apple slices that are sold, I swear. It's just a really good product.
Yeah.
But yeah, fruit and nuts and whatnot are great things for protein bars, whatnot. Really good for breaks. And then obviously just healthy meals. No different than any other meal.
Do you ever find the negative problem is that you get like to the end of a day when you're absolutely starving and you just, does that ever have like kind of a negative impact, you know, the other way around? From
Yeah, I think it's just important to stay like full the entire time, but not over full. Because yeah, if you're too hungry, that's really bad too. All right.
And are you disciplined if you're like at home, online?
I try to be. I think I'm pretty good at it actually. Yeah.
Scott's trying to get himself back in a stronger position here. Up against Jorge Abreu.
Actually, yeah, pretty interesting hand here.
So Abreu was the pre-flop aggressor, raised to 2k. Check on the flop. Seaver bet 2,500 on the turn, and now 5,400 on the river, and he's been called.
I don't think so.
Queen high flush.
I know what it is anyway, so it's fine.
It was good from the start, good at the end.
King 10, actually. King 10.
Yeah, well played hand by Siva there. Both defending his blind, getting a really good price, and obviously flopping a flush is always nice. And the value bet there in the river, even though the board was double paired. Nice hand.
Nice hand, sir. Gets him up to 7th spot. What does an apple slicer look like? I mean, in my brain, that's just a knife.
I'm thinking a mandolin.
No. You put it down over the apple and just press down, and then you have like 8 slices, I guess.
So it's like a rigid, the plastic thing where it kind of cores it and drops.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It cores it as well.
Yeah, it's like a rigid kind of like dial. It looks like a clock dial. I'm simplifying. And yeah, and you just jump it over. I know exactly what you mean. Right, okay. Trademark the Mickey Peterson.
Yeah. It's too late. I said it before.
Yeah, I know, but I'm ignoring that. That'll be. Wouldn't that be great if that was something in the VIP shop?
Yeah.
What about when you bust out? Ice cream?
Pizza, ice cream, burgers.
When I bust out, it's just as many calories as my body can possibly consume. Anything that's in the minibar, yep. Yeah, that's pretty much
Get that out. That's brilliant.
With an under the gun raise from Lapin. Defended by McKeith in the big blinds. Ace Jack 8, 2 spades. Classic check bet fold.
Very classic.
Yeah, that's the way to check bet fold. Bit of resistance to the apples being better than coffee. Sacrilege, says Rob from a caffeine addict. But I'm keen to try that out. I'm certainly going to get my own apple slicer sometime soon. Hey, do you like to party, Mark?
I do, especially with VIPs.
Let's look at the VIP parties then. I didn't see a lot of apple slices there. I'm going to be honest.
That helps any party. I guarantee it.
I just visions of some girl in like the whole kind of, you know, shogo outfit walking around with a tray with just apple slices on it. Going.
That's post bust out. That's not in the break.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That's calories there. Just
Right,
calories.
okay.
Live calories.
Well, that's true.
Need to get me to one of those parties.
Never going to happen, mate.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, our new chip chum, Ludovic Real, made this 2,200. Scott Seaver re-raised to 46 with his recently acquired chips. It's working back round the table.
Very small free bet from Seaver here, but he does have the advantage of both having the button and having a pretty short stack.
It seems to be the story of this table that the 3 bets have been relatively small. Getting the job done. It's got up to 34,500 now, having been gasping for air a little while ago.
Yeah, it's more than double the stack in an orbit.
He's over starting stack, yeah. That's always a good place to be on day 2.
.38 left. Level 10, our second level of the day. Level 2 of 6 to play through today. 500, 1,000 small and big. 100 ante.
Rob King and Graphical Nick are getting into it on Twitter.
I can see there's a fight. There's a coffee versus tea. It's almost as heated as it was out on the floor earlier on.
Oh, what have we started here?
Well, I don't know. Graphical Nick is a big tea ambassador. Rob is a self-confessed caffeine addict. Now it's all getting... I mean, apple. The good thing is apples are basically loved by everyone, so the apples are safe. But the coffee and tea thing, it's getting a bit heads up out there.
Keep it civil, boys. We don't want to have to call the Twitter security.
Respect. I must say, I'm rubbish on tour. At home, I'm quite good on... I'm just anything that vaguely looks like it might be wrapped in chocolate, that's mine. Anything that looks like it might have more sugar than liquid, mine. A small cup of tea, at least 3 sugars in it. It's just how I roll. Let my hair down. Not a lot of fruit back in the hotel, I'm going to be honest.
Even the dessert buffet.
The dessert
for you yesterday was a bit tempting.
God, I had to do a lot of damage to that. They make such wonderful tiny desserts, and it seems stupid to take one and not all of them, because they're all different flavors. That's my excuse.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
I know, but they're also beautiful.
Under the gun rage from Casado.
Nice. You don't have to say it like that every time.
I kind of enjoy it though.
Oh no, go for it. Go for it.
Thank you. All by his countryman and country neighbour.
Talking about tea, look, here's a brew. Hey, thanks very much. Deuce 4, 8, 2 hearts down. Just stare at me. Just stare at me.
That's good.
Thanks.
$3,600 C-bet from Casado.
Nice.
All right, I won't do it every time.
No, you can if you want. Hey, you live the dream, mate.
Gets the job done.
Just showing Mickey that was my plate from last night.
Oh, put that away. I don't want to look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that gorgeous selection. I'm going to put this up on the Twitter feed.
Wait, that was all yours? All of
that
was
yeah, that is not the buffet that was actually open for everyone. That is what he put on his plate.
That was the plate I returned from the dessert area of the buffet. Look at that. That is just tremendous. I'm going to tweet that for you in a little while, boys and girls. Just in case you thought we were joking. You thought, oh, this is just Mark. Mark teases Matt about the dessert trolley. Oh, no. That is for real.
This time, another under the gun rage from Loddon. Ashley was on Twitter asking Johnny to smile, and there he is. Easy to smile when you're raking in some chips, even if it's a small pot. Bye, Nilu. What's the angriest you've ever got at a poker table, Mickey? Because you normally have a quite calm demeanour.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that the other day. I don't think I've ever gone full like Hulk mode and just gone completely berserk. The only thing that really annoys me, I was thinking about that the other day in my room, is when the internet doesn't work. Or the internet, like losing a huge pod in the EPT in day 3 doesn't really bother me. But if the internet is down for 10 minutes or really slow, I start jumping on my bed and get really angry. That's what gets me. At the poker table, though, it's pretty... I don't know. I don't get too emotional.
The feistiest I see you is on Twitter. You're a pretty good needler.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun on Twitter.
Hashtag EPT Live if you'd like to see my dessert from last night.
Put that away.
I'm sorry. Do you know what? I'm actually enjoying looking at it.
How many pieces are there?
9. Because there's actually 2 of this one.
Oh, you
there's
stacked
1,
them.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, the first one I got, you'll see that little bit of the top of it fell off. So I got a second one and sat it on top.
Oh, of course.
Gluttonous.
Oh, man. That was one of the best desserts ever. Meanwhile, poker. These boys have built a 12.6k pot to fight over. He's trying to hide in his shit. He hasn't really got the kind of clothing that you can hide in. He's just wearing a t-shirt. 239. This could be the next Badoogie hand for Mark here. It's going to be a good one. Don't know why you get to go first, but now that I've established that rule.
Exactly, it's your rule.
It is my rule.
Live with it, buddy.
So it's the 4 of spades is what we're going for here?
Well, if the first 4 cards come down all different suits, that's just your Badoogie
Oh,
hand.
that's a Badoogie already.
So we're playing just pure 4 cards have to be a pure Badoogie.
I see.
So
this is a really good one then.
This is brilliant. This is going to be very tough. So I'm just praying now that we don't get a spade.
Low spade. Low spade.
Oh. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Has to be pure. That's good. I'm good. 20 grand in this, and it's been pushed by Jorge so far. He made it 41,000 post-turn. Got the call from Hansen.
Yeah, really big pot now for Hansen. He only has 1.5 times the pot left on a really dry board. So, pretty interesting.
$13K?
I think just 8.
Oh, 8.
Yeah.
Good eyes. Young man.
We have a young man's eyes.
Yeah, it's a good sizing because it's a tricky bet for Hansen to handle. It's hard for him to call here and then fold the river, but the bet size kind of implies that Abro is going to put him in on the river, or at least has the ability to. So just pretty awkward spot. Especially if he has a hand like pocket 8s or 7s or maybe even 10s. Shuffling those 4 chips over and over.
Yeah.
Folding.
Put him to the test and then folding. Getting a lot of love for my cakes on Twitter. Thank you, everybody. Rob, slightly sinister. Cakes, the silent killer. Slightly harsh.
Well, you've put up the perfect picture for the tea and coffee debate.
That is true. Well, I just thought, you know what I mean? You guys are talking about various types of tea and coffee. Let me bring the cake. Let me bring the cake to your little party. 2 players over 100,000 now on our featured table. Scott has dug himself out well, up to 32 big blinds with half an hour left on this level.
Ah, it's Mr. Panker. Donald Panker, PCA champion from this year.
Like a young Andy Black on the left.
I see that. That's good.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ah, Noah Bokon.
Noah.
Champion on EPT back in season 1. David Peters and Martin Jacobson at the table behind. Jacobson, November 9er. This year. Winfred Yu, he is the man in Macau. The guy in the orange there, he's the one who runs all the high stakes cash games in Macau.
A lot of interest in that hand. Somebody's life on the line. And it looks like he has survived.
Jake Cody with his new look.
Hat and a beard.
Hat and a
Wow,
beard.
it looks awesome. I like that.
Yeah, he shaved his head as well.
Really?
Yeah. But I think he's not confident enough to show it off fully yet.
Look at Jake
EPT
all
Live.
grown up. Yeah, that's nice.
Looks good. former EPT champ. Who's had a bad day? EPT 9 London winner, Ruben Visser. Busted flush under flush. No one likes to see that. Well, except his opponent.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There are just certain ways that are dirty to go out of a tournament, though. You know, if you're set over setted, flush over flushed, or if your hand's counterfeited, you know, 2 high pairs, that's ugh.
There's a lot of dirty ways to go out of a tournament, that's for sure.
Hansen calls the raise from Casado. Juicy old flop. 2 spades, queen, king, jack. Now the 7 of diamonds on the turn.
32.
32? Yeah. Casado staying married to this pot.
No,
Yeah.
nice one. Nice one. Ace of diamonds. Somebody's flicking their microphone. Stop it. It's making my ears pop. Check from Hansen, opening the door for Casado. Cheeky. I'm liking Casado. Is proving himself tough opponent.
Yeah, I can't imagine Casado is bluffing here too often, though, after calling on the turn. You figure he has something when it's strong enough to check back on the flop, call on the turn. So hands like King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, 10s makes a lot of sense. Or maybe a hand like Ace Queen value betting too.
Hansen not looking happy. He's not having the best roll here this morning. This afternoon even, should I say. 25,300 for him now. Being asked on Twitter if we've announced the password for the free roll. We have not. Not done that yet. Don't forget tonight, 8:15 Central European Time. 20:15 PM, as I like to call it. So a bit later on in the broadcast, we'll give you that. Also got the second quiz for EPT 100 quiz a bit later on. That, my friends. Ooh, that's a shirt. Get the collar. Oh, and the green trousers, setting it off perfectly. Fish.
Big time fish.
Love it. Loving the fish. Subliminal messages in a shirt. Good job. Again, details bottom of your screen right now remind you about the EPT Live League, as well as playing in the free rolls for the sake of playing in the free rolls. Now your performance will be recorded. You get yourself onto the leaderboard. A leaderboard individually for each event, but also across the whole of the season. We will be a master leaderboard.
Check bet fold.
Check bet fold, ace, king, deuce. And also remind you to share the stream. If you share the stream and we get 2,000 shares, good things will happen, to quote the crawler. More prizes, more spots paid. Spread the word, share the love. Click on the little clicky clacky icon. Reminds me of those cheap little toys that go clack, clack, clack. They're not much fun, to be honest. It's not going to keep you amused for very long.
They were all the rage back in the 1930s.
And then, when I was a kid in 1930, honestly, once we'd all got over having a stick and hoop, it was all about the clacky ball on stick thing. Don't even know what they're called. This is George Bogdanana making it 2,400. Folding round, folding round, folding round. Victor doesn't want it. Simple stuff. being asked a couple of details about who's getting paid, the payouts. We're going to confirm all of that to you. Want to be 100% sure we've got the numbers and the entries right. I guess after the break coming up after level 10, we'll be able to share with you exactly what the final numbers were confirmed. You can see very close now, 1 and 2 on our table. 116.5, 116 on the nose. Victor now has found himself the shortest stack. $23 minutes left here.
Guess what?
What?
Loddon's raising.
Oh, can't believe it.
Here comes Johnny. This time it's into Lappin's big blind. Roll reversal. He defends.
David's been very quiet, actually, hasn't he? Let's be honest. Not involved in much of this so far. Now defending the big blind.
Checkity check. Delayed C-bet from Loddon.
Check that call.
Lightning fast bet and call there.
Yeah. Hello.
Uh-oh.
Not quite as fast a bet, but a bet nonetheless.
6k and a call. Quick. $10. He just keeps hitting. That was another flop 2-pair. I'd said the 2-pair master as it was. He ruined it by making a boat on the end, but good deceptive check. Loddon there on the flop. Got him 2 streets of value later on in the hand.
being asked by Martin on hashtag EPT Live, a new table. Yeah, I think we probably will be, because after the break in 21 minutes time, we'll be moving up to the big telly table. I'm sure we'll have a new feature table for you to drool over.
Well, the table itself's going to be new, as we know that.
Table will be new. In fact, you can see they've got this the step ladder there in the background, just hanging up all the bits and bobs, Christmas lights.
All those guys working through the night, taking down the shark cage, putting the EPT one stage back up.
It's not easy looking that good. That set's pretty impressive, but there's at least 3 or 4 plugs. At least.
At least. Quite a few players are busted today. They're flying out the door, actually. A few names to bring you. Players have hit the rail. Andre Gully, Mihai Manoli, Steve Watts, Lasse Frost, Julian Track, Max Greenwood, Marvin Rettermeyer, Dan Smith. Oh, Eugene's gone. Craig McCorkle. Jonathan Little, Roberto Romanello, Ludovic Geilich.
No.
Yeah. Carl Julius amongst the masses.
Scott and David here.
Yeah, interesting, because Scott actually open limp from the cutoff pre-flop, I believe.
Yes. Yes, and is taking charge and taking this one down.
And racing the turn after checking back flop. Yeah. Interesting little hand. That's the thing about Sievert, though. He's very good at getting creative in specific situations, I think. And just very good at adapting to opponents. That's why he's one of the best live players.
Yeah, that in itself is such a dangerous skill, isn't it? Just being able to adapt to the players that you're sat with and getting the maximum.
It's massive, really, because so many players just have a certain way of playing certain hands.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people have things set in stone. And Sievert does too, but then as soon as he sees something, he's willing to adapt and do something completely different. And he's going to get involved in back-to-back hands. First time we've seen real VPIP, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's not at 0% anymore.
Oh, look at that. No respect at all. I keep 3 bets to 7k. Looks quite strong out of a 17k stack.
Sure does. It's going to get through.
And Real will just go back to folding.
Here's a question. You'll probably be better equipped to answer this than me, Mark, because you're keeping an eye on stuff. Is Dan Coleman in the main event? Our man from the Super High Roller.
I'm not sure. There were a few late buy-ins today, one of them being John Joanda.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've seen his name on anything I've seen about the main event. I do not know fouled.
Skin don't interesting call. Skin don't interesting call.
Our super high roller runner-up. Is he out there? We will try and find out for you.
Well, he's not in the chip cam page.
No.
Apparently he played day one and busted.
Oh, okay.
So he did play.
So he did play, but he's no longer with us.
Yeah, thank you to Chris Hall from the live updates team for that information. On the ball, straight onto Skype.
Boom.
I'm surprised the table hasn't tipped over.
No. One level.
That's all it takes. When they go on break, let's just sit in their seats. We'll just take their seats on break.
No, we wait one.
Oh, we're going to do it right? Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm patient. I have time.
Georgiana made this 2500 for Haya Brew Call. And now the 3-fret from Casado. 7K. Bit more of a beefy 3-bet.
Oh, no, I was counting this stack. Elected to fold. Just one more player to get through.
Yeah, these two are quite deep though, so wouldn't be too surprised to see a call here. One would think if the hand was strong enough to call with in the first place here, it's certainly strong enough to call with now, but...
Yeah, he's getting a good price.
Getting a very good price, playing pretty deep. But, looks like I'm wrong again.
Dang. That's all right. You're just here for a couple of levels. We're here all day long getting this absolutely wrong. We're very consistent, though. That's the positive thing about our Guessatron. Consistently wrong.
I mean, even when it's whole cards face up, sometimes we get it wrong.
Old habits.
George is watching and he's cashed in 2 out of 2 MTTs while he's watching. Hashtag watch good poker, play good poker.
There you are. That's the way it works.
We had a couple of people saying that on our first day of broadcasting, that they seem to play better while they're watching poker. It just keeps them in the zone.
Yeah, I agree. I've experienced that myself. I think it makes a difference what you're distracting yourself with. If it's all in the zone, keeps your head ticking in the right direction. Get the old apple slicer out, lay back, get it all going.
How do you think it would cope with a peach? Do you think it could cope with the stone?
Oh no, that wouldn't work. That would never work.
That's a mess. That's a mess right there.
Don't even go there.
Okay, sorry.
Actually, I've tried it with a lot of different fruits. Like I had a pineapple slicer at one point. It's really not as good though. The apple slicer is where it's at.
Okay, you heard it. You heard it here.
Don't get the pineapple slicer. Yeah, it gets messy.
That's a lot of hard work. I mean, that's a tough fruit to just just
takes a lot of power. Yeah.
And it shows no respect to the fruit to just think you're going to get some sort of slicing device straight through that bad boy.
And it would just take up way too much space in your cupboard. The size would have to be.
Yeah, it's the same. Like the banana peeler, I don't really like either, just because that just seems stupid.
It's
right?
not even like that's a tough job to
start
with.
Like you can do that with a knife, just like. But the apple slicer, that's the real deal.
Have you ever had like any pips manage to intrude into the slices, or is it a clean coring every time?
Well, sometimes you get apples that are like of an awkward size that doesn't fit. The oversized or undersized apples. But the apple slicer itself works perfectly.
There you are.
It's not the apple slicer's fault, it's the apple's fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Classic poker player answer. You're watching EPT Live Apple Slicer Edition. We'll be asking you to craft your own EPT trophy from an apple a bit later on, in case you're wondering.
I was waiting for that.
You were waiting for the Apple edition, weren't you? You could smell the way my head worked there. I thought, hang on a minute, apples, trophies.
That's what that smell is.
That's how my genius ideas are cooked. On a whim. I can only think that when Joe and James come and sit down at this table and they find these bits of paper with my notes on and my scribbles, they must think, why on earth are the words apple and Slicer and Craft Corner written here.
Amanda's coming in with a raise. 2,700 from the hijack. Called in one spot. Been in neighbour in the cutoff, Abru. Heads up to a 7-5 tray. 2 spade flop. Check bet fold. And they just gave up. Pre-flop aggressor. Didn't like the look of that flop.
Well, you know that we're going to be moving back to the big stage because the big stage was busy being a shark cage. If you're wondering what that's all about, have a look at this.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up!
Pump the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Carmignano.
When Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
Or what is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
Can confirm October for UK viewers. Channel 4 is going to show the first of those heats. They are going to be good fun. Keep an eye out for those. Good day to Tim, incidentally. He's just tuned in from Australia. Good to have our international viewership as we bring you yet another international table. Spain taking on the might of Johnny Lodden right now. Going to see a showdown at the end of this. I think that is Johnny winning. Did Johnny win yet another pot? Yes, Johnny won another one there. Wasn't quite sure the orientation of the players to the chips. That's good for Johnny. Gets him up to 90,000. Now we said this is the way it's gone for Johnny. Hit 100,000, lose a big pot, claw your way back up again. He is currently in clawing mode. Winning a healthy percentage of the pots he gets involved in for sure. Not great for Victor McKeeve though, involved in that pot with Johnny, down to 18,800.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
We had a huge stack yesterday.
No.
Dominated our TV team.
No.
Feature table. And now he's gone.
No! Good Lord, I had 148,000 this morning. That's just how sick no limit poker is. Talking of sick, Tommy wants to know what's your sickest hand, Mickey? Winning and losing. What's the sickest you've seen? God.
Oh, God.
That's the question you just go, oh, God, really? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm drawing completely blank on that one. What's the sickest hand I've ever seen?
Did you see our Super High Roller where Olivier Busquet came back with less than 1% chance?
Yes, I did. That was pretty sick. That would have to be up there. At least in terms of, like, actual money that's on the line, like in terms of equity people, that is by far the biggest suck out I've ever seen. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
That's a pretty good one to have, isn't it? For when you get asked that question, you think that's going to be on
Yeah,
our...
I'm going to have that in the back of my head, honestly, like, forever now. Yeah, after a hand like that, you can never ask for a one time.
No,
that's like
that's your life one time.
That's like 1,000 people's one time, all put together. Yeah.
People are getting a bit macho about the apples, incidentally. A couple of people just saying, I just eat the apple core, pips and all. Real men out
I'm
there.
sorry. Yeah,
but
well.
the only problem is then he tells us that the apple he likes are pink ladies. which is not the most macho apple
See,
to
I
go
like
for.
the green apples more.
Yeah, I'm bigger on the green.
Yeah, it sounds like you're big on the green apples.
Yeah. Sometimes I find them accidentally under my cake.
If they're like coated in sugar and on a stick, you'll eat them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about the apples. You can tell. Couple of trailers bump your screen, tell you what's coming up in the break. You got 8.5 minutes before we go on our first break of the day. An all-in has been announced.
Lappin hasn't called yet, so he's probably not going to call here. It's a pretty big all-in.
Yeah. Still a
Under the
fair-
gun versus the big blind with 22.5 big blinds. You have to respect that. Or maybe you don't, but...
Kevin's getting his chips together. He has called.
He
We are
has
going to
called.
see this. Ace queen, ace queen. Okay, well.
All right. I can see why he would hesitate a little bit with that hand. And who has 2 flush draws?
Lappin, I think.
Lappin has 2 flush draws, yeah.
Somehow he's not a favourite though.
There must be something wrong with the graphics.
Both players still have live flush draws.
Oh, this is the perfect flop. Yeah.
Both of them have a
maximum
maximum sweat.
sweats, yeah.
Oh.
Boo. Chop it up, boys. Everybody loves a chopped pot. How we're looking right now. Ludovic down the bottom of our table. Victor back up to 7th. Scott 6th. Still the same names at the top. Casado and Abreu, 121 and 120 big blinds. Johnny on his way back to the top.
There's enough chips at this table for someone to potentially build a really good day 3 stack. What sort of chip makeup do you like to see when you approach a new table? So say you come into day 2 with average chips. What are you looking for in terms of the stacks around you?
Right. I try not to look too much at stuff like that because it's really hard to say what kind of day people have had getting there. But obviously, if people have a huge stack, like people who have like over 150,000 after day 1, you can kind of assume that they're probably playing a lot of hands.
Right.
Because that's the kind of style that will lead you most of the time to a stack like that. So you can make some assumptions. But for the most part, try not to put too much into it, at least at day 1. Just because, you know, some days you just end with like starting stack and some days you end with 100,000. It's just hard to say.
Multicolour chap there on his way out.
I'm surprised they let him in with that.
Just while Mickey was talking there, we saw Scott Seaver 3-bet shove his 25 big blind stack over a Loddon open. Loddon fake to call. Gave a little smile and mucked. Hasn't stopped Johnny opening again. 2100 again. Oh no, sorry. Casado raised. Loddon called.
Every time with the Casado. Johnny hates poker, doesn't he? He just hates poker. Hardly plays a hand.
Jack deuce deuce, 2 clubs. C-bet called. See the 4 diamonds on the turn. Checkity check. 8 spades completes the board.
Check, check, showdown. Ace something. He's going to be good.
Yeah, ace queen. It's good.
It all makes sense and it's all good. And Oscar Casado just forging ahead now from Jorge. They've been neck and neck. 128.3 now for Oscar, 119.9 for Jorge. There's a man in a red anorak and a hat.
Well, it has been raining.
Yeah, it has been raining. Yesterday was crazy bonkers. Other than that, we have no legitimate reason to look at him, apparently. We're just out there for the hats.
Leo Fernandez's hat there. Team Pokerstars Pro from Argentina.
Also known as Jeff Lynn from ELO.
Sat next to Paul Barenda.
Having a camera just gives you like ultimate access, doesn't it? You can do anything. You can be as inappropriate as you want. You've got a camera, it doesn't matter. Personal space, whatever. Staring at people, whatever. I've got a camera.
Mike McDonald sat next to Marco Newman. I put Mike McDonald in my fantasy manager team, so I'm glad he's in. San Martino there, in seat 1.
Elliot Smith.
Elliot Smith, good spot. Or Thor, I'd like to call him. Huge.
Woo.
That's a quiet hat.
That is
the
hat of champions.
El Taro.
He's a Danish player.
He is. He got 4th in this event last year.
That's right.
And yeah, played some interesting hands.
Nice way of putting it.
There's a really good one of him. I think it's on YouTube too, with a Hollywood. It's pretty infamous, where he has like a full house, or maybe he has quads even. That's worth checking out.
Specifically from the
from
Barcelona.
last year,
Okay.
yeah.
Definitely have to look about that.
McKeever's all in. He's going to get called by our second chip leader on the table.
Snap called.
Ooh, he's in good shape with the aces.
No spoiler yet.
Just got to evade 1 2-8 to the deck. He does.
Welcome back. He was all up and ready to go. Good news is he's back in it. You'd be glad to see, look, people taking us seriously here, Mickey. There's some apple. I think that's been done by hand, though. I could
It
be
looks
wrong.
beautiful, though. That's a good job.
That's a good job right there. He's got his keyboard. He's got his cuppa. Although he's kind of crossing the streams here. He's got what looks like a cup of coffee and the apples, which is
That's too much energy.
That's too much energy for one man.
He might be playing turbo heads up sit and goes. It
Oh,
might be perfect.
Then it's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, well
He's
done.
40 tabling.
Good news for Victor. Bang, straight into number 5 in the top 9. That's all you need is aces. When in trouble, press for aces. Coming to the end of level 10. We're going to take a short break after this hand, I'm guessing. Might sneak another one in. They play so fast on this feature table. It's been quite delightful, to be honest. A 20-minute break and then back on the big table with the big boys.
Big boys. Joe James coming in for a couple of levels. Siva bumps us up 2200. So he's going to get some business from our Romanian friend. Free bet to 8,800 from Anna.
Big free bet.
You think it's shovel fold here from Siva?
At this point, yeah, against that free bet, I don't think he's gonna
Why it's so big this time?
flat call ever. Yeah.
If you made it 5, I definitely would have gone all in, and I still might. A very good hand, but I'm a little scared.
Huh?
I'm scared.
Why?
I don't know. I have a very, very good hand though. See, you might just have something silly like pocket 8s here, which I crush. That's what I'm scared about.
What do you have? Pocket queen?
No, 10s. But
Oh,
you made it 83?
agony.
88? Because you have pocket 8s. That's why you made it 88.
Maybe.
See, yeah, that's the problem. I think yes.
Who'd be a poker pro? anguish.
Oh, I just think you're very strong.
Oh, he gives it up. He shows, what's he
Oh,
show?
Ace Queen.
Ace Queen. Scott would have been so ahead. And he knows it, and he feels it.
Nice hand.
If he did have tens, you know, didn't want to take a race.
Yeah, 10 seems like a good guess there.
So this is how things look as we step away for a break. Oscar is ahead. Ludo's down the bottom, but plenty to play for. Massive thanks to Mickey Peterson for being with us. Good fun, mate.
Great
Always
as ever.
pleasure.
Yeah, take care.
And there'll be more guests coming up when Joe and James return in about 17 minutes' time for more here from EPT Barcelona. Please come back.
I have to ask, why are you carrying that?
Because I've been saving my change since I moved here, and I thought we were going to the South Bank where I could cash it in.
So you're going to give it to a street performer?
No, I'm not giving it to a street performer. Your change is worth a fortune here. This bucket is worth more than my rent.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
Zoom from Pokerstars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. More poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. Richie under the gun. He folds. Shannon Shaw's out. Ludovic Geilich has king 3 off.
Well, this would be a weird hand to raise, but then again, Ludo's sporting a German flag and a Scottish accent, if that explains anything.
Raise 16,000. Ludo is raising, makes it 16,000. Javier Atayo with 9-10 suited.
This would be an absolutely fine call from the cutoff.
He does call. Jeff Roster folds the button. Action on the blinds. Small blind passes, and the big blind folds as well. Heads up to the flop.
You'd assume Ludo's got some kind of plan with King Trey.
Is it just me, or does Atayo look like an extra from a Sergio Leone western?
It's not just you.
Jack 6-3 on the flop. Bottom pair for Geilich.
My guess is he's probably not going to just slow down for the showdown.
Bet 24,000.
He continues for 24,000.
I wouldn't mind a float for Mateo. He's got 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and it's a dry board, so sometimes you can pick up the pot when your opponent slows down.
He calls the 24K. We go to the turn, which is the 9 of spades. Mateo now with second pair.
Check.
Geilich slows down. He checks.
And I think a check behind here is probably good. Not often a worse hand will call.
Mateo electing to take over the betting. Makes it 44,000. Geilich with just bottom pair.
Well, he's getting sticky. Looks like Ludovic Geilich might know karate and crazy.
He check raises to 118,000.
Don't know what he's repping, and I think this check raise doesn't make a ton of sense. It's pretty much only going to get air to fold.
Mateo, 88% favorite with one card to come.
And with slightly better than air.
He calls. 335,000 in the middle. The river card is the ace of spades. Brings a potential flush. It's also another overcard to Mateo's pair.
Ludo must absolutely keep betting on this card of all cards. However, I think with the way he's played it, he can't have a ton of flush draws or ace highs in his range. This bet's going to have to be super ratchet.
Roughly 2/3 of the pot, 217,000.
Bomb, 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 bomb. I'm supposed to say if you call turn, you have to call river, but honestly, that's way more easily said than done.
Hit the flush, eh?
It is conceivable that Gaelic would have check-raised the turn with a flush draw. And Ateo folds the best hand.
Javier, it's okay. You got Gaelic. In Scotland, that's what they call a friendly pot.
A great start to day 4 for Aggro Ludo.
The blinds are 4 and 8,000. I'm on the hijack with King 3 offsuit. I'm thinking to myself, I want to put the foot down on the table and let everybody know that I'm going to try and win as many pots as possible. C1 is Javier. He flat calls me on the cutoff. Everyone else folds. I bet he calls. I know he's going to call me in the turn. I said to myself, check raise him here. And then put him to the test in the river. So I raise him quite big. But enough to make it look as if I can have it, and if I can't have it, I keep it in the middle. So he calls, and the river comes a perfect card for me. It brings the flush, and it brings the ace. He can obviously have the flush, but there was only like one combo that he could call me with in the flop, unless he called me on the flop with complete air, then turned the flush draw. I fire.
Hit the flush, eh?
I was hoping that he would put me on some sort of set, top 2. And he passed and put me on the flush, luckily enough. I used to work as a dealer in Glasgow. It was good money and it helped me play poker, learning how to know where the best hand was, betting wise and tells wise, and it always improved your game. I always knew I was going to be good enough to play EPTs.
Ludovic Gaelic!
The fact that I won a UK EPT makes me come into the field like this with confidence, knowing that I could do what I can do.
I'm just amazed. I mean, I got there.
The standard in EPTs are the highest standard of tournament in the world, I think. I'm happy that I made the final. To win this event would be amazing.
All of them. High, pair, 2 pair,
set, straight, flush,
full house, 4 of a kind, royal flush.
Full house, 4 of a kind, straight flush, royal flush.
Straight flush, royal flush.
A pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind, straight flush, full house, 4 of a kind, straight flush, and royal flush. Unless it's one of Pokerstars' Deuce's Wild events, then you gotta throw 5 of a kind in between the straight flush and royal flush.
Carlos Mortensen.
No idea.
I don't know, he'd like to poke a fire. Yeah?
Well done.
Sorry, I don't know.
A railroad Bible. You know, I grew up in a railroad town, but I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Carlos Mortensen.
Daniel Negreanu.
Is it Doyle Brunson?
Doyle Brunson.
Ah, of course. Awesome, yeah, program.
I know this, and I've met him. It is
Carlos Mortensen.
Thomas Preston.
Oh well, I sucked at that.
You're okay. If it was EPT questions, I would have nailed it. Excuse me. So they'll be right with me. It's a really weird kind of bank, right? It's weird. So it's London. It's hip.
The Isle of Man. Home to Pokerstars, the world's largest poker site. The company has been operating since 2001 and now has more than 65 million registered players.
Our founders, from the very beginnings, have thought about customer service as being to the core of what's going to make them successful. And I think understood that it was going to be super important to communicate with players, to be very transparent about what the company represents, about how we present the product, and how we expect players to interact with each other. At the end of the day, we're a platform that is for the players.
I think PokerStars has an incredibly important mission to make poker fun. Poker is for everybody. It's professionals, it's brand new beginners, and it's everybody in between.
PokerStars puts security and integrity first, with one of the most secure data facilities in the world.
We host some 800 servers here in the Isle of Man. When the players connect to PokerStars, the game that they are running is actually running on one of these servers here behind us, and then every single transaction is then written to the disk subsystem. This room in itself is only accessible by a very, very small number of people. There's a locking system on every rack, and an engineer can only get into a rack with his key code and also his fingerprint. The shuffle, or the random number generator, is sitting in this room, and it's actually based on a photon approach. So we fire photons at a small mirror, and the direction that those photons come off the mirror at is actually what decides what cards the player gets. So it's something that's completely random, cannot be reproduced, and also cannot be interfered with.
Coupled with data security, the game integrity team ensure fair play.
We're fighting people who maliciously cheat, but not only that, we're looking to educate people who perhaps don't know the gravity of their actions. How we push ourselves forward is by detecting fraud before the players actually report it to us.
PokerStars keeps player funds safe, secure, and separate from its own operational funds.
It's the company ethos to look after our players, and it's really important for us to keep the money separate at all times. We always have funds available, liquid cash, every day, so that we're always able to meet the demands of the players.
Compliance is also an important factor. PokerStars works closely with regulators around the world and currently has 11 separate gaming licenses.
Our goal really is to make it a safe environment for players to come, to protect their funds, to protect them when they're there and when they play, and make it a very enjoyable experience, and to basically make it so unattractive to money launderers and fraudsters that they go elsewhere. We spend a lot of time, a lot of resources, in particular in terms of educating our own staff in terms of anti-money laundering, and everybody is fully conversant with what the requirements are, and they go through training and refresher training on a regular basis to ensure that they're always at the optimum levels to recognise anything that could be suspicious in that regard.
PokerStars invests in its staff, taking training and development very seriously.
Working at PokerStars is the dream job for anyone who's in training and development, because we recruit highly intelligent people. We have this fantastic mix of cultures and knowledge and languages, and the culture here is without a doubt always one of continuous development.
While PokerStars focuses on growing the business, looking outside is also a vital part of the company's identity.
When I joined PokerStars, there's a very long history of corporate giving. We brought in some key themes which kind of align to what we are about as a business: sporting excellence and science, technology and engineering and mathematics projects. We're just getting involved with a great project with cancer research that's using technology and a mobile phone, which will enable us to give even more back than just money.
The culture has changed along with the growth of the company and along with the needs of the company. At the same time, the values of the company have stayed very much the same, and it is that focus on being authentic and being true to your word. And the future of the industry, as we get a lot more certainty around regulation and legislation, is super bright. It means that there's lots of room for growth and lots of opportunity to reach a new audience.
We're here at the 100th EPT stop. It's the start of EPT Season 11. It's been an amazing success so far. We've broken virtually every record we had the chance to break.
We saw 2,560 players attend, making it the biggest freeze-out in Pokerstars history. It's just gone through the roof, really.
2 years ago, when we cleared 1,000, everyone from Season 9 was like, oh, you have to go back for Season 10. You know, it had 80% growth last year. Now it's 1,800 to 2,600, so it's still 40-45% growth. So if it grows again next year, you're looking at 3,300 players in a 1K freeze-out.
Amateur players have the opportunity to play against their idols, but they also get a chance to play with their friends and people that are at the same level as them. So it doesn't feel as daunting as, let's say, an EPT main event where the field is definitely more professional.
It's basically life-changing money on virtually every tournament that we're playing. So the players seem to be having a good time, which is a fantastic start to the 11th season and the 100th EPT. Look at all of this back here.
The main lobby of Pokerstars 7 is easier to use than ever. Filtering games has been improved. Main tabs have been restructured. And there's a redesigned tournament lobby. Let's have a closer look at some of these options. In Pokerstars 7 you can switch between play money and real money games with a single click. You can interact with single filters or many at the same time. The More Filters button allows you to narrow down your choices even further. You can also save your filter settings, so you can see your favorite games when you next log on. And if you want to turn them off, the Disable Filters button takes you back to the full selection of games. The Cash Games tab combines all the ring games into one place, with the most popular games being displayed first. The More Games button shows the full range of cash games that Pokerstars offers, and the Zoom tab will show you every Zoom cash game running. For sit and goes and cash games, you have 3 views to choose from. The Games view shows a full list of all games. The Group view gives a simplified overview of all the available types of games, with a Play Now button for each game type to help you find an open seat as quickly as possible. Finally, the Combo view combines the games and group views to give you 3 columns of extra information, including the option to show a miniature view of each table directly in the lobby. The Tournaments tab has every scheduled tournament that Pokerstars has on offer. Simply click to open a tournament lobby, and you'll see that the lobby in Pokerstars 7 has 4 tabs. In Home, you'll find general information about the tournament, including the start time, the number of players registered, the buy-in, the total prize pool, player stacks, and the payout details. The Tables tab highlights where all the players in the tournament are seated. There's a chip graph tab where you can track your progress in a tournament alongside the average and largest chip stacks. And in the Structure tab, you'll find the blind levels, the payout structure, and more detailed information. If you prefer qualifying to tournaments rather than paying direct buy-ins, you can use the side panel, where you can click to see all of the available satellites to each upcoming tournament. The Online Events tab is where you'll see Pokerstars' biggest tournaments, including our annual championship events, as well as tabs for Micro Millions, the Sunday Majors, and the Saturday lineup. And the Live Events tab has everything you need to access our live tour destinations, with events shown on a map for ease of use. Wherever you are, you can find a live event that suits you. Click on a star or a number to see more information about a particular location. Once you find the one you like, open the event lobby to see the event schedule and discover all the ways you can get there. The main lobby in Pokerstars 7 is designed to make navigation easier and give you more control over your Pokerstars software. Joe, where have you been, buddy? I've been looking for you for hours.
That whole bank thing turned out to be a big scam, but I traded in my coins for this sweet skateboarding gear.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the Pokerstars.net European Poker Tour.
I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess. She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead.
This is the record-breaking 100th European Poker Tour main event from the Casino Barcelona. Unofficial number, 1,495 entries. We're waiting for official confirmation on that. The prize pool at least 7.25 million euros. And right now, 2 levels into day 2, 648 players remain. And this is our new feature table. The grinder, Michael Mizraki, who came into the day as one of the chip leaders. He's currently playing 217,000. We've got an EPT champion, Davide Katai. He's second in chips at this table. Plus Andoni Larabe, a Spanish player who is an EPT regular and a member of this year's November 9 at the World Series of Poker main event. Good afternoon, everyone. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. What a cool feature table.
And what a cool tournament. As I said, official numbers. We are waiting for them. We're waiting for official confirmation of the prize pool. But one thing we know for sure, and I know you've been hearing it a lot in the last 24 hours, this is the biggest EPT main event ever outside of the PCA.
I think what's, I mean, obviously that's a staggering fact, but the fact that we've started with more or less, can we just say 1,500 players? Can we just refer to it as 1,500, 1,495? That we're down to 648. What are you doing with all your chips, guys?
Well, as you can see, cards are already in the air again. Blinds are 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. There's been a raise pre-flop from Marco Coplima. It's Davide Katai who called in position on the button. Coplima continued the flop for 2,700, but he has checked the turn. Actions on Katai.
Are we sure his first name is Davide and it's not just some really complicated set of Roman numerals? Right? Isn't D like 50? What's A? A is probably nothing, but the rest of it could easily be V-I, D-I. I mean, that's like, his name's like 68 or something.
Katai has taken over the betting, 5,500. And Coplima folds. Something I very quickly want to talk about, Joe. During the break, we did show the very well-received PokerStars corporate video.
Yeah, wow.
A 5-minute look inside the world of PokerStars and our headquarters on the Isle of Man. A lot of people say that there's a real hunger to find out more about the company and look specifically at things like the random number generator that gets referenced by Gary Hill in that video. We are actually currently producing a series called Inside PokerStars, where I am going behind the scenes and putting specific questions that players have asked, that people have voiced, and I'm putting those questions to the experts. So if you have something you've always wanted to know about PokerStars, we've set up a special email address. It's inside@pokerstars.com. We've got the communications team manning that inbox. So if there's something you've always wanted to know, something that's always puzzled you about PokerStars, either as a company or as a gaming site, send your questions to inside@pokerstars.com, and we're producing that series. And who knows, I might be going to the Isle of Man and putting your question to the people in the know.
What's the email address again?
Inside@pokerstars.com.
Inside@pokerstars.com. I'm going to ask why they don't have that pizza function yet, and is anyone working on it? It's right there. Domino's, listen up. Papa John's, get on board. Are you, when you make Inside PokerStars, are you going to hire all the same actors that you used in the corporate video that we just saw there? Is it going to be the same writer? Can you answer one question for me?
I'm not.
I have a question about the random number generator.
Wait.
What you're saying is there's not like a dealer sitting in a cubicle somewhere dealing the cards out and entering them into a...
No, and I want to make something clear. I don't answer the questions. I ask the questions on your behalf.
Oh.
So I'm happy to go to the Isle of Man to talk to Gary Hill and the poker management team and ask specific questions about the random number generator. I'm not the expert. I'm not the person to answer those questions.
I think there's probably a Gary Hill in every office. Oh, you're going to have to talk to Gary Hill about that. He's just a guy that you got to talk to about things. Where's Gary? Where is Gary right now? I'd love to help you, but Gary's not in.
This hand starts with a raise from Pavel Plesov. He makes it 2,500. Gets a call from Davide Katai and a shove from Samuel Phillips on the button. All in for 21,500. There's Anthony Larabe. He has folded his big blind. Action back on the original raiser, who passes. And Katai folds as well. So Phillips' shove gets through.
Let's talk about Anthony Larabe for a second. We've done a fair bit of commentary on this kid. He seems to make it to like the mid to late stages fairly regularly. Like I want to say top 30 pretty regularly, at least twice in the last year. I remember seeing it. Maybe it was the last 2 years. But
And you can imagine how excited the Spanish poker community is that he has made it to the final table of the biggest tournament in the world.
Absolutely. There he is, wearing a little flannel.
Greg, the sound guy, getting intimate with the players at the feature table.
He's going inside Pokerstars. It does sound a little bit like an adult film, doesn't it? Just me? Nah. You know, James, we don't have Neil Johnson anymore. Or we won't by the end of this tournament.
That is correct. Sadly,
26.
The whole Pope has limited availability these days, and Neil's actually leaving town after tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, being day 3 is bubble day.
He's staying specifically to do our world-famous bubble coverage.
Absolutely. We have to have the whole Pope for the bubble.
Then he's out of here. Can we say where he's going?
Absolutely. He's off to Florida.
Yes, which we will be off to just after him. But they need someone to do the final table announcements, James. And I was thinking that maybe I would volunteer, and I was thinking that since Don Pardo, the famous announcer from Saturday Night Live, died this week, that I would do all the final table announcements in the style of Don Pardo.
Yeah, we'll get back to
Michael
you
the
on that one.
Grinder Mizrachi and Spin Doctors.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
You were going to be eating those words.
Well, here we have an all-in from Steven Castrillon. Mizrachi opened, flattered by Moreno on the button.
And he's all in for 27-7. Blinds, reminder, 600, 1,200. So this is just over 20 bigs.
Well played.
And the shove gets through. There is no doubt in my mind that we will be seeing you at that final table introducing the players.
Oh, I thought you were going to say as a player.
No, there's no chance of that. But I think we would very much like to see you introduce the players in the style of Joe Stapleton, because ultimately that's why you'd be hired for the gig. By the way, you want to get in touch with us in the booth, tag your tweets, EPT Live. There is an email address, and that's at pokerstars.tv, but really, Twitter is the way to go.
And speaking of Twitter, Price Jack has gotten in touch, James, and this is a fairly coherent question. He's not complaining about anything, so we'll let him ask it. Hi, Joe and James. Can you just answer this simple question? How many Pokerstars and Full Tilt Pros are registered at this event?
Don't have a final number, but I think it's fair to say that most members of Team PokerStars Pro come to Barcelona. It's a very popular stop on the tour. It's the kickoff, it's the launch, if you like, of Season 11. It's a very special tournament, being the 100th EPT, so most of the roster are here. And I've seen a few of the Tilt team. I think Dermot Blaine is definitely here.
I've seen Dermot Blaine. I've seen, to be honest, I have a hard time remembering who's on the Full Tilt, because they're adding people all the time. People win tournaments. They become a black card pro, I think. But the Price Jack, we got 648 players left, so it's a little hard to figure out just how many of those folks are. Come back to us in about 24 hours, and we should have a little bit better grip on who's left in the tournament. More manageable number.
Yeah, you can imagine what fun it is trying to track who is left in this tournament with nearly 1,500 players and still 700 roughly remaining here on day 2. So Mizrachi raises, opens for the second hand in a row, makes it 2,600, gets called by Katai and Phillips. Action on Steven Castrillon.
Do you want to go all in?
Tempting.
Man, oh man, Grinder's he's a chip accumulator. He's just a vortex. He just knows how to build a huge stack. They heard Grinder just say no shot clock here. He played in a little tournament yesterday that involved the shot clock.
We have filmed the final 4 heats of Shark Cage here in Barcelona. That's why I've been absent from the booth for the last 48 hours. And I think it's fair to say that Grinder enjoyed himself.
I told everyone that you were getting butt implants.
And as usual, no one believed you. The irony is, you could say something that is a 100% fact and people still wouldn't believe you.
They didn't believe you were working on Shark Cage, that's for sure. All right, well, we got a pot brewing here.
Complement's 3-bet, called by Grinder.
And Compliment out of position to Grinder. I do not want to play out of position to Grinder in a massive pot. Just not on my bucket list. Oddly enough, first thing on my bucket list.
Can I see you stack, please?
Buy a bucket. Now you gotta wonder if Davide's got a real hand here, and he just knows how crazy and aggressive Grinder can be.
Well, Gutai folds over to Phillips, who doesn't have a particularly deep stack right now. I'm kind of surprised he called the initial raise.
Just one fish.
So Compliment going heads up to the flop against Michael the Grinder Mizraki in a 3-bet pot and an ace-8 deuce rainbow flop.
Eight 5. 800.
Yes, he bet 805 chips. Michael the Grinder Mizraki.
Grinder calls.
Very dry board.
45,000 in the middle. King of diamonds on the turn.
What do you double barrel Grinder with here, except for a value hand? It's not even like Grinder can be calling you on that flop with a draw.
16-5. All in.
Compliment bets a big chunk of a stack. Grinder shoves.
It's going to cost you everything you have to make this call, sir. He passes, and the aggression of the Grinder pays off as he adds 42.5K to his stack.
Shark Cage, callback. Too bad no one's seen it yet. They don't know what he's talking about.
Haven't got long to wait, Joe. Obviously, the final is taking place in London very soon, and then the show will start airing in key territories around the world from the end of October. Those shows will also be available to watch at Pokerstars.tv and the Pokerstars YouTube channel. Grinder currently playing more than $250,000. He is the big stack at this table, one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. By the way, thanks to EPT Media Coordinator Matt Harper for informing us that Dermot Blaine is actually the only Full Tilt sponsored player attending EPT Barcelona. As we suspected, most members of Team Pokerstars Pro are here. As we take a look at the players at the secondary feature table today, Daniel Negreanu headlining this cast. Negreanu not exactly deep right now, playing a 29 big blind stack. He was sharing this table earlier on, Joe, with Sean Deeb, who we rarely see on the live circuit these days. And suffice to say, Daniel and Sean were having a great time together. Sadly, Mr. Deeb has busted the tournament, so we'll have to go back to online poker and fatherhood.
I assume he's going to hightail it out of here pretty quickly because he was a little tilted that you can't play on regular Pokerstars from Spain. So I counted the number of people on this list, James, 27.
27 team pros. Yeah, Price Jack actually came back to us and says he noticed that Vicky's not on the scene. Victoria Coren Mitchell, our first ever 2-time champ, is not here in Barcelona, but Vicky makes no secret of the fact that she can't play many APTs. She obviously has a full-time career as a journalist and TV presenter. When she has the time, she'll always play London, for example, but she doesn't play every event in the calendar, and certainly she couldn't make it here to Barcelona.
Which actually makes the fact that she's won 2 of them even more spectacular, because she doesn't play them all.
Chip denominations on your screen right now. and the names of the commentary teams. Remember, we are streaming in a variety of languages.
Still no Esperanto, despite the letters. I had over a dozen signatures.
Kai says, what number will you play down to today? We play a set number of levels, Kai, on almost every single day other than the last 2 days of the tournament. Normally, on day 2, we play 6 75-minute levels. Now, I know there have been some discussions behind the scenes about whether we need to add an extra level to the end of today's play, with this being such a huge field. We don't want to be in a situation where we have a 24-hour final table.
We don't? There we go, Anthony Larabe, November 9er. Wasn't too long ago Mizraki was there in the November 9. 3-betting him. 3-betting him, what is that? Around 3x, a little less than 3x, 2
Michael
points
never
something.
Grinder ain't folded. And you know, you were saying how you wouldn't want to play out of position against Grinder.
Yeah.
How do you feel about playing in position against Grinder?
Still not a huge fan.
Exactly.
He's just going to make you play big, really big pots. I mean, I love it if I flop the nuts or the joint or other things that can be flopped, or the World's Fair even. Other than that, I want no part of it.
9-8-4 on the flop with 2 clubs.
Grinder checks, but I assume it was very difficult for him.
I didn't know it was a live broadcast. No.
Don't get crazy now.
Yeah. That's why you try to block Michael.
Larabe C-bets for 1,400.
I love Grinder.
$85.
Oh, wait, Grinder didn't check.
No.
I knew it was going to be hard for him to check. He just
led
leads at that.
He
Yeah.
led for 1,400, gets raised by Larabe, and very quickly calls that raise by the looks of things. Oh, hang on.
What?
Oh, the pump fake from Grinder.
Kicking it old school.
And then he goes back for more. Boom. Eat my 3-bet.
You did over here. I thought you were bluffing.
I think Grinder's really strong here.
I was just gonna call, but then I saw something.
I think Grinder leads at that pot really small a lot of the time to, maybe he's got to some kind of really strong draw.
All in, call.
Whoa, here we go.
Looks like Grinder is super strong as he snaps off Larabe as Larabe moves all in. A set of 4s for Mizraki. Larabe with an overpair to the board, a pair of 10s.
Yeah, just classic Grinder right
7.
there. Bet small to induce.
Straight.
Talks a little bit.
Oh, straight draw for Larabe on the turn.
You got a lot. What a fun game. 6, Jack 10. Your favorite now. 6.
Oh, he got there.
Larabe rivers a straight and doubles up and survives.
Everything's funner when you go runner. That's just gross. And talk about running hot, He's in November 9. Kid's running good right now.
Yeah.
We mentioned that this is day 2 of the tournament. It's a 6-day tournament. So to answer Victor's question, what day is the final table? Wednesday the 27th is when we will play down from 8 to a champion. And that is the day when you'll get whole cards up coverage of the final table.
Boy, that did not look like he was sitting at a poker table.
Running cards to make a straight and beat the Grinder's set. Well, Price Jack was asking about members of Team Pokerstars Pro in the tournament. We have got a member of Team Pokerstars Pro in the booth.
Perfect for TV.
George Danza, Tricky Scarfy himself, joins myself and Joe Stapleton. George, willkommen.
Thank you very much.
Hold me closer, Georgie Danzer. What's up, buddy?
Haven't heard that for a long time. But finally the EPT is back, so...
I can't exactly sing it the way we used to because too many people see the show now. If I Elton John, he's not so cool with people stealing his music. I heard he's a huge fan of EPT Live. EJ. George Danzer, you had yourself a pretty fantastic summer, huh? 2 bracelets at the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, it worked out fine.
And how many double bracelet winners were there this year? Just 2, you and somebody else, or was there more? Or was it just you?
I think it was just me.
Just you, buddy. Of course it was just you. I was trying to get him to say it. That's got to feel pretty awesome. Now, what's up with Player of the Year? Are you in the running for that?
Yes, I'm a couple of points behind Brandon Shaq Harris, I think. 7 points. 1 min cash behind him, and we have 10 tournaments to go in Australia.
You're going to go to Australia then, obviously.
I have to.
You want to be WSO Player of the Year. You care.
I'm going to play my first high roller tournament ever.
Really?
I think the 25K they offer over there, but I have to do it for the
Whoa,
points.
whoa, what about the 250K?
Do they give out points for that one too?
I don't know. They give out money.
Okay, guys, look it up online, and if they give out points, please put up a Kickstarter campaign or something. Let's get Tricky Scarf in the 250K so he can win Player of the Year.
Let's do it.
So Castrillon opened to 2,600. The 3-bet from the small blind. Arvo plays over, and then Grinder just cold calls the 3-bet in the big blind.
Yeah, what can he do after he lost a huge pot? He has to try to win it back, right? Old school.
Yeah, he doesn't ever stop playing. He's like a shark. He just keeps swimming.
Do they never sleep?
I think they sleep while swimming. Look, I'm not a marine biologist, okay, George? I barely know anything about poker.
Okay, his cold call got the 3rd player, the open raiser, out of the pot. Nice pot again, 17,000 to start things off.
Adam is enjoying this feature table lineup. He says Larrabee, Katai, and the Grinder. We're being spoiled with the lineup at the feature table.
You know what, though, Adam? You're worth it.
Type your tweets, EPT Live, especially if you have a question for our guest, George Danzer.
Yeah, I like this table setup. Especially when Michael has that many chips. It makes it just that more fun to have a player splashing around and have the tools for it. Because if you're sitting there with 40,000, he's not going to do all the fun moves he can do now. So he's not folding here.
Please subs continued. And as George Danzer predicted, Mizrachi does not fold.
Turn card is a deuce, the deuce of hearts. Police are going to fire again. Looks like he's counting out a bet.
I just wonder,
13,500.
wonder how tilted
got a huge fold there.
Mike could be after that loss. How loose he's peeling that flop. How stubborn he's getting here.
The thing is that pocket queens would be a hand that you could cold call there after the 3-bet.
A little less likely now, but
there is one combination left.
Still possible.
Yeah, and Michael is not a player who would fold king queen suitor or something there against the re-raise, so that he might have a good hand here. And I don't think Plisov is betting a lot of 2 barrels here with air against the obviously tilted player.
Both check the river.
Natural 9.
Wow.
9 versus 8.
A7 for
Bank
Plisov. And Grinder wins this with a pair of 3s, so he was getting stubborn.
King queen, you fold it? That's 0.
Did not have a good hand before the flop. 6-3 offsuit. I told you, a little tilty there, maybe. A little tilty. Stationed on 2 streets. Got a free showdown.
That shut me up there for a couple of seconds just to show. Against the tilted player with the ace-7 off, going crazy, and then Michael just cold calls 3-6 offsuit against the re-raise.
And gets there.
That's fancy stuff there.
Well, let's head over to the secondary feature table. Daniel Negreanu, we saw he was playing around 29 big blinds.
Good table, get it.
But what is this?
Well, Negreanu got it in against Emil Mattsson from Sweden. Jacks against 10s, and Negreanu has doubled up. Jacks hold. Negreanu now playing around 70,000. Well, we invited questions for George Dans. We have a question for Joe and myself from Walter. Says, will your coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open be cards up? Just in case you missed the announcement earlier this week, Joe and I will be going to Florida for the first webcast from North America, or certainly first webcast from the USA on Pokerstars.tv since 2010. The Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open is a huge event taking place in Florida, and we are going to be live streaming 2 days of action, the final table of the 100K Super High Roller, and the final table of the $10 million guaranteed main event. And yes, Walter, both days of the live stream on the 2nd and 3rd of September will be whole cards up.
And even though this event is taking place in America, I want some European Poker Tour players to come out and play. You can buy in directly to the event from the PokerStars client. So, guys, go ahead and do that. Let's go. Come say hi to me and Hardigan in Florida.
Bear in mind, you've only got until tomorrow to buy in. We're only allowing people to buy in through the PokerStars client until tomorrow. So get in quick.
And I don't know if you heard that. That's a $10 million guarantee main event. It is one of the biggest tournaments outside of Vegas for the whole year.
I think it got like nearly 2,500 runners last year.
Yeah, huge.
It made the guarantee easily, so
yep.
That's one of the best tournaments to play.
And look, I don't want to be insulting to the state of Florida, but everyone I says, like, the state of Florida loves its poker, and you get tons of recreational and amateur players in that event. I've heard it's really good value.
Yeah, it is.
Grinder involved in yet another huge pot.
Yeah, he 3-bet, pre-flop, and folds to the shove on the flop from Koplima. So we are still waiting for official confirmation of the total number of players and the prize pool in this event. The clock is now showing 1,496 entrants in total, a prize pool of more than 7.25 million euros. We do know the breakdown of countries, though. 71 countries represented, including the United Kingdom, represented by, among others, Liv Barry.
Poland.
From Team PokerStars Pro. 95 British players competing in this event.
Oh, is the pie chart out?
The most number of players from Germany, George Danza. 170 Germans competing in the tournament.
You know how they could tell how many Germans there were? They went out to the pool and counted all the beach chairs that had towels on them. And that's how they figured out how many Germans were playing in the event today.
The second biggest single number, France. 118 players from France. And there are 106 Russians playing in the tournament. The locals, Spanish players, make up 92, around 9% of the field. Actually, less than 9%. Only 92 Spaniards?
How do they count the Spaniards?
How do they count the Spaniards? Empty sangria bottles?
Russian?
I think I'm going to get into real trouble here if I keep going with this.
Trying to bait you into a fight there with the other commentators, but...
The other commentators, for some reason, love me, and I think it's because they can't understand me completely.
So more players came from the UK than actually entered this tournament from Spain.
Huh. Times are tough in Spain a little bit. Maybe 5K is a lot to pony up for a ton of Spanish players.
But how can 170 German players be in there?
Does that even add up to 1,500, all those numbers?
That's too small,
I don't think
right?
it does.
No, I mean, I said there are 71 countries. That's just the top 10 you're looking at there.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, I think I'm
maybe,
right.
Hey, maybe they're counting Catalan as different.
What's weird is, I think I'm right in saying, Joe, that last year, when we had around... Actually, for the last 2 years, Spanish players, it's been consistent at around between 85 and 90 players. They've made up around 9% of the field. The number of Spanish players hasn't actually gone up.
It's because everybody wants to come here and play against the Spanish players. That's why.
I just like the city.
I also like the city.
That's scary. Michael always calls.
Even when it's scary.
Huh?
Even when it's scary.
Well, surprise, surprise. Michael Mizrachi has called a pre-flop raise and wants to see a flop.
This is real interesting there with Davide Kitai sitting there, because he's a second player that plays by feel and not by GTO or some of the fancy modern stuff.
George, tell everybody what GTO is. This is something I'm trying to learn about myself.
It's just a way of approaching the game, not by trying to feel what the other guy has, but just doing playing the game by the numbers, and the word is game theory optimal play. So that's what GTO stands for.
Well, Post Open actually called by 3 players: Mizrachi, Kitai, and Post.
Yeah, and players like Mizrachi and Kitai, they play maybe suboptimal GTO, but in tournaments like this, it doesn't matter. If you have a good feel what the opponent has and you have a higher, more experience than the other players in those live situations, it's much better to just play by feel and don't care about what the range is or whatever.
Or care less about the range, at least.
Yeah.
Well, with the action check to Kitai, bets 3,800. Everyone folds but Mizrachi. So these go 2 heads up to the turn, and it's another ace on the turn.
The grinder.
Now, the queen is very interesting. The backdoor flush and the king jack and king queen and queen jack. Those hands are a little different now. They have a little showdown value in there.
I'd be shocked if Grinder had that good.
I can't even beat a bluff.
Yeah. God, my reads on Grinder are amazing today. I'm 3 for 3 on him. I'm going to quit right now. I'm out, guys. Peace. James, have a good time.
Well, let's look at some of the updates from the outer tables available on the live update section of the Pokerstars blog.
I raise.
And some recent eliminations from the field include John Juanda, former EPT champ Christoph Benzimra, and former EPT Player of the Year Fernando Brito. Tournament clock still showing 648, but I don't think it's been updated for a while. As far as the chip leaders are concerned, Grinder is probably top of the tree right now with a stack of 223k.
I just pictured Grinder in a tree. Huh? Hilarious.
But Jack come, you lose everything.
How'd he get up there?
Queen.
How's he going to get down? It's ridiculous.
Talk to one of those guys, maybe, not me. The wrong guy. You think I'm gonna go broke? Lose 200k?
Seven nuts, how can you fold?
Yeah, still. You could have queen on that flop. It's a risky bet, isn't it?
Yeah, this year I sadly busted out day 1. But
Trust me, I wanted to
I still have a lot of action going, so I'm going to sweat it to the end and watch you guys here on the stream.
We're happy to have you, buddy.
What about actual playing action, though, George? Any other events you're going to be entering during the festival?
Yes, I have the ticket for the 2K event starting today. I'm alternate number 122, surprisingly, in a side event. But there is a lot of players around the casino that still are entering all the side events. The cash game tables are... The lists, they don't even fit on all the screens. The lists are longer than the screens here.
You could probably sell seats to this, like, on StubHub. Like, just scalp seats. Like, I got a seat in 1-2 right now. Who wants to pay for it? Highest bidder. Highest bidder can have my seat.
And the prices are really high.
ball placement makes it 2,500. Gets called by Perez.
And there is another 10K event coming up on Monday, I think, and it might have a lot of runners. So I thought about flying home so I can do the usual Sunday grind on Pokerstars, but I think I might have to stay here and just go for the 10K.
I think everybody drives to Andorra or something, right, to play on poker. I'm not kidding. They go to like some really small border country and grind there and then come back.
Which actually answers some of the questions we've been getting, Joe, over the course of this hour about whether we'll be playing in the EPT Live League free roll tonight. Sadly, we can't access PokerStars from Spain. It's a regulated market. It's pokerstars.es is the site that operates here. So we can't join you in those free rolls. But there's every reason for you to play, and we'll talk about why after this hand. As Perez leads the flop to 2,500.
27.
Gonna see a turn. 10 ball.
I think 28, no? I think it's 2 starting gates. You going there too?
Well, that announcement you heard in the background there was the official announcement that 1,496 players have entered this tournament. The prize pool set at 7.25 million. 239 players will get paid, and the winner of the EPT 100 main event will receive 1.26 million.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, tomorrow they're going to be in the mud, right?
I'm so happy for the players that are still in. They have a nice sweat now.
Welcome back to 2007, everybody. Million plus prize pools? I'm sorry, million plus for first? Hi-ya!
In a 5,000 buy-in
It's not
tournament?
even a 10K.
It's not even a 10K.
I'm in cash, and we do expect the bubble to burst tomorrow. I'm in cash will be worth 8,050 euros.
James, I don't want to troll the, the hand that feeds here. 1.2 million for first, but what is second, like 400,000?
Don't the jump will be that ridiculous. 709,000 for second.
Kind of a big jump, $500,000 difference. George, I'm not a professional poker player. I'm a fan of a flatter structure. I'd like to see everybody win a little bit more money than just the winner winning a ton of money, but the pros seem to like it all up top. What do you think?
I'm just fine with the structure they put up.
You're okay with it. You don't think about it.
I'm not one of the
you don't
guys,
go,
so
it's $11 for 7th place and it's 1.2 million for first. That seems a little weird.
13.5.
That would be a little weird, but I'm no Alan Kessler here. Just they put up the structure. I'm playing the tournament. I have to adapt to the structure, and that's what I'm doing. And if the players who make the staff who makes the structures there, I think they have a pretty good idea what it means for the recreational player, what it means for the pro, where we have to find a way to accommodate both of them, and I think they put up a structure that's going to work out.
Boy, your patch is on tight.
Come on, do you think you could come up with better structures than people that are doing it for 10 years?
No.
Yeah,
no.
Give them some credit.
So Placer wins that hand, gets himself up to third on the leaderboard as far as this table is concerned. Remember, these are just the stacks of the 9 players we're watching right now. Well, I mentioned the EPT Live League free roll. Don't forget, PokerStars runs plenty of real money tournaments as well, including every Sunday, the Sunday Million.
Later that night, that chip got pulled over for drunk driving.
$215 to play, but remember, Satellite's running all the time. The biggest weekly prize pool in any poker tournament, live or online. As far as the free roll is concerned, everyone, we've got some great prizes for you throughout this festival and throughout this season. Remember, we've turned the EPT Live free rolls into a league. There is one of these games every single night that we hold one of our webcasts. 8:15 this evening, Central European time is when you can play. And as well as there being $1,500 in the prize pool, there are additional prizes as you work your way up that all-important league leaderboard. And there are 2 separate leaderboards, one across the Barcelona Festival and then one across Season 11 of the EPT. With the winner, the person who tops that leaderboard at the end of the season, receiving free entry to next year's Estrellas Poker Tour main event.
Which had nearly 400,000 euros for first place this year, and we're expecting it to be even more next year.
That 2,500 runners?
Yeah.
And of course it's a package. It's not just the buy-in, we're talking about hotel and accommodation and travel as well. So we're looking at a package that's worth about 3,000 euros. Well, at the moment, Maxi85 is leading with 115 points, but hey, we have barely started. It's a long season and there is a long way to go.
I plan on being a contender in this thing once we get to a place where I can play.
American.
Yeah, and Barcelona has great value. We're always bitching about how expensive everything is at the locations and stuff. Barcelona is awesome. The food is nice and cheap, and the drinks are nice and cheap. You can just be here at the beach 5 minutes from here. This year I really enjoyed my stay.
George, you're sort of a jaded poker player. I would say that they're not nice and cheap, but they're not outrageous like some of the places we go to. Like, it's just normal here. Cheap, I wouldn't say it's cheap.
I went to a 1-star Michelin restaurant, I'm bragging, had a bottle of wine, 5 tapas, 2 desserts, and I paid 60 euros.
5 tapas, isn't that like 5 bites of food?
No, 5 big tapas, so you had enough to eat. I was really satisfied, yeah.
That sounds pretty reasonable, but still.
And the places around here, it is. You go out
the
5 minutes to the
aren't
left.
cheap, George.
You get 5 minutes from here. You have the best tapas restaurants in Barceloneta, in that small part of the town, and you pay 2 euros for a tapa, and you have 5 of them, and you're completely filled up.
Fine, that's cheap. Fine. You win, George.
Play serves open, 3-bet by Davide Katai. They go to the flop, 9-7 deuce for 2 spades.
I want to ask Dana's question of George after this hand.
Victor just wants us to clarify, the free roll leaderboard, is that all season or only for EPT Barcelona?
Answer, it's both.
Exactly. Victor, there are prizes to be won, tournament tickets for people who top the leaderboard after Barcelona, and then there's a separate leaderboard with bigger prizes that will run throughout season 11.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Kitai and Mizrachi at this table, but Plesov is doing a lot of work here. He gets involved with a lot of marginal hands. I like it. People should be forced to play 25% of their hands pre-flop at least.
You think that if you're running out of time, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you have to play this one.
Yeah, if you played 0 of the first 7 hands at the table, you're forced to play the last 3. Every 10 hands, you're forced to play 3 hands. If you choose to not play the first 7...
Is there a limit to how many you can play? I mean, yeah, can you play all 10 of every 10?
Yes, you can play as many as you want, but at least 3 of them. Oh, we have a new format coming. The donk cage.
So Katai bets the turn, 14,500, having bet 7,700 on the flop.
Ten is an interesting card. It's a card he's definitely going to want to bluff with a lot of stuff. Ooh, that makes it even more interesting because a lot of stuff that bluffed the turn there hits now. Like the Queen Jack, the King Jack, the King Queen. All the hands he likes to 2-barrel on the 10 turn. Hit now.
Well, he's got an opportunity to bet again.
Place of his check for a 3rd time.
No, he has to bet here. He's going to bet a lot, at least 70% of his hands here. So he's betting 25,000 now.
George, when you say that, it looks like you're going to be right. He's going to bet a big chunk here. Oh, quick call. Yeah, how do you know your opponent doesn't have it? That wasn't that big of a bet. Less than half the pot. Maybe he doesn't get called so quickly.
Oh, he was trapping. And you see how the king-queen was one of the bluffing hands that turned into a value hand, and he had to bluff it. He bet exactly 25,000, by the way, so I can retire now too. And he was trapped there by the tens. I don't think that you should only be check calling there with the tens, because so many hands are going to value bet that are really, really thin, and you have a lot of hands that might be check raising for a bluff. For example, if he check called with Jack 10 on the turn, you know, that's one hand that he easily could have, and now he only has the pair of tens, but he can easily turn that into a bluff. So you can value check raise a set of tens. I don't like the check call. The rest of the hand was played very fine by both of the players, I think, but only check calling there with such a strong hand.
Katai down to 136,000, place of up to 175,000. He's the second biggest stack at our feature table. Now, do you remember this guy?
Yes, I do.
Preston Nielsen, Big Toro, made the final table of this tournament last year, looking to go back-to-back in Barcelona.
Does that sound like him? I can't speak Danish, but that's what it sounded like last year.
Big Toro.
George, to go back to that hand there that you said you don't like the check call, you prefer a check raise, but would those thin value hands pay off a raise, or wouldn't you only get called by a check raise there by like the queen jacks and stuff that got there?
I mean, only one of the hands got there, and it's the queen jack, and a lot of hands
King 10
like
pay off a raise there.
The king queen and the king jack you have a good chance of them paying off, and he might have a lower set too. There is a lot of sets like the set of nines, the set of sevens that play the hand exactly like that. He can still have a pair of aces or ace king that suddenly hit and want to bet call. I think there is a very good chance that the opponent has a hand that has to bet or wants to bet call, and only a slim chance that you're beat by the queen jack. So I think it has enough value to check raise, yeah.
Okay.
This hand sees Koplama and Katai go to the flop. Katai was the pre-flop aggressor. Let's see if he continues on this queen 8-6 flop.
Yeah, and the other thing I didn't like is he instantly check called. He didn't even think about the check raise. I mean, if you then figure out, okay, no, it's a spot where I have to check call, but he just did it instantly.
Katai makes it 3,300.
And I often see it myself when I play and I do stuff instantly, that it might not have been thought through. And that sucks.
I want a quick message here from Price Jack for you, George. George, you knocked me out 147 times. Didn't sit and goes on Pokerstars. G. Good. Game.
And he's still playing against me?
I guess so. He'll get you eventually. Now it was Dana's question I want to ask you. She says, "What's your favorite tell, Georgie? Face, hands, voice, body?"
Nah, it's the face.
It's the face. What about the face?
The smiles. People just smile.
When they're happy, when they have a good hand, they smile.
Yes, and they smile genuinely. And if they're not happy, they might still smile, but they smile like a frowny smile, not a real smile.
I know,
just
that's
a
what
couple
James looks
of
like in pictures with me.
A couple of muscles just go limp when you don't really want to smile, and then I don't know how many muscles you have in your face, but I heard it's a lot, so maybe 50 or 200 or something. The number is high, and if half of them don't want to work, then the smile just is fake.
Grinder back in the action here, raising under the gun. Marco Koplama is going to 3-bet from the button. Post folds the small blind, Placer gives up the big blind. Action back on Grinder.
He called quite fast.
pretty quickly. So Grinder out of position with the and without the betting lead to Queen 7-3 with 2 spades. Grinder checks.
The Grinder.
That was a confident bet.
James, is Copley Ma what Molaram used to yell before pulling someone's heart out of their chest? Wasn't it Copley Ma?
I think it was Kalima.
Kalima. Dang.
It was his brother. George, you've been on the EPT for a few seasons now. Do you have a favourite moment from your many years of playing on the EPT? It doesn't necessarily have to involve you. It may be something that you witnessed, something you saw.
No, it should involve these very specifically nominated choices.
How does it work? What happens with table 2? Something you fill
I
that
remember
table
a situation after
the table we broke from. What happens?
The party in Monte Carlo. We're
if
sitting in a tree on the beach, chilling.
Two?
I think that was my favorite moment.
That's, you know what, and that's something that we, you know, James, we've got this favorite moment things happening, and it's from what's happened televised on the EPT is sort of what we're getting at here.
So this is table 2, basically. All right, got it.
So many great moments happen that aren't televised, and that's really part of the fun of being on the tour. The stuff you can't really talk about, the stuff that never makes it to TV.
I'm really happy that situation wasn't televised.
But seriously, of these televised things here that we need you to talk about, can you just look over here and pick one? Elke winning, Jason Mercier smelling a rat. Did that really happen? Were the hotels not up to par then?
That was Jason's sensational call, which the critics voted the best televised poker hand ever.
We've got Negreanu, we've got Vicky Corin.
I think the Vicky Corin moment gave me chills when I saw it live, so I'm gonna pick that one. Winning the second one, and she was so happy. You just felt the moment was so important, and she has been around for so long, so I'll pick Vicky.
Okay, what you need to do, George, is when you're finished on air, make sure you go to the Pokerstars YouTube page, and you'll see the EPT Moments page, and you can watch all 8 videos if you want, but vote for Vicky or vote for your favourite. Katai's under the gun raise, called by guess who? Don't look at the screen, Joe. Who do you think has called Davide Katai's pre-flop raise?
The Grinder.
Yes. Davide continues to flop after Grinder checks to him.
Waves the white flag early this time.
But he doesn't look happy when he has to fold.
So here we are at the start of season 11. Off the tail end of 10 seasons of the EPT, 10 years, and so many great moments, so many great memories.
10 seasons of history. The elation. The anguish. The drama.
No way. Just don't do it again. I have time. I have no idea why.
And now, another milestone. To celebrate the 100th European Poker Tour Festival, we're asking you to vote for your favourite EPT moment.
Yeah, so we've handpicked 8 moments from the first 10 seasons of the EPT. Have a look at all 8 of the videos and vote for your favourite. And the final 2, by the way, are going to go into a heads-up battle, and there'll be a live vote during the final table broadcast of this event.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can get there. There's links all over the place. I just posted one a little while ago, right before we went on air, about voting for your favorite EPT moment. If you don't want to go to my Twitter, you can go to youtube.com/user/pokerstars/new.
Basically, just go to the Pokerstars YouTube page and you'll find the link.
You have to hit the EPT moment tab.
Absolutely.
I'm personally a fan. I'm not good at clicking around. I'm good at writing in web addresses. 3 ways of this flop. One of those players, of course, being the Grinder.
And another one being Davide Katai.
And the third one, Plesov. That's exactly the hand you're going to have a lot of times if you want to choose 3 loose ranges.
It's the dream team.
And they have the chips.
Between the three of them, they have a combined 171% VPIP. Very passive play.
Okay.
Check, 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 check. Grinder. Checks 3 times in a row. What is happening? Somebody wants this pot, and that somebody is Davide Katai. That's 3,800 into a pot of just under 10. Just one call, Grinder's out. We're going to see a showdown. Katai shows 10-8 for 2 pair. But it looks like he lost the pot. All right, well.
Wow, we all flopped.
Next time, guys.
Oh, check. We had 6? Huh? We had a 6?
Heard 10-8 announced, and I assume since Davide tabled first, that's what he had. So Police Off must have had better, or we got him backwards. We'll get it ironed out for the TV coverage.
That wasn't the pot that's going to decide who wins the tournament.
Georgie, they're all the pot that decides who wins the tournament. Georgie, we got a question on the Twitter for you. By the way, get your questions in for Mr. Danzer. Hold me closer, Georgie Danzer. Hashtag him EPT Live. Simon wants to know, George, do you think staking other players is a good possibility to use your bankroll when you don't have enough time to play for yourself?
Yes, it's a very good, very, very good opportunity, but choose your horses wisely.
So, Simon, it's a very good opportunity, and if you want to get in touch with George for perhaps some staking opportunities, I'm sure you guys can work it out over direct message later.
I'll sell my percent mostly to friends. I'm sold out for the next couple of series, I think.
Yeah, but if you play that 250K in Australia, you might need Simon's help
yeah,
here.
yeah. PM me if you are interested in super high roller stuff.
We've got
I'll still have action for those kind of tournaments.
We've got a late position all in from Zeus Post.
Those kind of buy-ins are actually high-risk investments, though.
You don't say. It looks like the shove's going to get through. My name isn't Zeus. My name isn't... I screwed it up already.
Never really, huh?
His name is Zeus. My name isn't Jesus.
I
He
want
was
Michael
saying,
to call with 7-3 off again.
hey, Zeus. I screwed it up. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, if he has a big blind, you call any turn, like, maybe. It's too much, I think. 17 is too much.
Estonia has Riga, right?
No, it's Tallinn.
Yeah.
Look at these. I think these guys are going to be friends for life. Cut to 10 years later. One of them's there for the birth, the other one's child.
I've heard really good stories about the Baltic capitals.
Yeah.
Nothing bonds more than a couple of hours short stacking on aggressive table.
Thanks for being with us. Eric on Twitter says, haven't watched EPT live in months. I'm glad to be back. Vamos El Toro. Eric, we haven't been live in months. You're fine. You probably saw the last broadcast. It was in Monaco in May. It almost lasted for months.
We ordered drinks at the table? Okay, thank you.
Grinder opening from the cutoff. And it's going to be a raise and take it for De Grande.
Tournament clock now showing 567 players. So we've lost nearly 2/3 of the starting field over the first day and a half of this tournament.
A lot of disappointed Germans out there. Actually, the 170 Germans will probably be will probably be the 170 of the last 200 remaining players.
That's
so.
the thing. I only heard of two or three busting out until now.
Anybody
so.
want a shot? Yeah? Take one.
Oh, Daniel's doing his thing.
Yeah, we're heading out to the secondary feature table with Daniel's facing a big decision.
Oh, river bet of the opponent.
It's Marcello Fonseca, who has bet 18,300.
Oh, this is a big call for Daniel, huh?
Yeah.
He must have.
Daniel's called.
And wins. Busted flush draw.
Yeah, some wise words there. Either he was bluffing or he had me beat.
That's poker, everybody, right there.
Good call, Daniel. Good call.
That's Daniel's favorite hand, 10-7. How rude.
Call the king? What's that? You would call if you
I think you made a good bet, because I don't think I would have called. But it's the same hand, that's the thing, you know what I mean? It's really close, because if you're either bluffing or you have a deuce, I think. So I might have. I was going to be in a tough spot. Hello.
Think you're full.
I would have wanted to, but I might not have done it. You know, it depends what comes. Like a 9.
Or if it could be beat for a worse hand, like a...
Yeah, you might say you got it. I have a 3.
Yeah, or I got
I don't think so.
Like in my worst hands.
Yeah, of course. So ace queen might be a tough call.
Well, Marcello Fonseca is still among the chip leaders. He's around 4th or 5th overall. Timo Futzenreuter also in the top 10, as is the grinder. Second in chips at the moment to Benjamin Lamprecht. And look, Grinder's playing another hand at the feature table. This one against Pavel Plesov. Bill Straightner says, Saturdays are certainly made better when you can chill and watch EPT live. Did you have any idea that today was Saturday?
I didn't, and I had no idea that Straightner could be a last name.
This was raised by Plesov pre-flop. He bet 4,000 on the flop. He's bet 8,500 on the turn. And Grinder didn't want to, but he finds a fold.
Easy breezy.
No. Don't worry, Grinder's drinks are coming soon, so now we can actually start to play some hands.
Kai's a bit worried. He says, Grinder ordering drinks. Yikes!
Me? Originally from Moldova, but Moldova, you know, near Ukraine and Romania, but living in Czech Republic. Czech Republic.
Prague. Yep. Huh?
What do we know about Moldova?
Yeah, nice.
Pavel Plesov's home country.
Isn't that the where the Maya He guys are from?
Does anyone know anything about Moldova other than that?
I only know that because you know who told me that? J_Hardigan.
Without gas.
And another water.
No gas.
But also at the time I thought it was called Moldovia. Which is my bad, everybody.
Hello to Ava, who's watching EPT Live while playing some poker and hoping that her headache will soon fade away.
I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that, Ava. We had a couple of email questions come in for George.
Yes.
The first one from John. How does your live game differ from playing online? What adjustments do you make?
Oh.
Well, he clicks a mouse instead of putting chips in, so that's one thing. He doesn't leave the house.
I don't use shades when I'm playing online.
Do you wear a scarf when you're playing online?
Depends on how cold it is. And
purely for thermal reasons.
Yeah, no bluffing involved. I don't bluff online too much either.
Okay.
Nobody folds. Yeah, I have to use every precious moment I can trick to my opponents in thinking that I'm a tight player from now on.
We've got an all-in here. Plesov opened. Grinder 3-bet. And it looks like it's Samuel Phillips who shoved.
How much?
The all-in is for just shy of
18-4.
20,000.
Yeah, Mizraki's never folding here if Plaza folds.
99.
Oh.
Grinder now with the decision.
Just the speed with he calls makes his hand worse, because
you think
people think that if I call fast here, the opponent, in this case Mizraki, might think that I'm stronger than I am, so he just called with pocket nines, I think. To make it look stronger, he called really fast.
We got a couple of Lady Kings and an Ace King.
Okay, so now we have to discuss if Ace King is stronger than nines or not, but they both have a quite good hand, worth an all-in, and just the classic race.
The classicist.
The classicist. Like Mercedes versus BMW, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Big advantage now for the Queens. Heart on the turn. Sees place of pick up a backdoor flush draw.
It's never easy.
Poker, poker, it's all skill. Start with the worst hand and go uphill.
Queens hold, and Phillips doubles up.
Look how happy he's trying to not look. He is ecstatic right now. He just doesn't think he's allowed to jump for joy.
I like the celebrations though.
Spades.
There can't be too much celebration for in my book.
Was there another question on the emails for George? Joe, I think it was not at pokerstars.tv if you do have an email.
Yeah, this one's from Kal-El, son of Krypton. Does George Danzer speak Portuguese by any chance? Apparently he was born in Brazil.
Sim, senor.
Sounds like Spanish.
So confirmed prize money. This is the payout structure for the final table. So on the final day, you'll have guaranteed yourself 121,300 euros for getting into the top 8. But we can see those big jumps, and obviously we can discuss this till the cows come home. But that's what it is. Chances are we get to the final 3, we get to the final 2. There's normally at that point some talk of a deal. I mean, that is a big jump from second to first.
Queens? Huh?
Yes. There is the question. You have 700,000 for sure. Do you want to play heads up for another 500,000? Like, you're playing for half your bankroll on that spot for most of the players, if you're not already a millionaire. But if you go in there and you have a 100k bankroll and you just won 700, you shouldn't play for 500,000.
It's bad bankroll management.
It is really bad bankroll management. You could be maybe playing for 20,000, a heads up for 20,000.
Whatever, I would never make a deal. I would never do it. Nope. It takes away from the game. You're not a real poker player if you make a deal. No way.
20.
No way.
You're completely right. I didn't make a deal in my World Series tournament.
No deals, huh?
No deals. I mean, we saved a little bit, like a couple of thousand, but
that's a deal then.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
But not a real deal. I didn't play for 20,000 when the jump was 100 or something. We just fought it through, and in the second, I just played on.
These were mixed games, right?
Yes.
Do you feel as if your edge in mixed games is bigger so that you didn't need as much of a deal, like, say, No Limit, where you can't really be a huge favorite heads up?
Can be a huge
You
favorite
think so?
heads up.
How big a favorite could you be? Me versus Phil Ivey. How big a favorite could Ivey be?
What's the maximum you can have? Let's think. I think the highest you can go is maybe 70-30.
So do you think that you can be a bigger favorite in mixed games?
No.
Heads up. No, it's the same.
No, because the blinds are so high that I think you're a smaller favorite.
A smaller favorite.
Yes, because the blinds are way higher in limit tournaments. You only have 3 or 4 hands left in a lot of spots where it gets down to heads up, and the no limit tournaments often go heads up with 100 big blinds left, and that's a spot where you can easily be 70-30 if you're Phil Ivey against Joe.
So that last hand, by the way, Post moved all in under the gun, didn't get any action, so took the blinds and antes. He is still the short stack at this table, or rather the shortest stack at this table, playing just over 23,000. Average stack in the tournament right now is 79,000, with around 565 players remaining.
And then we had another fun tournament, the Turbo Zoom Pot Limit Omaha tournament that I played this year. And in that tournament, we didn't even have time to discuss a deal, and it was over because it was so fast. It was fun too.
Well, second hand in a row that we've seen all of Post's chips go across the line. This time there's action ahead of him. Place of raising under the gun. Mizraki calling.
Posh just has to fade Grinder being bored, really, I think.
Can I have exact counters?
How is that fading if he's calling with a bad hand?
No, have you seen how Grinder runs?
You mean just?
I mean, he did. Someone just did go runner against him, which is rare. I've seen Grinder do absolutely dirty things to people. I was covering him once in the World Series a couple years ago, and he got it in with pocket nines, and his opponent flopped a straight with like ace king, and then it came like running tens for a full house, tens full of nines. It was just absolutely disgusting.
23, how much? 8? 23, 3.
Now this was a way slower call, so I would be smelling a rat here in Mizraki's position. That Plesov calls him with aces or kings here. It's a real threat, I think. Grinder doesn't care.
So Grinder calls as well. So Post in a position to triple up. The other two can potentially play for a side pot here.
Dana.
10-8 deuce on the flop.
Dana on Twitter says, everyone loves a side pot. Call, Grinder.
So this is going to be really dirty here. Grinder has a nice draw. Some check nine in spades or something. He's going to... And Plesov has the aces here.
So Mizraki bets 17,000.
I hope you left in.
Plesov folds.
What?
No bluff.
It's okay, George. We all make mistakes.
Huh?
What is Grinder at? 5-3?
Sure, yeah.
Jack 3?
Pair of threes.
Pair of 2 threes. Huge.
That's 32.
It's currently winning against ace 9.
I told you gotta fade Grinder being bored here.
That's 30. Calling with the threes and a spot. And just having the best hand.
And somehow he played 2 undercards to 3s, still run out on this board.
Zeus Post will go broke unless there's an ace or a 9 on the river. It's a 7. He's gone.
He just got grinderized.
And as we lose a player from the feature table, Grinder moves above the $250,000 mark, 253,000, still among the tournament chip leaders, if not the overall tournament boss.
No offense, by the way, to Zeus Post. I'm not grave dancing in any way, but just that's classic Grinder.
What does Plesov do in that pot? He just called off the 20,000 and then check folds. No trap.
George, sometimes you miss the flop.
They're really light, the players that miss the flop. You should have a real hand there that is impossible to miss the flop with, like kings or aces.
So, news of other eliminations from the tournament. Lidbury from Team Pokerstars Pro, a former EPT winner, gone. Bryn Kenny, out. Dermot Blaine, the only player representing Full Tilt Poker in this tournament, on the rail. Tom Hall, our online qualifier from the PCA, busted.
Can you stop? Is that it? I don't think I can take any more.
I don't want to put too much emotional strain on you. So let's accentuate the positive and focus on the big stack of Michael the Grinder Mizraki at our feature table. As we start a new level, at this point, we're going to say goodbye to George Danza from Team Pokerstars Pro. But George, I'm sure we'll catch up during the week. I'm sure he'll be back in the booth.
I hope so. Or I'm playing some side events, so I hope I don't have too much time, but I'm trying the 2K now. And hope I'm not back too early.
Well, good luck in that tournament. And George, thank you for answering the questions and providing the analysis here at EPT Live. George Danza, ladies and gentlemen. More guests coming up later, including Michael Josem, Pokerstars head of PR for today's edition of Josem's Journal. We'll be looking at the Pokerstars 7 client and also talking more about that big event in Florida that Joe and I will be going to in just over a week's time, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, our first webcast in the US since Mohegan Sun back in the spring of 2010.
I cannot wait. You know what I'm going to do? First thing we land in the US, I'm going to buy a bunch of guns. Just because I can. Go right to Walmart. Which way are the guns?
Castrion raises to 3,000, gets 3-bet by Koplamar, who makes it 7,100.
Now I know what all the Spanish commentators are all fired up about. Leo Marquez has been in there for the last couple hours. Now it all makes sense.
Fired up.
Turned up. Koplima. Koplima.
Cover your heart.
Koplima chatide.
Most of the people tell me we're not. Most are Jews.
George wants to know how our qualifier Bud Downs is getting on. George, he is Bud Downs for the count.
Downs and out of the tournament.
He has been shot downs.
Downs, downs, deeper and downs.
You can find him downtown.
Show me some phone. Huh?
And don't go there, guys. There's one joke we're specifically avoiding. Don't think I haven't thought of it. Castrion folds to the 3-bet.
Still kicker. Consider a kicker.
Ace 4?
No.
Ace 6, 7?
Ace 9.
So we're now into level 12 of the EPT 100 main event here in Barcelona.
Probably
800, 1600 blinds with a 200 ante. So a reminder of the EPT Live League, we still have our daily free rolls. Whenever we're at a live event, whenever we have a live stream, there'll always be a free roll in the evening. Today starts at 8:15 Central European Time. We'll give you the password a bit later on once registration is open.
I would like to
Remember, there's $1,500 in the prize pool, plus additional prizes to be won by putting in consistent performances and working your way up that all-important EPT Live League leaderboard.
And there is a way that you can make it easier to win one of those prizes if you share the stream. For every day that we get 2,000 shares of this stream, we're going to pay out 15 additional places for the EPT Live League for this particular event. So we've hit it every day so far, I believe. So we're up to like 45 or 60 additional places that are all going to be paid. So by sharing this stream, you actually increase your chances of winning.
Oh, God, what's this video you've just posted?
It's from my blog. It's from my blog on Poker School Online, which, by the way, is a totally free way to learn how to play poker.
Didn't we have an agreement that I was going to have editorial approval of these from now on?
You specifically recorded this one for me. It's when I gave out your Twitter handle after I made a really bad joke.
Ah, yes.
And you got a bunch of abuse on Twitter for it, and you read the responses. That's this blog.
Ties under the gun raise.
Excuse me?
3-bet spectacular style by Perez, who makes it everything he's got. 31,300.
I like how you said Perez. Usually you say Perez. You're becoming more
because
American.
you're Belgium.
Do you say it's because you're Belgium?
No, I don't fold.
He's from Spain.
That beat, it should have given it to me. Not there. Not that spot, probably. I mean, it's close. It's probably gambling.
Good.
I don't only play good cards, real good cards. Only aces or king. Oh, I'm not part of that a long time ago. Nah, I don't know why they have my face. I don't know why he says they have my face on there. It was supposed to be, yeah. So I'm trying to find out. Oh. Yeah, I know. I heard that too. Nope. Where I was like, where's my share at? Yeah, the poker income? Yeah, yeah. Is it good? I have it, but I haven't used it. I don't like to see negative. At least we got a pretty background.
It is pretty.
Right.
So after some discussions with the tournament staff, we have confirmed that they are going to stick to the original tournament structure. They're not adding an extra level onto the day, so we will cease the action at the end of level 14. So the day will come to a close at around 8:45, 9 p.m. And we'll come back tomorrow with 90-minute levels, and we'll play through the bubble tomorrow. Day 3 is the day when we make the money.
I'm so glad they're not playing that extra level tonight, because I think EastEnders is on tonight.
Remember, 239 players will get paid, a min cash worth just over 8,000 euros. The winner of this event next Wednesday will receive 1.26 million euros. The total prize pool more than 7.25 million.
James, you want to help Jeremy Krantz out here? It says, say again, what tourney is being broadcast from the U.S.?
It is the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, a huge event which had nearly 2,500 players in its first year. It has a $10 million guaranteed. I think it's a 5K event, right?
Yes, it is.
It's the biggest event in the States for the second half of the year. Loads of big names going there. The High Roller, by the way, which is a 100K buy-in. Players like Phil Ivey, Matt Glantz, Gabe Kaplan, Noah Schwartz. They're all planning on playing that. And for the main event, we're expecting Jonathan Duhamel and Jason Mercier and Victor Random from Team Pro to be there.
How cool would that be if we get to do commentary on Gabe Kaplan? That would be awesome.
You played too many pots. Too many. Let's play more.
And as you can imagine, many members of Team Pro who are here for this event will be going straight from Barcelona to Fort Lauderdale. Players like Vanessa Selps, Eugene Kachalov.
You're never folding it.
And remember, if you want to be there yourself, if you want to buy into that tournament, you can buy in directly on the Pokerstars client for another 24 hours. Mizrachi involved in another hand against Pavel Plasov.
And he actually told Plasov at the start of this hand that he plays too many hands.
Hello, Pop. This is Kettle. So Grinder 3-bet, and he has the advantage of position. King 4 deuce on the flop. Grinder continues.
Nine.
Plasov calls the 5,100. Grinder calls for a 9, and it comes.
I've seen him do that gag before, and I don't think he generally calls for the card he really wants.
Well, whether he likes it, needed it, or doesn't like it, he's betting again regardless.
I guess once you call for it, you gotta rep it.
8,200.
Guess that was a really small bet too. Less than a third of the pot. He gets
It's hard
a
to
fold.
play somebody they call cards, right? Of course. Yeah, it's hard to play against somebody.
Show it. I think if he really needed the 9, he would have showed it too, personally.
Grinder up to 265k.
How do you think I win? All right.
Mr. Hennig, a little late here to the party, but asks a fairly relevant question. Hey, George, will you do some more streaming at the W Coop? I think he wants George to do some commentary during W Coop.
Well, I'm not sure we can promise you George Danza, but we can promise you a live webcast
Welcome to
from
Pablo's table.
the final table of the W Coop main event. That'll be coming up at the end of September. And we have got some members of Team Online who are going to be with us, Joe, when we host that.
Assuming they don't make the final table.
That is very true. There is that standard, that is an asterisk against that statement, and it's in the small print. But we're hoping that players like Mickey Peterson, Ike Haxton, and Lex Veldhaus can join us in the studio.
We are really hoping because, you know, analysis can be dicey watching live poker, and online it goes a lot faster and it sometimes is a lot more complicated. So really looking forward to having those guys in the booth to explain this to both, not only you guys, but to me. Grinder's going to let Davide have this one.
About an hour left on this level, about an hour until the next tournament break.
You're right.
Time makes it 2,800. And it's a case of raise and take it. So those of you who are competing in the EPT Live Free Roll League, we'll be pleased to know we are now revealing the password for today's free roll. Once again, 8:15 Central European Time is when the tournament starts. You'll find it in both the free roll section and the EPT section of the Pokerstars tournament lobby. And the password is player.
Aha, player. Player's going to play.
Also player.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
The camera is showing.
You can have it the Spanish way or the street way, but PLAYA, all lowercase, is the password that will get you into today's free roll. $1,500 in the prize pool. Plenty more prizes up for grabs if you are competing over the course of the EPT Barcelona Festival and over the course of Season 11. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, buddy.
Would you like a patented Don Pat Matt fact?
Yes, I'm a huge fan of the Don Pat Matt fact.
Is this the first patented Don Pat Matt fact of Season 11?
I believe that it is, in fact, the very first patented Don Pat Matt fact of Season 11.
Here is today's patented Don Pat Matt fact. So far, in 99 EPT main events, 88 players have made multiple final tables. 19 of them have made the hat trick, i.e. 3 or more final tables.
Don Pat Matt, you have outdone yourself. Pat yourself on the back, Don Pat Matt, for that patented Don Pat Matt fact. No way I could ever do that again.
Can you imagine if that was in the TV show? We'd be on take 55 by now.
Yep. By the way, when I get the first few takes wrong, you guys have never seen this. We should probably record it one time. If I get more than 2 in a row wrong, I start to have like a physical meltdown where like my legs start to wobble, I sweat.
Also the worst case of Tourette's ever seen.
Oh man, I cussed in front of a bunch of little kids on the beach yesterday when we were doing that like... I believe I said FC.
Complimar raises and gets 3-bet by Katai. I mean, when you open under the gun +1 with both Grinder and Katai to act behind you, you know that one of them's going to 3-bet.
Pretty frustrating. Gotta be frustrating.
Well, Complimar calls. He's out of position. King 6-4, 2 clubs on the flop.
And I think George is touching on this a little bit. Katai is not the guy, kind of guy that plays super standard. Now, he will a lot of the time because they are the optimal plays to make. But as he mentioned, Katai's a field player, so I don't think he's always going to continue here. I don't think he's always going to do anything. And we know that too, James, from the way he played a couple of hands in the EPT that he won. You know, it was a little strange. And not only did he have a method, but he was happy to explain it to us afterward when the broadcast went out, and we were a little confused by what he was doing. So Kopelot does not fold to the continuation bet.
Turn card is the 7 of diamonds. By the way, the new player who recently joined the feature table, sandwiched between Koplemar and Plesov, is Ivan Kasadeval.
Please don't say the word sand.
Tie. Set to bet again.
James, I think I might go down to the rail for a second and just watch from there, if that's okay with you. No, not that side. And Katai bet really small there.
And gets a call once again. Queen of Hearts on the river.
Maybe he bets small there, so he has a pretty good bet sizing to set Kopelma all in on the river. Kopelma checks. Nope. Katai checks behind.
Me first.
Kopelma to show first.
How do you know that? How do you know he's supposed to show first?
If it goes check on the river, the out of position player shows first.
Out of position, okay.
Sure.
Your tracking cards off the table and just put them in your pocket. This is only for this table, don't do it on any other tables, so cash it, do it on this table. And if you get
King, Queen, the hand for Kopelma.
All the room knew he had the King Queen.
Huh?
All the room knew he had King Queen.
Now we talked earlier on about Daniel Negreanu's double up through Emil Matson. Well, the reverse just happened.
Everybody knew.
Matson doubled up through Negreanu. Tens against Ace King. Daniel with the pocket pair. There was a king on the turn. Matson got the full double up through D-Negs.
His range was King Queen.
There's the man in question.
His stack not looking as healthy as it was when we were last visited our secondary feature table.
He doesn't really seem to mind, though, and I still think he's BSing, but he always claims he's perfectly comfortable playing 20 or 30 big blinds, so good for him. I want to talk about Reggae Pirate's tweet here.
Sure.
He says, enjoying the stream from Barcelona while I try to decide which qualifier path to choose for EPT London. That's great, Reggae Pirate. We want you guys playing satellites. We want to see you here at events. But I also wanted to say, if you're home and you're watching right now and you're railing and you have some friend that's here, somebody that qualified specifically and it's maybe their first time playing an event, or they're relatively new to the live tour, let us know about them, because we're always looking for stories, for people to follow, for people to feature. And we don't necessarily want to do about the people we know about already, because we know about them. And even the online regs and grinders are a little too much. We want the nobodies. We want people who are playing their first event or near their first event or the biggest event of their lives. And if you know those folks, holler at us. Let us know. We'll try to track them down.
You can either tweet using the hashtag EPT Live. If you want to email the details, email a story, nuts@pokerstars.tv. That last hand at the feature table was raise and take it for Koplimar. And an update on Negreanu's stat. We just did a quick count. He's playing around 45,000, roughly half the tournament average. 86,000 being the tournament average, with 522 players remaining midway through day 2. Oh, Grinder wants to play a hand.
Well, he was dealt 2 cards. Can you blame him?
Well, there's an all-in.
How much?
Uh-oh.
35,200.
Good guess, Grinder.
Perez all in for around 35k. November 9er, Anthony Larabe with the decision on the button.
Larabe makes the call.
The blinds fold. It's back on Grinder.
Grinder's got them both covered. Ob pitches them in. On your backs.
I knew it is.
So Perez, the player at risk.
Oh.
Ace is the hand for Larabe. Pocket 8's the hand for Perez.
Aces and 8s. The dead man's hand.
Maybe after the river.
Well, there's an 80% chance that Perez will be the dead man after 5 community cards are dealt.
I think there are some opportunities before the flop. Not as many now.
Perez needs an 8 on the river to survive. Grinder called for a river deuce, and guess what came on the river?
A deuce.
Sending. Perez out.
I wonder if Grinder had deuces.
I don't speak English, sorry.
Okay. Sounded pretty good.
Down to around 520 players now. As we introduce our next guest here on EPT Live, it's that time of the day when we talk about what's going on in the world of Pokerstars, both online and live.
Yeah.
Standing in for Lee Jones here in Barcelona is Michael Josem, Pokerstars head of PR. That's right. It is Saturday's edition of Josem's Journal.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What up, Josem?
Are we not going to be greeted with one of Josem's possums?
I thought I'd mix things up. I was going to skip any poetry today. I was distracted by visiting the rail earlier. That disrupted my preparation times.
On this one occasion, and I emphasize one occasion, we will forgive you.
I do like a Josem's possum, so I'm slightly disappointed.
No, I was working on the rhyming, but I couldn't quite get the timing.
I love having people in the booth where I'm funny by comparison. That's just,
how much
it really does a lot for me.
Like 40? Yeah.
Race and Sam Phillips in the hijack.
I think we're going to have Sam's uncle in here later, too, as a guest. His Uncle Dennis isn't going to swing by later? Dennis Phillips is all of our uncles, really, if you think about it.
He is very uncular.
Yeah.
It's a very famous family, of course. Invented the screwdriver.
He invented it using his head.
And also the electric shaver. So Koppelmeyer's 3-bet to 8,300. Samuel Phillips started this hand with around half the tournament average. He's 44,000 behind. Actually around 4,000 behind. 44,000 behind.
You know, Dennis Phillips' nephew. No, this guy's got to speed it. Oh, there we go. I think the amount of time he waited there sort of makes me think that he's stronger. Like when you have like ace-king, you get it in pretty fast when it comes back to you. The only time you really take your time there is, I mean, when you're bluffing, but also I think when you want to make it look a little bit weaker. I was going to say, I hope this guy speeds it along because I'm really excited to find out what the heck is going on at PokerStars.
Well, before we get into the meat and potatoes of Joseph's journal, let's have a look at some of the outer table action here on day 2 of the EPT Barcelona main event. There's Roman Ulatalo, who took down EPT London last season. And what's he doing? Not watching EPT live. Shame on you! Ana Marquez had a deep run in the PCA back in 2011. Andre Akari, one of the members of Team Pro, still alive on day 2.
The Akari Warrior.
This year's PCA champ, Dominic Panker, with his new look for season 11.
Speaking of new looks, yeah, wow.
Dan Shack, a formidable force in high roller and super high roller events.
Excuse me.
Joe Stapleton's favorite EPT champion, Kent Lundmark.
Kent Lundmark! Yes!
Johnny Lodden, who was on our feature table earlier today. Also at that table, Scott Seaver. Mike McDonald, wearing a very similar shirt to Kent Lundmark.
Why wouldn't you mimic the greatest of all time?
And last year's runner-up, Kimo Kirko. So yes, Mr. Josem, let's talk about the Summer Daily Challenge, shall we?
Sure. So starting a couple of weeks ago on PokerStars, there's 500,000 reasons to get back to the tables with us with the Summer Daily Challenge having just kicked off the other day. And by getting involved, you are able to take part in various all-in shootouts. So up until September the 4th, which is just after the seminal Hard Rock Poker Open, there's going to be a daily challenge that each player can complete. Once you do that challenge, you get a ticket for one of the daily all-in shootouts, and each of those events has a prize pool with $10,000 to $30,000 of added prize money.
Question. I win a ticket for an all-in shootout, but I can't play, I can't watch it. What happens? Do I have to eat the ticket?
No, you're in luck. All you have to do is register. The all-in shootouts work with each player is considered all in at the start of each hand, and it all proceeds automatically. So it's a bit like having a bit of a flip that you can sweat. You can watch the results if you want.
So I can just come back later and check my account and see if any.
You can just come back later and enjoy your W-Coop tickets and all the other prizes.
Okay, because that's how I would play those. Because I think if I were present for it, I'd probably make the wrong decision.
You don't want to make the wrong decision.
Yeah, I would like fold or something. I'd get bluffed.
Picking up the action here, Castrillon was the pre-flop aggressor. It went check on the flop. So Casadevall takes over the betting, making it 4,500, and Castrillon moves all in. Not for much more. But gets a fold.
Yeah, buddy.
So sorry, Joseph, when does this start again? When does it kick off?
So it's already started. It's already underway, and it continues through until September the 4th. Daily challenge, as the name suggests, it's a challenge. It happens daily. So you can opt in from the Pokerstars Software with over $500,000 in added prizes throughout the whole promotion, and with daily prizes that are up to $30,000 or so.
Now, we have just been told of an incident at one of our outer tables. You may remember this guy from EPT London last season.
Billy Kassouf.
You are not alone in the room, so I'm going to ask you to shout a little bit.
Is there a rule, excessive chatter?
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, it's not only a question of excessive chatting. It's a question that there are many tables playing around.
This with your heads up, the speech play, I can even say the cards I have.
I can hear you from the middle of the room. So.
C'est bon?
Yeah.
Can they hear me the far end of the room? No?
No, listen to me.
Okay. No, we're having a good time. We're having.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to get into this.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't mean any disrespect or insult anyone. Okay. We just
less loud.
Less loud. Oh, so we can say. But we can say speech play. It's okay. Just the voice.
It's okay. I don't want speech play. I don't want you to bother the other table.
Okay.
You don't have to explain. He's just playing dumb anyway.
Just the volume.
He knows what you mean.
No. I'm curious what he's saying. No. So just the volume down.
Interesting.
William Kassouf, who got in Vanessa Selp's ears and on her nerves in EPT London last season, is renowned for his verbals. The tournament staff are asking him to reduce the volume because he can be heard across the entire room.
Yeah, when he says we're having fun here, what he means is him and his 7 other personalities. He just goes. I ran into him in the hallway, actually, and had a 15-minute conversation with him, during which I said 6 words.
And obviously for the tournament staff to get involved, that means some of the players have been raising it as an issue. Either players at that table or players at the surrounding tables.
And by the way, 4 of those 6 words were, I have to go. Now. 5.
They're always the better conversations involving you, aren't they, Joe?
Probably.
So back at the feature table. Grinder in action against Marco Koplemar. The board has run out. 4-5 ace 8-8.
And the Grinder has made the bet of 8,000 chips.
Yeah, Koplemar raised pre and continued flop. Grinder took over the betting on the turn, leading out for 8,000. And looks like he'll bet the river as well. And that looks like a chunky bet into a pot of 32,600. Grinder's bet pretty much full pot, 30,400.
Really? You have it?
As long as you don't got it, then I got it.
What's your rep?
Huh?
6-7? 6-7?
Most of the time when players bet full pot, I think their hands are weighted toward having quote-unquote it. With Grinder, he's one of those guys where it's not weighted so much. And I think it's really tough to put him on a range of hands like a lot of players wouldn't play a bad ace this way. But I think he might. Like, I didn't see him doing this with a hand like ace-5, a hand that's been counterfeited.
Oh, so he wanted me to call. So he wanted.
No, I want you to raise. Look how confident I look.
You always have a nuts when you bet big.
I know.
Always. Almost always. Maybe not this time.
Koplemar folds.
Nice.
Show one, buddy.
I don't know if you want to see it. All right, you don't want to see it. It's pretty ugly.
And there's a new player coming to the feature table in the 2 seat.
6-3.
It's one of the players who made the final
So you wanna
table
see it,
of last season's grand final, Mayuroka. Colombia.
You beat that?
6-3, 6-high.
I gave you deuce 6, a value bet.
I can beat 6-high.
So Joseph, the Summer Daily Challenge, I'm assuming this is something you can do if you're already using the new Pokerstars 7 client.
That's right, James, whether you're using a PokerStars 7 client or the old PokerStars 6 client.
Can we call it PokerStars Classic?
You have a pair?
You can call it anything you want.
Okay, we're going to call it New PokerStars and Classic PokerStars.
I like to think of this as the improved PokerStars because it still retains many of the same valuable features that Classic PokerStars
Can you still play poker on it?
It's an evolution, not a revolution.
Can you still play poker on it?
You can play poker on it.
Can you still multi-table?
You can multi-table.
Can you still use a slider bar for your bets?
You can use a slider bar for your bets. And in addition, talking of bars, there is a new easy-to-use bar that sits at the side of the lobby for all your non-playing functions called the Apps Bar.
What is a non-playing function?
So in the old PokerStars Classic client, there was the options and request menu. So if you clicked up on the top, there was a menu with like a billion different options and settings and so on. Now it's all conveniently located into a
bar.
Into a bar, an easy-to-use bar, an apps bar. It's like a bar of apps.
That's pretty cool. I used to have a pretty hard time finding that stuff. Is it easier now?
Hopefully.
Are there little pictures of what the things are supposed to do? Like, what does the transfer button look like?
There's a logos and stuff. So if you want to transfer funds to Full Tilt, there's a little Full Tilt logo, and it's all there. Pretty logos and pictures.
Well, you let me know when it comes out for Mac, and I'll be the first one. I'm in.
When it's ready, we'll let you know.
Is this one of those things where we can expect more apps down the line? Is this?
Yeah, look, it's certainly our expectation that we're going to continue to grow and build the app and the program over time.
Pizza app.
I'd like a cash-out app, something that like prints money out of your
just like a
CD
check
drawer.
right out of your printer.
Because no one uses CD drawers anymore on your laptops and computers and so on. What would be good is you could just withdraw money out of it.
Wave of the future.
Because at the moment you can really only use that as a cup holder.
Seen that done once or twice. Does not work very well as a footrest.
Few people actually ask, because obviously we've been talking up PS7 over the last few days, Joseph, and obviously many of the online regs and many of the members of Team Pro have been talking on Facebook and Twitter about how much they like it. How do you get the new client? Assuming you are a Windows user, first of all. I mean, it doesn't automatically update right now, does it?
That's right. So if you want to activate the PokerStars 7 client, you just log into your existing PokerStars software and click on the button that says Get PokerStars 7 Client. It's up in the top right-hand corner of the menu. So you click on that. If you don't like it, you can always switch back. But certainly we'd appreciate feedback from players to let us know whether you like it, what you don't like, and what things can be improved.
Yeah, because you made that little gag earlier on about having the asterisk and then the small print. This is asterisk still being beta tested. This is not the final version of the software, is it?
Yeah, so we'd expect that the features that are currently there will remain present in the final version, but we're looking to fiddle around with it, make sure it runs smoothly, and that's why we have this beta testing program and why it's not available for everyone just yet. So at the moment, it's only for the Windows client. It's only if you're on a Pokerstars.com, Pokerstars.eu, and Pokerstars.es, which is Spain and Europe and most of the world.
That last hand, raise and take it for Grinder. Let's talk about live poker, Joseph, because obviously Pokerstars does both. Plenty of online action, but also live events, just like EPT 100 here in Barcelona. We were talking about it earlier on. We've got Dennis Phillips coming in a bit later on to talk about this as well. The Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. I think it's great that Pokerstars is now a part of this. And obviously, a key thing is that people can buy in directly through their Pokerstars client, and the fact we're going there to webcast it as well.
That'll be very exciting. I think it'll be the first broadcast or webcast by you guys since the Mohegan Sun NAPT back in 2010.
It was the first season of the NAPT, and it was the Mohegan Sun event when Joe Stapleton made his debut as a live commentator. Got accused by local law enforcement of stealing a TV.
Oh, right. That was that trip, huh? I've been using that TV for years now. I watch all my EPTs on it.
And I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Great to be returning to the US. And this both events, to be fair, both the high roller and the main event, sound like they're going to be pretty awesome stuff to watch.
Going to have a good roundup of the Team Pokerstars Pro who will be attending, and also already quite a number of players have already signed up for the Super High Roller event. You know, Phil Ivey, Matt Glantz, Jason Moe and others, and so that'll be a lot of fun. A lot of really high-end players.
Plus it's Florida, so who knows what kind of craziness is going to happen there. Maybe someone's face will get eaten. You never know in Florida. You never know.
Once again, we say Placev and Mizrachi tangling at the feature table. Placev opens, Mizrachi 3-bets. Placev calls out of position, go to the flop. Queen 7-4. C-bet of 10k from Mizrachi.
He is just relentless.
Placev not going anywhere though. Calls the continuation bet. Turn brings the jack of clubs.
Love him. I love Grinder. So much fun to watch.
I love that look of disgust just before he casts that bet out. The disgust at his opponent for still being in the hand.
Because you know what he did? He goes, "Oh, I can't believe I'm doing this to you with 4-7 right now." When Grinder checks his cards during your turn to act, it means he's ready. He's ready for you to make your move.
Placev calls again. Nearly 83k in the middle. The river card, the ace of spades.
2 kings. Ace 10.
Ah! Pretty well played by Grinder. Bets when he's ahead, bets when he's ahead, checks when he's behind.
Grinder down to 242k, Placev up to 182k. These two still the two biggest stacks at our feature table. Let's have a look at the live updates on the PokerStarsBlog.com and see who the tournament chip leaders are right now. Wojtek Rycyka is up to 347,000 right now. And looking at some recent eliminations, we have lost Walid Bouhabib.
More like Walid. Oh, no, it's still Walid Bouhabib. Boo.
We've lost Fabian Kwas.
Ah, man.
Huh?
Sophia Lovgren is gone, as has another lady, Laurence Grandin, and Lucas Berglund has also hit the rail.
What else you got, Josem?
Got the Seminole Hard Rock we've spoken about. We had a bit of a chat about the PokerStars 7 apps and the Summer Daily Challenge. I think that's a lot of content.
I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah, and just one quick reminder, if you are planning to buy in to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open via the PokerStars client, direct buy-in finishes on the 24th, which is tomorrow, Sunday. So do it sooner rather than later.
Josem,
hopefully we'll see you there.
I'm going to pitch you my side business idea. Me and one of the producers came up with this. We want to create Walid Bouhabibs, which are, you know, just for like if you're at the buffet and you are maybe, you need to eat fast, and there's a lot of wet food at the buffet here. You know, there's a lot of like prawns and, you know, wet meats and stuff. So I figured a line of Walid Bouhabibs to wear at dinner would come in handy.
Can I just check, have you actually got sign-off from Walid Bouhabib himself?
No, we're gonna raise the money first.
Because chances are he may sue.
And then get him on board. First of all, he's a public figure. I think as long as we're not slandering him. Now, I was planning on putting up a rather unflattering picture of him on the bib.
I think you're going to need permission from Mr. Waleed Boo, because otherwise he might choose to sue. And that wouldn't be very pleasant, especially if he did that to you.
Shel Silverstein over here, everybody. Where the PokerStars pitch ends.
Boo.
Mizrachi raises. Gatai calls. Phillips 3-bets. Action on Anthony Larave in the big blind. The November 9er folds. Back on Grinder.
It's 11-5, 11-1.
Mizrachi, having called the 3-bet along with Davide Katai, leads or bets here for 6,200, gets called by Katai.
This is amazing. So the guy who 3-bet doesn't even get the chance to continue because not only did someone lead in front of him, there's a lead and a call. This is just unfair.
It's a three-way 3-bet pot.
Samuel Phillips just getting worked right now.
Just want to answer a quick question from Fawad. He says, what's the tournament average right now? 86,000 with 520 odd players remaining.
Phillips covered by both these players, and he has got far less than a pot-sized bet left behind.
So both Katai and Phillips call Mizrachi's lead. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Who's he playing?
Phillips has got around 35,000 left. Mizrachi betting for a second time.
This hand, it's the second time.
Oh, it's probably the 700th time today.
Really close.
What's interesting about this bet here by Mizrachi is that it's just slightly less than half of Phillips' stack, which puts Katai in a very difficult situation. Because if Phillips goes all in, it reopens the action, and Mizrachi will be able to then push possibly Katai out of the pot entirely.
Yeah, Katai sandwiched between these two guys, calls for a second time pretty quickly. Phillips folds, so we're going heads up to the river. And now it's Katai with less than a pot-size bet behind. 91,000 in the middle. Katai playing around 70,000. It's the 5 of clubs.
And that card could mean a whole lot. Not the spade draw didn't come in. That would have been the big one.
You had a set. You have a set, it seems. This is so huge.
Mizrachi has bet 25k. And Katai calls.
Grinder, big bluff.
Katai, king, queen of spades. Flush draw on the flop, pair on the turn.
Sometimes you got to do that with Grinder. You just got to calm him down. I mean, granted, top pair isn't a terrible hand there.
And suffice to say that a huge pot for Katai, up to 186,000. Mizrachi down to 182,000. Katai, the new table chip leader. And a quick question, just while Michael Josem's still with us. UCABS is under which tab do we register for the Hard Rock Tournament online? Now, bear in mind, I am still using what we are now calling Pokerstars Classic, the Pokerstars 6 software. If you go into Events and then More, under the Special filter, you will find the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Championship, direct buy-in for Day 1A, Day 1B, and Day 1C.
So if you've got 10,000, what's the entry for this Seminole Hard Rock? It's a big event.
It is a big event. I believe it's just over $5,000. It is 5,300 will get you in.
And so that applies if you're located throughout the world. If you are, however, located physically in the United States or in Spain, France, Italy, or somewhere that Pokerstars.com does not operate, then you can just send an email to registrations@pokerstars.com and they'll help to sort out your buy-in.
Excellent.
Let's have a quick look in the lobby here. Among the players registered for Day 1A, a V. Selbst, who has a red spade against her name, so she's obviously someone quite important. Playing on Day 1B, Bryn Kenny, Eugene Kachalov, Randall Flowers. Also playing Isaac Barron. So a lot of the heroes heading to Florida,
cool.
It seems. And what about Day 1C? Only 2 players registered for Day 1C so far.
That's not total, by the way. That's just through the Pokerstars.
Absolutely,
client.
absolutely. The actual field at the casino itself is going to be huge. So remember, events, more, special, and you can't miss it.
Special, just like Michael Josem.
And I know that we've talked about this a lot, Josem, the fact that PS7 is still in beta, but understandably people are very interested to know when the final version is going to come out. And Fuad says, when will it be available for Mac users? Are you able to even give a ballpark idea of when it will be released?
Our goal is to get it out as soon as we can, but we want to make sure it's at an appropriate standard. So that means working out the bugs, and so we're going to trial it slowly, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of money at stake for a lot of players using the Pokerstars software, and we want to make sure it works right.
Is it true that PokerStars 7 is supposed to be available for Mac just days after PokerStars 8 is released?
That's not true.
That's not true?
No.
Okay. I don't know why I even started that rumor.
Well, that concludes today's edition of Josem's Journal. We bid goodbye to Michael Josem, head of Pokerstars PR, but no doubt we will see you tomorrow.
I should certainly hope so. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon, and we'll look forward to chatting to you soon.
Absolutely. We look forward to being in the presence of the beard once more. As Michael Mizrachi retakes the chip lead at this table, playing 117 big blinds. Stephen Castrion, the short stack at the table right now, playing 15 big blinds, with Samuel Phillips and Maya Roca playing around 20 each. And 20 minutes left at the level, 20 minutes till the next break of the day. Herman says, Stapes, I want the stolen TV story.
All right, I'll do it. Many, many years ago.
4 to be precise.
Right, 4 years ago. I was asked to come take part in my first ever live webcast, my first ever paid gig doing live commentary for PokerStars. And I stayed in a brand new hotel near Mohegan Sun. I don't know, it was a Residence Inn or an Embassy Suites or something like that. It was a
Hyatt
Regency.
Darn it, what's the name of the...
It was a low-end Hyatt.
Yeah, it has a specific name, like a Hyatt Garden or something like that.
Hilton Garden Inn, I don't know, something like that. And I checked in to my room, set my bag down, and before I had any chance to do anything, I got a text from Daniel Negreanu who said, hey, I'm in a suite over at the actual casino. Why don't you come hang out? So I immediately left all my stuff, went over to Daniel's room, had a great time, hung out there until about 3 in the morning, came back to my room I was 3 to 4 sheets to the wind, I would say. And I noticed that to get back to my bed, what is it, the Hyatt Place?
The Hyatt Place, Uncasville.
Hyatt Place. When I noticed that when I was going to bed that I had to step over my ice bucket for some reason. And I didn't remember leaving my ice bucket on the ground. And I just sort of, you know when you don't I passed out. I'm not gonna lie. I passed out. I didn't go to sleep. I woke up in the morning, and not only was my ice bucket on the ground, but I didn't have a comforter on my bed. And then about a half hour later, I was doing stuff around the room, and I noticed there was no longer a TV on the wall either. Just the rack, just that arm that sort of holds the TV. And then I started putting it together. Ice bucket on the ground, comforter missing, TV missing. I'm like, something went down in here. Something went down in here last night while I was out. I better go report this to the front desk. Now, somehow, through the grace of whoever it is you think looks down upon us, my laptop didn't get stolen. But I went to the front desk to report this. And I said to the woman, look, I was out last night. I just noticed it this morning. My TV's gone. And she's like, oh, yeah? Your TV's gone, huh? Where were you last night? And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? She's like, what did you do with the TV? And I was like, lady, I don't know if I'd really be reporting myself stealing the TV. Also, where did I put it? What did I do with the TV? This TV you thought I stole.
It was like a 50-inch plasma.
Yes, and I was a little worried because this was my first ever paid gig doing poker commentary, at least live poker commentary. And I was like, oh, I'm going to get fired. This is going to be a big deal. And it was back in the days when, 441 was on board, and they were the guys that did all the ESPN stuff. So I was just like, oh, man, I'm never going to get hired by PokerStars or ESPN or anyone ever again. This is the worst. And they called the cops, at which point I got put into a room
33
with two detectives who did pull the classic good cop, bad cop routine.
Awesome. Did they have you handcuffed to the table?
I wasn't handcuffed, but like one of them paced around the room while like one of them was like really uncomfortably close to me. And so the guy's like, so, heard your TV got stolen last night. And I was like, yes, it did. And he was like, all right, well, how did you get here? Because they thought I had like put it in my car. They're like, oh, sorry. They said, where's your car parked? I didn't come in a car. I don't have a car. How did you get here? I took a limousine. Okay, we have no further questions.
And that's how he got away with it, ladies and gentlemen.
Hooray! It was weird, though, when I tried to bring it back because one of the channels wasn't working right.
Kev Math points out that event at Mohegan Sun was also the debut of the Gibbons/Double Gibbons.
Correct. And I was really, really teed off at the woman at the front desk who accused me. And I actually, for the first time ever, spoke. I was like, I want to talk to a manager. How can you possibly have employees acting as detectives, even if you do suspect me? What are you going to do, front desk lady? You going to crack the case, Columbo, right here? You going to break me? What's that show with Kevin Bacon's wife? The Interrogator, whatever it's called. You going to put me under the hot lights that you heat up the microwave pancakes with in the morning?
So Grinder's in another hand. He got 3-bet by Koplamar, but Grinder called that 3-bet. And now finds himself looking at an ace, queen, 4, 2-spade flop. Koplamar's first to speak.
Somebody asked a question about Grinder. Forget who it was.
I think it was Dana who asked, after being caught in that bluff, he may have a target on his back, and do you think he'll keep playing loose, or will he tighten up?
I don't think he's going to change his game at all. If not, he may get looser.
I have never, ever seen Grinder tighten up, ever. Ever. So he calls a C-bet of 7,800. King of spades on the turn.
Well, everything just got there. Your Broadways, your flushes, your King 4 2-pair draws. Everything. And that's why Grinder can stay a threat, because even though you would expect him to tighten up, a lot of people would, he's not going to. And so he still kind of commands the same amount of fear no matter what.
Koppelmar makes it 15,600, and Grinder folds. Well, you heard earlier on that Michael Misraki was referring to the shot clock and about having a card where you could indicate whether he was value betting or bluffing. That's because yesterday, Michael Misraki was one of the pros who played in the shark cage. Coming soon to a TV screen near you.
There's 4 5s in the deck. You fold? I never fold if I can make the nuts. I not look. Okay. I never look. I could beat you blind. Hey, guys, send David over here. I'll fight him in the cage.
And that's just what we were able to turn around overnight. Can you imagine how good that episode's going to be? There were a bunch of maniacs in that game.
Vanessa Selbst, Grinder, Ola Shemian, and Artem Litvinov all in the same heat. And yes, spoiler alert, Grinder gets sent to the cage. What a shock.
You mean Grinder bluffed once?
And I know many people keep asking, but you haven't got long to wait. End of October is when it starts airing, certainly in the UK and on other TV networks around the world. And of course, those shows will be available to watch as well on our YouTube channel and at Pokerstars.tv. Tell you what, it is a lot of fun for us to watch and for the players to compete in. I really hope that everyone's going to love it. I think they will.
Yeah. We've only voiced one episode of Shark Cage so far, and it was one of the more enjoyable experiences I had at voicing a show also.
So Mizraki's raise called by Koppelmar in position. Queen, queen, deuce on the flop. Grinder continues.
One of our producers described yesterday's show as aggro with a capital A and also a capital G and another capital G and a capital R and a capital O.
Grinder wins a pot. Back up to around 180,000. Average stack 94,000 with 477 players remaining. And who's that watching EPT Live using the Pokerstars TV app on their smartphone?
And the Duracell power mat, don't forget about that.
Just going back to Florida quickly, Joe. Phil Cooper tweets to say, I was lucky enough to play that last time I was in Florida. Beautiful hotel and casino and great staff. He gives it a thumbs up. And should we give Phil congratulations for passing his air traffic controller's exam?
I'm hoping Phil lands our plane into Florida.
Considering the amount of time Phil spent watching EPT Live instead of revising for that exam, it is a shock. Grinder with a 55% VPIP. Did I see that correctly?
You did, but I'm slightly surprised it wasn't triple digits. He's only playing 55% of hands in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we nine-handed? Nine-handed, he's playing 55% of hands. I'd call that VPIP strong. I'd call it strong to very strong.
Suffice to say, we will be sticking with this feature table after the break.
The Russians are loving this guy.
And of course, the Spaniards have got their hero at the table. The room's still looking absolutely rammed, even though we now have less than a third of the starting field left.
We have less than a third of the starting field, but we still have more than 475 players in this event. I would expect Grinder's VPIP to go up even more, considering there's only 10 minutes left before the break.
And a quick reminder as we head towards the break that the password for today's free roll is 33. Playa or player, however you want to say it, P-L-A-Y-A.
Ply on, Playa.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Maya Roka play since he came to the table. Roka was one of 7 online qualifiers to make it to the final table of last season's Grand Final. We mentioned Phil Cooper passing his exam. Congratulations also to Ryan McNulty, who says, I passed all my finance exams and I'm back playing on Pokerstars. Hashtag loving life.
Hashtag thank you. Hashtag we appreciate it. Hashtag you're the best. Hashtag hashtag. Three ways to this flop. 9, 8, 8. 2 hearts.
Action checked around. Turn card is the 6 of spades. With no continuation bet from Mayaroka on the flop, Katai bets the turn. 5,800.
I haven't seen too much from Roka since he sat down. He is not terribly deep stacked.
Free roll password in the top right-hand corner of your screen now.
Do you know what playa means, James?
Is it beach?
It is. It's beach.
And that's where you were today. You were playing on the playa, right?
I was playing on the playa.
When are we going to get to see that?
James is referring to his challenge stapes, which happened this morning. We shot it. I don't want to give any spoilers. I will say this. I'm still occasionally biting down on a piece of sand. It's not pleasant.
Deuce on the river with Roka calling Katai's turn bet. Grinder got out of the way.
Katai was getting a pretty good price in the big blind. So he could call super wide. He could very easily have a straight, have an 8. He could have hearts. I mean, there's a lot he can have here. Roka's playing for his tournament life. Roka didn't continue the flop, but did call the turn.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what kinds of hands you'd do that with. Like, for him to be in a spot here, you'd think, you know, he'd be in a spot with like tens and jacks and stuff like that. And there must be a reason why he wouldn't continue those hands, so I'm a little puzzled.
So Katai closing in on the 200,000 mark now, playing 199,000. So 5 minutes away from the break, and don't forget, during the break, if you get the chance, do go to our YouTube page, check out the EPT Moments, have a look at those 8 videos and decide which is your favorite moment from the first 10 seasons of the EPT, as this season begins with Martin Finger taking the chip lead on day 2. A former EPT champ, a former super high roller champ with the big stack in the Barcelona main event.
One of my favorite memories is playing Stapes Finger or Martin Finger. I don't think that's nominated, though.
That's not one of the 8 videos. The moments include...
Somehow Vicky Corin winning her second title trumped that.
Yes, and
whatever.
that is obviously proving to be very popular, but other moments include, of course, Alexander Stevic's win, the moment that kind of gave birth to the EPT, if you like. There's also that great hand involving Kevin McPhee and Vanessa Selps at EPT Berlin a couple of seasons ago, where friends became enemies.
And then, isn't there one where Daniel just, like, reads the guy's mind?
Pretty much.
I actually really like that clip a lot. It's a tough call because I think that clip in a vacuum is like maybe the most entertaining one out there. But as far as like best moments overall in the EPT, you know, Vicky's got to be way up there.
Well, make sure you go to the PokerStars YouTube page. You'll see a section called EPT Moments. Check out those 8 videos and vote for your favorite moment in EPT history.
I want to try to tackle Woolie's question, even though I'm not a professional poker player. Woolie says, "Do you have any thoughts on how to play against a guy like the Grinder? Got to be tough." First of all, agreed. Second of all, I think one thing you can do is play your hands in position. I think would be helpful. I think making hands would be helpful. And I know that's not exactly advice, but sometimes you got to be willing to let Grinder do what he does and let him hang himself. And I think you might have to call pretty light on occasion against a guy like Grinder. Keep the pots as small as you can and go with your read, and go with ranges and just sort of pay attention. I think you got to play really straightforward against a guy like that, and I wouldn't get into massive confrontations with him out of position. And also, I think maybe if you think that he's a much better player than you, and you know you have a good hand before the flop, maybe try to make the pot a little bigger before the flop and sort of limit post-flop play.
Sure. Phillips wins that pot. 450 players left now, an average stack of 100,000. And a question I missed earlier on from Rob King. Rob wants to know about the W Coop live stream at the end of September. He says, I'm guessing it's going to be cards up, delay, real time, or slowed down. Rob, we are literally going to be watching that final table play out as you watch it. So it will be cards down. There'll be no delay on the stream. We will not be able to slow down the action. We'll literally be watching that final table from the PokerStars client itself. So I'm not going to lie to you, a lot of the time we're going to be talking around the tournament maybe than calling every single play, because it will be tough to follow the action.
It's tough.
As online plays so fast, we will obviously be able to analyze the big hands, and that's why we'll have the members of Team Online with us in the studio. And obviously we hope to also catch up on Skype with some of the other members of Team Online and members of Team Pro who've been playing the whole W Coop series and find out how it's been going for them as they look ahead to EPT London and the rest of 2014.
This is going to be some for the hardcore fans, guys. H-core, as I like to call it. Or, occasionally I call it core.
Let's see how many more hands we can squeeze in before the next tournament break. It will be another 20-minute break, and then we'll kick off the last 2 levels of the day, levels 13 and 14. Messieurs Broughton and Convey will guide you through level 13. Stapes and I'll be back for the last level of the day.
We're going to see how many more hands we can squeeze in, and Grinder is going to see how many more hands he can squeeze in. Except this hand, it's the other bad boy at the table, Davide Katai, raising his button. And Samuel Phillips may be thinking of 3-betting. There's the 3-bet all in.
Shoving from the small blind, gets a fold from Roca in the big blind. And Katai passes. So we are going to squeeze in one more hand, Joe.
That's a relatively safe place to shove from. You know, you don't want to do it super light, but we know that Davide's probably going to be opening pretty much any 2 cards on the button, so it's going to be pretty tough. You know, he's not going to have a ton of hands that he can call off with there.
Let me share with you the lofty ambitions of Darren Young. Enjoyed listening to EPT Live, really enjoyed the TV story. Now I'm heading out to get drunk. See you tomorrow. Oh dear.
Oh dear is right.
I think this guy may have had a bit too much last night.
I think that he is trying to make it so that you can't get a read off of him. Or he's multi-tabling this poker tournament and a heads down, thumbs up tournament. Did you guys ever play that in school?
No.
Everyone puts their head down on their desk and puts their thumb in the air. So heads down, thumb up. Someone in the front of the room walks around and touches various thumbs, like maybe 3 people do. Then they all stand at the front of the room, and you have to guess who touched your thumb.
Oh, he's woken up.
Heads down, thumbs up. It's a good one. Maybe Ertz can get a read off the fact that he woke up for a second. By the way, that young lady there, that's Alex. She's a member of the production team, one of the dozens and dozens of people working super hard to make all this happen.
So players concluded at the feature table. Grinder and Co have gone on break. They'll be back. We're sticking with that table for the rest of the day. We'll see how this hand plays out at the secondary feature table before we depart for 20 minutes.
Well, we do know the action on this hand, too. Ertz was the original raiser. Barbosa was the 3-better before the flop. Barbosa continued the flop. 9-7 tray, 2 hearts. Ertz calls, obviously. Barbosa bets turn again. And then bets river.
And that's the bet that Ertz is now facing. 29,000. And Ertz has been in the tank for nearly 2.5 minutes.
And this is...
and I think he's
call.
called.
How can he not?
Barbosa tables queen deuce.
Wow.
And queen's the hand for Ertz.
The quadruple barrel bluff. Called up. I don't know that I would put my head down if I was bluffing that hard. I don't know. That was I was just about to say that if you're really strong, I don't know what read you're afraid your opponent will get off of you.
So the players are going on break. We will do the same when we come back for the next level. It'll be Matt Broughton and Mark Convey as we continue to watch these players on the main feature table. Joe and I'll be back for the last level of the day. 450 players remain from the 1,496 who started in the record-breaking EPT 100 main event from Barcelona.
Hello.
Hello, Joseph.
There's a Hardigan on the telly. Phone.
Hilarious as ever. Are you still lost?
Yeah, but it's okay because I'm starting to pick up on the language. G'day, mate.
Where are you? I'll come and get you.
I am... You know, I think I'm gonna walk.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum on it. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
This is the first time I've actually been in this kind of poker environment. Really interesting, very quiet. I'm usually used to a lot louder environments. Tonight I'm going to be playing at the official party for the Pokerstars event, and it's going to be at El Teatro.
DJs like Roger Sanchez, they just create this kind of atmosphere and they create this kind of vibe where you can really, you feel the thrill of the music.
It's awesome. It's like a big party. Everyone's really excited.
Spain is absolutely one of my favorite places to play. Barcelona is almost like a hometown for me. I think it's going to go off.
We're going down, and I'm getting too close to the speakers, and I can feel the whole thing shaking. I'm like, wow, what? It felt like an earthquake.
The players are going to definitely get a real party tonight, so hopefully a lot of them will be celebrating and a lot of champagne pop and definitely a lot of house music.
It's just so cool to see a superstar DJ here, playing poker one day, partying with him the next. Yeah, it's Pokerstars life.
People have asked me if I'm ready to get my cards out, and my whole thing is like, my playing is usually done in the DJ booth. I'll leave the cards to somebody else, but I'm good. Bring all the earnings to the DJ booth. That's what we'll do.
had an interesting hand with Bryn Kenny earlier. The blinds were 1,000, 2,000. We were 7-handed. He opened a 4,500 under the gun. I had Jack-9 of hearts in the big blind. I called. Flop came, and I checked. He raised under the gun, so he could easily have 2 overs. He bet 70, 100 or so. I called. The turn came a 7 of diamonds. I decided to check again. He bet 16.5, so I decided to raise to 38,000. I didn't think he had a flush. He may have an overpair, and he double checked his cards again. So it looked like he was diamond checking to see if he had 1 diamond. If he re-raises me there, obviously I fold. And if he flats, he could have either an overpair or he has 2 high cards with a diamond. And he flatted me. If an ace comes, I probably give up. Any diamond comes, I definitely give up because it puts 4 diamonds. And once he calls my check raise on the turn, he has a diamond like 95% of the time. The river came a 4, which paired the board. If he bets the river, I think he's bluffing, or he's bet his overpair for value. And he's very good and he could do that. So I decided to check. And he bet like 63.5, and I called pretty quickly. I was fortunate that he had king queen offsuit. I just didn't think he was gonna bet the river with the hand that had me beat. I checked to induce a bet, but I wasn't very happy about it. But the way I played the hand, that's what it came down to.
Hello once again, I'm James Hartigan and this is EPT 100 from Barcelona. So, time to hand out the first trophy of EPT Season 11. Coincidentally, the 11th Super High Roller Trophy. This is a record-breaking event, and unconventionally we come into the final day with a final table of 9 players. And our final 9 arrive looking to bag the title and first place prize money of €1 million. It was Italian Mustafa Canet who was the first to exit, followed by a host of double-ups. Scott Seaver, Sam Trickett, and Olivier Bousquet. We'll never forget this moment.
Rijkaard raises, Bousquet shoves. And Rijkaard snap calls with kings, and Olivier Bousquet is at risk.
Did he go out really early in the last final table too? He's a dog here. He went out in exactly 8th place, didn't he?
He did indeed.
After other shorter stacks failed to go out.
And history likely to repeat itself, as Rijkaard almost flops him dead. Less than 1% equity.
8-8. Or ace-ace. Or ace-ace.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Bousquet now has 2 outs.
Did you think if it happened, you'd be like, well, this was good television?
If it's another ace, he doubles up. It is another ace!
Wow.
Less than 1% on the flop. Runner to make a better full house and double up through Rijkaard.
So you're saying there's a chance?
What a ridiculous hand.
Taking photos of this?
Gets it in with ace-deuce. Gets called by kings. Guy flops a full house. King 8-8, and then ace on the turn, ace on the river. Bousquet survives. I mean, after you see that, you're thinking, I'm heading for the exit. I'm out in 8th again in back-to-back super high rollers. And then, boom!
And that's going to draw some very wild comparisons, I think, from the audience, coming back from a less than 1%.
And Busquets' amazing run continued. In two separate hands, he KO'd Dan Schack and Morten Klein with pocket aces. Olivier's protege, Dan Coleman, busted Sven Reichart and Sam Trickett in back-to-back hands. Scott Seaver was next to depart, and Vladimir Troinovsky was out in third, leaving the master and apprentice heads up. And it was the master who was victorious. Olivier Busquets claims his first major EPT title. So tomorrow we bring you another final table and another record-breaking tournament. It's the final of the 1K Estrellas Poker Tour main event. You can watch final table action on Thursday the 21st of August from 1 PM Central European Time at Pokerstars.tv.
Hey buddy, so I am on Knight Rider Street and no Firebird, no talking car. In fact, it looks just like every other street in London. Cars driving up and down the wrong side of the road. Really small, so it looks like it should only be one way, but somehow it's two. And there's a guy urinating in a doorway. Standard.
How many pubs in London?
800. How close?
I'm going to be so wrong.
Yeah, that's a question that can make me look very stupid. Wait. I'll go with 8,500 pubs.
20,000. Is that ridiculous?
No, it can't be that many.
You're laughing at me.
I mean, that's a lot of bellies you need to fill. 11.2 thousand.
10,000?
10,000? I think it's over 10,000. 10,000.
What? Am I supposed to be just guessing or what?
My guess is there are 651 pubs in London.
7,000 pubs.
What? Jeez, you alcoholics.
Andre Coimbra turned his love for games into a career. First, by winning the Magic the Gathering World Championship, and then by becoming the first Portuguese to earn Supernova Elite status. A healthy lifestyle and the love of a good woman give Andre the balance he needs to manage the wild swings of hyper-turbo sit-and-goes and further his career as a Team Pokerstars online professional.
I'm Andre Coimbra. My screen name is Coimbra, and I'm a member of Team Online. At first I was a losing player on online poker, and it took me quite some years to actually be profitable. I started by buying some books and trying to learn. Then eventually I won a big MTT and I started learning from the video poker schools. And then I decided to play sit and goes, and then at some point I was profitable. My first deposits on poker, they were financed by my Magic the Gathering winnings. At some point I just started playing most of the competitive tournaments all around the world, like from New York to Brisbane in Australia. It was lots of fun and I was really looking to win the big prizes and do well. My greatest achievement in Magic the Gathering was definitely to win the World Championship. I was the first Portuguese Magic the Gathering World Champion.
Depois de saber que ele ganhou, eu ia ao MSN e via parabéns Coimbra, toda a gente contente com a vitória do Coimbra.
At Magic the Gathering, I met quite a big share of my current friends, and I was lucky enough to actually meet my girlfriend during a Magic the Gathering tournament.
We met at the Magic tournament in Athens. He was doing gunslinging, and I went to play against him.
And here we are. When she first sat at the table with me, I thought, whoa, what is this girl doing here playing Magic? She's really hot.
I didn't really like him at first because he wasn't talking much, and whenever he was talking, he was just talking with his friends in Portuguese.
Even though she was hot, she didn't really play that well back then, so I ended up winning.
But she wasn't playing with her deck, it was some friend's deck.
Yeah.
So it's not really her fault that she lost.
Deck, really bad. Andrea says that I'm more of a nerd than he is. I don't know why he says that.
Wait. This one is a flyer. So if I attack with this, you don't die. So you still need to block with that. Actually, can I go back? No, I won't go back because then you're going to... I didn't even know he was playing poker. We were mostly talking about Magic. Then he started playing poker more and more. When he finished his studies, he said, okay, I'll give it a try as a full-time thing. And that's when the scale between Magic and poker kind of got reversed.
In 2009, I set the goal to become the first Supernova Elite in Portugal. I finally managed to do it in December. I wanted to be the first Supernova Elite in Portugal, not only because it's one of the coolest things you can achieve in the poker world, but also because I kind of wanted to open the doors for my countrymen.
Well, it was very exciting to see all his progress during that year, and I was rooting for him like I root for my football team. And then, well, I got really excited, and I said it. I will do it in 2010. So I worked really hard in the next year, and I got it.
The only other Portuguese Supernova Elite is called Ivanildo. He used to play in Real Tournament and compete in the World Cyber Games.
I actually represented Portugal in a world competition, which is called the World Cyber Games. It was in South Korea.
Pretty big, right?
Yeah, actually, it was known as the Olympics of the online cyber games. All the people that used to play the cyber games, they transitioned to poker because of the money you can earn.
It's really hard to make a good living out of regular games. Like even the top players, they get like 100k or 200k per year, but at poker, the top players make millions per year.
He actually tried to teach me how to play at some point. I mean, seriously play apart from the rules. And I spent some time studying some books and playing a bit. Was about 3 or 4 months. Then I gave up and got a job.
It's pretty hard to start because she didn't know much about poker, and it's really hard to go from zero to poker in like 4 months. She's laughing because
making fun of me because
it's the name of her blog.
Yeah, I made a blog where I would blog about everything that happened, and I named the blog From Zero to Poker. That's why he's laughing.
That's a joke.
I didn't lose money, which is very good to begin with, but it's really hard to take on an emotional level for me, and I think for other people as well.
I used to be more affected by downswings, but nowadays I'm just used to them and they don't really affect me so much, even though sometimes I get a bit of back pain. The way I try to fight stress is with some healthy exercise. Since the beginning of the year I've been going to the gym and I hired a personal trainer to help me in that task.
Ele progrediu bastante no treino, ele nunca tinha feito, nunca tinha treinado. E quando chegou cá tinha determinado peso, estava com excesso de peso e agora já tem peso normal e tem progredido bastante.
I think that it's fundamental for a poker player to pay a lot of attention to health issues because the life of a poker player is quite sedentary and there's a lot of stress involved. So I think that having a healthy diet, doing some exercise and some massages from time to time really helps the profession. Feels great that I can play a game for a living. There's always new challenges coming and I can use my mind and creativity to try to solve the problems, and that's really cool. Whenever I was a kid I never really knew anyone that was a professional gamer, so I didn't really think it was possible. But I'm the living proof that it's actually possible. I guess it's funny how things came out.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Pokerstars.net EPT Barcelona. It is day 2 of the main event. Plenty of action, plenty of players. Check it out. It is all happening down on the table, and we have still got 2 more full 75-minute levels to bring you today in our broadcast. Matt Broughton alongside Mark Convey with you for the next level, and then Joe and James driving you home. And you can see this is our featured table. You have already enjoyed some of this quite aggro action. As we see here, Davidai Katai, Michael Mizrachi, and also Pavel Plesu, word on the street, has also been pretty aggro. Some top players, and the smallest stacks here are 13 big blind and 9 big blind stacks. So we would expect those guys to be making some stuff happen. Meanwhile, we think Daniel Negreanu, popular player, we think he is out of there. We saw the all-in triangle, and yeah, that looks like bad news for Negreanu fans. Oh, Mark, our friend Daniel's out.
He didn't last too long after the break. Oh, look at that. Ever the professional.
Always.
Someone wants a selfie. Always got time for his fans.
Always got time. Always got time for them.
Short and sweet. Level 13. Unlucky for Mr. Negreanu. But yeah, looking forward to watching this table after what the boys are saying.
Yeah. Yep, sounds like we've got ourselves some juicy actions.
A few players wanted to be the chip daddy.
Mind you, here we are, level 13. Our 5th level of today. 1,000, 2,000. With a 300 ante.
You?
You?
No.
No, I'm saying, you call me with any two.
Oh, I can't. I mean, I play pretty tight.
The mild defense is big blind. 10 high, all spades. $5Ks in C-bet. The problem with this type of flop is you haven't got a spade, you know that Mizrachi can just barrel and barrel and barrel.
It becomes a game of chicken, and of course the problem is sometimes he's going to have it. Well, now an even trickier one to defend against, and an even easier one to keep firing at and making your opponent as uncomfortable as humanly possible. Couple of Mars, 91,000 at the beginning of this hand. No small target. He is not going anywhere. 6 of diamonds on the river.
Yeah, maybe 38K in the middle. Couple of Mar, he's the one who's leading out.
Nice.
Let it go.
Slap. It's not all going to go the grinder's way.
No, well, it's a good thing if you actually do make a really high value hand, you can just let an aggressive opponent hang himself.
Yeah.
Some players just can't turn down the opportunity to try and bluff. We saw Negreanu out, some other players. We busted just before the break. Vadim Markuchevsky, former champion from the EPT, Via Metila, and a few other players.
So, give you a bit of a background today. 1,496 players signed up. Gave us a prize pool over €7 million. 239 places going to be paid. 1.26 million euros for the first spot. On our feature table, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, his usual aggressive self. Lots of big names still in as we head towards the end of day 2. Got best part 2 levels to get through before we find out who is going to make it back for day 3. Pick up all of the story if you want more of the background from the Pokerstars blog.
Better now.
It just shows how aggressive the table has been today. A VPIP 51%, wow, from Mizraki. Katai and Koplimar not too far behind with 31%, still very aggressive. That's as aggressive as Johnny Lodden was being earlier. He had a VPIP at 31%.
Yeah, that's the
And
thing,
these
is we
guys
thought
were only 20 seconds. Yeah.
we thought that was pretty hardcore.
And here's the hands won and lost.
How many blue ones do I have?
8. Since they've been on a feature
Blue
table
one?
on day 2.
Mizrachi, look at the number of hands he's been involved in. Crazy.
Good record by Simon Phillips there.
Yes.
All in triangle.
Yeah, Complimar we just saw going up against the grinder, and now it is Roca and Complimar.
So Roca shoved. Complimar shoved on top to isolate. Successfully did. Now we've got a race.
Oh. And again, after the Olivier Vasquez scenario that you might have just seen in the replays being shown before we came back, sometimes you only need less than 1%. This time, though, it's not going to be the case. Mayu Rocker is going to be out of here. He had a bit of time under the bright lights at the big table. Death by quads. He didn't need it rubbed in with that river, did he? But
bye.
Bye. Thanks for playing.
Please come again.
Oh, now we're going to do the nostril cam all the way home.
Short one.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Seat open on the big table. An action replay of his misery. Ball. Yeah, not the flop you want to see. A very apologetic. Takes it from being a classic flip to being a bit of a landslide. And then quads on the river, just to rub it in.
So what's this picture you've just tweeted, Mr.
We're doing a turbo art competition. Another triangle, all-in triangle going up for grabs. You know I like to make you boys and girls work hard at home. We've got one level to do this in. You'll remember if you were with us earlier on, Mickey Peterson in his apple slicer. I would like for you to mock me up a magazine advert for the Mickey Peterson apple slicer available this Christmas. So those of you that I know are a bit tasty on the old paint programs and the old Photoshop, I want to see a Mickey Peterson apple slicer advert. Maybe you just take Mickey Peterson and put apple slicers on his glasses. Maybe you make more of it. But we're going to have an all-in triangle for anyone that can be creative in the next hour.
Welcome.
Turbo Art Corner.
Turbo Art Corner Apple Slicer Edition.
Apple Slicer Edition. Hashtag EPT Live on nuts at pokerstars.tv if you would like to get hold of one of our beautiful all-in triangles. Not giving anything away today so far. We haven't.
Guess what? The grinder raised again. He's in another pot.
Really?
Yeah, under the gun. Small blind defense.
Very uncharacteristic play from Michael.
Sadvial. Flop went check. The late bet from the grinder. Called by the Spaniard. Ball completes with another king.
Them nines, they just can't stay off the table, can they?
Check. Pocket jacks there. Kings and nines.
I wasn't sure if it was a queen jack. I think it's a queen jack.
Ah, it's a queen jack. Ah, okay, so it's a chop.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, while they chop this up, if you would like to win yourself one of our beautiful all-in triangles, I want to see the magazine advert for the Mickey Peterson apple slicer. It can be rubbish, and it might still win. Spend hours on it, but one. Or spend minutes on it. But get involved. Hashtag EPT Live or email nuts at pokerstars.tv.
You really are unbelievable, you know that.
Really? What have I done?
Well, not only do you steal other people's ideas, trademark them, but you then basically create an army of workers for you, wrapped up in the... and all you're paying them is the potential of an all-in triangle.
And I don't, it's not even my triangle. They are going to be doing my marketing campaign for me. It was only because as I walked back, all I could see in my head was a picture of Mickey Peterson where his glasses had been replaced with apple slicers.
I mean, you're brilliant.
Thanks.
Don't get me wrong,
Thanks.
you're brilliant, but in a James Bond villain type way.
Cunning as a fox with a hat on.
Brilliant, but evil.
Mr. Katai.
Your turn.
A rare opportunity to get his chips in before Michael. Although technically Michael has already got his chips in the Grinders big blind this time round. Raised to 4,500 under the gun. Stephen Castellon here. Marco Koplemar again. Looks like he could be involved. Nope, he's folding. Ivan on the button.
Mike never passes.
Folding, as is a small blind. Obviously, the grinder is not folding.
8-7-5. Rainbow.
Could be a Badoogie hand. I know what you're thinking. I was already there. We don't really have the time to play this properly. I think tomorrow will be our first full day of playing
Badoogie against
flop
the
turn
viewers.
Badoogie. Another 5, another diamond on the turn. 24,400, and obviously the grinder's going to bet out. 13,000 into the 24-4.
Constantly applying pressure. Out of position just means he can get bet first. In
Exactly.
position, he means that you can raise it behind
Exactly,
you.
all the information,
Yeah.
the position, out position. He loves being out of position. That is his position.
He's a nightmare to play against.
He will punish you wherever you are. You could be on another table, and he would still be applying pressure to you somehow.
Good hand, Davidi.
You?
Very good.
I don't believe either of them, and I also believe both of them.
Then, but it's your flop.
No.
Good board. I mean.
Ty lets it go.
Look at that.
I think we might have a high variance player.
Pocket 10. Wow, even the grinder can have hands at sometimes.
That's a beautiful thing. That's the worst. That is the worst thing in the world. Is a dodgy aggro player actually making hands quite often. Ed is on hashtag EPT Live saying, where do you get these competition programs like Photoshop from? Do they cost more than an all-in triangle? There are lots of free ones. If you've got a laptop, you'll probably find hidden away in the background is some free paint program. Doesn't matter how professional your entries
I only
are.
raise if it's a hand worse than that. I only raise a hand worse than that.
There is the all-in triangle. Oh, look how beautiful it is. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. And it glows in the dark. May not glow in the dark.
In the small print, yeah, it may actually not glow in the dark.
Do not be surprised if your all-in triangle does not glow in the dark. That's a light. Nice. Nice shot. Lights.
Doubles as a ninja star. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Disclaimer, your all-in triangle may not double up as a ninja star. The sound of folding. 3 folds, 4 folds. Then folds 5. No one wants to play. Everyone's too scared of the weight of chips and players down the end of the table. Larrabee made this 4K. What are the chances of the grinder folding? None.
Between none and 0%.
Is that an approximation?
Yep. Just a rough one. 2 ace jack. Rocky checks. Kitai checks.
7 of diamonds. We've got a really rubbish Badoogie hand for you, Mark. It's jack high.
Haven't I already got a 9 high Badoogie or something from earlier, no?
No, you won with that. You already won with that.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's already one. It's already 1-0 to you here. Like, I am keeping tally. Don't worry.
Cool. So this is yours.
No, this is yours in the next round.
I'm trying everything to get you to.
You're not getting out of this jack high.
I win.
You win?
That sounds, from a man that didn't bet, that was tremendously confident as far as declarations of position count. 7 does look pretty strong, but not as good as the A6. Yeesh. Yeah, surprised he wasn't betting there if he was so confident in a showdown he'd won.
You beat me? You beat me? Same. 10-7.
Christian is on hashtag EPT Live asking, could you theoretically use an all-in triangle as a card protector? You could actually and literally use it as one. I do. Look, there's somebody modelling our all-in triangle.
It's the lovely Kate.
It's Kate. Thank you, Kate. That was very kind of her. What an on-the-fly modelling moment.
Look how cute that little thing is.
And Kate's a pretty girl too. Thank you, Kate. Well, there you are. Well, God, if you don't want one of those now, we could try and actually get the one that Kate touched. Still no actual entries, but don't rush. You've got 57 minutes till the end of the level when we hand over to James and Joe before we'll pick a winner. So, and if no one bothers, well then I guess Kate gets to keep it. I'm sure she doesn't want one.
So you're saying that Mark Jackson can't?
Well, it's not exactly a Mickey Peterson apple slicer advert, is it? It's a picture of an apple on a darts board.
That's true. Talking of all-in triangles.
Yeah.
One all in now. That's really on.
Stephen is all in and either wants everyone to fold and pick up the blinds and antes, or he would love a call. We do not know his cards, so we cannot say. And apparently props to cameraman Joe for setting up the all-in triangle shot with Kate. Good job, mate. Good job. He works hard.
And the shot gets through.
Patrick Potterek is joining us. He is bringing, if I'm not mistaken, nearly 200,000 to this table. Becomes second in chips behind Davidai Katai.
Poland. Yeah, he's got position on all the 3 big stacks to his right. And he looks about 7 foot tall.
He does look 7 foot tall. Yeah. Daniel has only just joined us. He's asking what the comp is. You were with us earlier on with Mickey Peterson, Mehmet Mori. He was talking about the value of an apple slicer. I'm looking for your photoshopped adverts for the new Mickey Peterson apple slicer. All in triangle up for grabs. We've had Francesca has added the first legit entry. I like it.
Because he plays real good.
It's a great shot of Mickey and the apple slicings. The secret to my success wasn't poker, but my apple slices. That is already very high up on my list, especially as it's the only legit entry.
Number 1 out of 1.
Francesca, I would love to give you the all-in triangle. Let us just hope no one comes along with something better.
Kitai keeping up the aggression. Plesov's open to 4,000 from the hijack. And Davidai's re-raised to 8,800. In position. It's a relatively small 3-bet. So we're going to get at least a call. We got a re-raise. up to 19,000.
This is getting fighty.
Sometimes that's the only way you can treat a serial 3-better is to, for want of a better term, stick it up their stack.
Stick it up their stack. Wow.
Here comes Davide. With a 5-bet to 33,000.
See, that's what happens though when you stick it up your stack. Is sometimes you get it stuck right back up yours.
The Browtronic 5-bet horn.
Browtronic.
You got your own graphic now?
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, I was reading.
Sorry, I was looking at Twitter. I thought you just made up yourself.
Trademark.
Oh, beautiful. Beautifully done.
I'm learning from the best.
Marshall's saying, who's Kate's second straight down signal show? Used to be one of our dealers. Now manager down on the floor. Very popular lady.
And taken. Sorry, fellas.
Fan favourite from seasons past. Bless FC. Mr. Hartigan said to me, this lad, keep your eye on him. He is just as aggro as the big names.
Stop it. We're not going to get a 6-bet, are we?
I don't even have a noise for that. Potatoes?
Yes. I think it's up to 53,000, I heard.
That's the
52 6-bet. Is that that's it?
The 6-bet rattle. It's quite subtle, isn't it? There's been stack sticking and sticking of the stack up in. They don't like it up them, and
no.
This is
Oh, David leaning across, having a look how much his opponent's got back. Weighing up whether he can 7-bet fold.
Snakes alive. When I heard we had an aggro table, I did not expect this sort of malarkage.
He's going to make it 71k and then fold to the shove.
8, 19.
This is good. I'm feeling good about this. Password in the top right of your screen. Twitter's been screaming about it. Top right hand of your screen. Playa. P-L-A-Y-A. 8:15 Central European time
all
tonight.
about cojones.
He believes. He believes.
It's all about cojones.
Show him the 3-5. Show him the 3-5.
Who's got the biggest cojones?
Or
yes. You choose.
That was a 9 or a 7, I think.
A 9 of diamonds. Davide had it right with what he was saying. It's all about who's got the biggest cojones.
It was going to be a game of chicken rather than a game of poker there. Nice. Nice.
This is poker.
Gattis, his timing is not so good on the Twitters. I think Katai will win EPT this year. Well, he's certainly got the moves, but may have found his match here. Pleziv goes to top of our table chip lead, 210,000. Our new player, Patrick, who we've not really seen, is also got a stack to be envied.
Some big stacks.
Yeah.
Some big egos.
We've got November 9 action. One of our Spanish players.
Adam Levy's a well-known player from the States, is out in the field somewhere. He's tweeted in to us to say won a classic race situation to get back to 70k.
Had another entry, bit of a caption competition from Christian. I'm afraid to say it's not it's not up there. It's not up there with Francesca's entry. Francesca still in the lead to win the all-in triangle as modelled by the lovely Kate a little while ago.
If you fail once, try and try again. Plesev opens the 4,000 and guess who's 3-betting? That's right, Davide Kitai up to 8,800. Deja vu, anybody?
Never let them slow you down. Never let them slow you down.
Come on, let's get the 4-bet, 6-bet going. Well, here comes the 4-bet. Brilliant. Up to 19,000. It's exactly the same as last time.
Oh, man.
Boo!
Just a call. How disappointing, they said, in light of a second multi-bet pot of the last 10 minutes. King 9-3, 2 hearts are down.
Christian's tweeted back to you, almost like, no. I've already won a card protector.
Well, good for you, my friend. Good for you. That's fine. Don't forget, we're looking for the photoshopped adverts for the Mickey Peterson apple slicer.
17k from Plesev.
To 43.7.
And a call from Davide.
Yeah, it was cheaper than it was on the flop. 8 of diamonds. 77.7 in the pot.
Plesev slows to a check.
Wow. Check. Third. Oh, sorry, not third. A second diamond down of no consequence, but of course, straightening action, the jack on the end. Bit of support for Plesev coming in on Twitter. Going to pick up some fans, I would say, for the duration of his stay here on our big table. We know our audience love a bit of this. Slow down here, showing the king. Oh, is that ace king? No.
So happy to
yes.
Yeah, ace king.
Again.
Wow.
Okay, was he maybe hoping that Kitai was going to do the betting for him, and then the board kind of got a bit more scary, and 77.7k.
Yeah, I think he said he had a pocket pair. Not sure what.
I feel good about this one.
Dodged a bullet perhaps there. Now up to 252,000 for Pavel Plesev.
Yeah, Kitai drops below the 150 mark.
Three coops. Scoop, W coop, T coop.
Yeah, W coop coming up with $14 million worth of guarantees.
Yeah, 40 million. Already satellites running from $1. That starts on the 7th of September through to the 28th. 66 events, don't forget. That's the next coop to worry about. Get satelliting. Why not have us on in the background and start satelliting now?
You know, at least if anything, you've got a couple of hours to get yourself warmed up for the free roll. Play some satellites, get yourself in the groove.
Yeah.
Before you try and win those valuable league points.
Xavi is trying to pull on my heartstrings. He says, "Hi guys, yesterday was my birthday. How about an all-in triangle as a present for me? If not a signed photo of Kate." But you know what? We don't just hand these things out. You can have an all-in triangle. All you have to do is win the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer Photoshop competition. Francesca in the lead, really, by a long way.
Happy birthday for yesterday, though.
We'll happy
say
birthday,
that.
Xavi. We'll still throw you that. That costs nothing. But we ask a little bit of you, not too much. I like to let you show us your dazzling skills. 2-5-7, 2 diamonds down on this low ball flop. Raised up by Potterek, our recent to the table player.
Yeah, Stephen hasn't got too many chips to mess around too much.
Yeah.
He's only got twice the pot left to play with. Also, his opponent will be wary of being check raised all in. $4,800 the C bet from Potterek. This could be your moment. This could be your time.
You think this is it?
And he does move all in.
You called it, big boy.
Potterek checks his cards one last time, makes the call.
Bad timing or what? Huh?
He asks, bad timing or what?
Thank you. 21-5.
I don't know.
What they got? What they got? What they got?
A7.
Wow. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Castrillon's just made a shove with King high.
Rat King.
That really was just one of those. Oh, hang on. Have we got this around the wrong way? No, you're absolutely right. I thought he was berating elsewhere.
No, he's a bad timing. I think he was saying, bad time to bluff.
Yeah, it was just praying that his opponent didn't have a good enough hand to get involved.
Yeah.
Short stacked, made a move, didn't work out. Unfortunate.
Thanks for coming.
We lose another player. Meanwhile, the stakes have been massively upped. First of all, Ed on hashtag EPT Live, if you want to take a look at this, has come up with one of the best captions for our Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer. Do you have trouble peeling from the small blind? Not anymore with the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer.
I really like the lateral thinking and the connection with poker.
And the tag is, gets right to the core, which is tremendous. But, however, Ed, and that's very clever, have you seen Joshua Lee Tucker's entry? That is tremendous.
That is great.
Everyone just quickly tune into hashtag EPT Live and have a look at what Joshua Lee Tucker has done for the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer. He's done a 2-page, a DPS as we call it in the trade, the all-new Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer with quotes and photos and illustrations, and it's all at the right angle. This guy is advanced.
We really should be tagging Mickey in these. He'd be where he's sitting down playing his 2K event. What is going on?
I am actually saving them. I'm going to forward them on to Mickey.
Do that.
Things are getting pretty serious down on the Apple Slicer advertising. Keep them coming, boys and girls. Meanwhile, Samuel's raising it up. some of the other contestants going, game over. They know that they're not going to be able to do better than Joshua's efforts there.
Action pause on the pole. The body language shows interest, and it looks like he's coming in with a 3-bet. He's got fresh chips to play with. He re-raises. The November 9er. Arabe folds from the button. 3-bet was up to 8,200. The action back on Phillips. He calls. And a surprise look from Potarek after he calls.
Yeah.
10-4-5, rainbow. I'm looking at a good 10 hyperdoogie hand here, buddy. Running hot.
You're already on the jacks, mate. You've already got jack high.
Ah.
Your hand is already locked in. Don't you remember it was the one you were whining about a short while ago? Don't you remember you were trying really hard to talk your way around it?
Might still be trying. Potarek continues. That's 7,500. What you gonna do, Simon? You're gonna be Phillips, you're gonna be Captain Phillips. And he folds.
Yeah.
S6 is asking, can I have the next hand for Badoogie, please? Tomorrow. Tune back in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we're going to do commentator versus our viewers.
Yeah, we've been a bit on-off with this today, but we've been distracted. We had Mickey in for a long stint, which was good, so we didn't really want to...
And today's a short day. Tomorrow's going to be a much longer day, so we'll be in for a longer stint, so we'll be able to get the game up and running. Meanwhile, let's have a look out on the floor. Martin Fingers really amassing a big stack. Formidable player. Main event champion. Super high roller champion. And he may well be the chip leader. It's unconfirmed, but one of the big stacks in the room. Once he gets going, it's very hard to stop him.
$4,000.
Grinder's been quiet for at least an orbit in a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, is obviously Mr. Kataya's still been busy as you want. $4K raise. Yeah. Ivan goes, yeah, let's have a look at that then. Let's take this one. 4, 5, 6. Rainbow could be a great Badoogie hand for me. If only they get to a turn. What are the chances of the grinder checking this back? Nah.
Anyway, King of Clubs is going to come on a turn.
Oh, I don't get to see. Phew. Great effort by Ricardo on hashtag APT Live. Mickey Peterson says, I'm tired of chopped pots. Now I prefer them sliced. Win your own special Pokerstars apple slicer. No more chops.
I like it.
Very impressive, boys and girls. You've literally had about half an hour on this and you've come up with some absolute corkers. And that's no pun intended. Corkers. Oh, okay. On my own here.
Very much so.
I did retweet one to Mickey. Don't forget at Mickey. I forgot what's his. I forgot what his Twitter handle was. Is it Mickey PD?
DP or
a DP, Mickey DP.
Mickey DP.
I did retweet the one from Joshua. He must be wondering what on earth's going on. And Michael Mizrachi is first to act. Obviously, that is not going to put him off.
It's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. Bumps it up. 1,000, 2,000 makes a min, raised to 4K.
Have you seen that Mickey's just tweeted us with the picture of his trusty apple slicer from the 2K side of it?
No, I don't think I have it. It's probably not appeared on my...
Yeah, showed us a picture of his apple slicer in the bag.
Sorry, he has not EPT'd it. Right, well, I'll retweet that. Or would you mind retweeting that as you've got it up on your screen?
Sure.
Retweet with hashtag. We can actually see the actual apple slicer. That is brilliant. He's got it with him at all times. He was not mucking around. Meanwhile, we are heads up here. Potterek has called the 4K raise from Michael, and we are... Oh, no, we're not heads up. There's still a player to act, excuse me. Our friend Pavel is still to play, and he is the big blind, so I guess discounted entry. Three-way to the flop. Pardon my trousers. 15,400 out there. Ace 5, 8. Rainbow.
3 aggressive players have shown him they don't like to give up on pots. $5K from Razaki. Just got to get through Plesov now.
But we know that is not as easy as saying the sentence out loud.
$12K to bet now, King of Hearts turn. It's the second heart out there.
Some solid glasses going on there.
Then be raising chips.
Yes.
Up to 32, I think. Indeed.
Very nice, very nice. And these guys are the big blind and the under the gun. These are meant to be the non-playing positions on the table. Don't play any old junk here. It just doesn't matter. It's just a game of chicken.
Mizraki just hates folding. He hates it.
It is. It's like, I don't like eating sweet corn. You know, I don't like eating sweet corn. The smell of it, and as I bring the spoon to my mouth, and that's what the feeling is inside Michael Mizrachi. When he's about to fold, he gets this kind of like, ooh, I don't really, ooh, it's just doesn't sit well on his palate. Just working out exactly how aggro can I get my stats before I leave.
And then if he does fold, it's like having that sweet corn kernel feeling stuck in between your teeth afterwards.
So I've accidentally eaten sweet corn. It's absolutely disgusting.
I'm super impressed with this guy.
Yeah. He's gonna keep us entertained, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We were kind of all eyes on the players we were expecting to see fireworks from, but our new best friend Pavel Plesov is really rocking here. He's heading quite quickly on his way to the 300,000 mark.
Yeah, he's out grinding the grinder.
Who'd have thought that was possible? Trader Jim Bob is on Twitter asking, is there a reason we don't see the whole cards? We won't be doing whole cards until we're down to the final table to keep it fair. Otherwise, nobody would want to be on our featured table because we'd be giving it all away. Also, well, it's just not fair. It's as simple as that, really. Worth mentioning, Bob, screen talking about Skrill being the official payment provider. Don't forget, there's yet more giveaway stuff. They're offering 10 VIP packages to the Monte Carlo Grand Final. Check out all the details there. There's the link on your screen. Use yourself a code. Get the deposits going. There's free roll on September the 7th. And that's a big package to win. So again, details. Skrill EPT free roll, September the 7th. 2:30. ET. Phone home. And the full-on Monte Carlo VIP experience. And if there's anywhere in the world to have a VIP experience, Monte Carlo's not exactly the worst place in the world.
Yeah. Got a good tweet here from Mario. He asked us what are our thoughts on the Mickey Peterson's last blog? Have you read that on the Pokerstars blog?
I have not.
Oh, you should read it. Basically, yeah, he says about how that the players should really respect the dealers, how they're the best dealers in the business and how they are good, and certain things you should do, like push your bets and your antes forward so that they don't have to constantly lean too far, because after doing that for 10 or 12 hours a day, they do long shifts here, the dealers.
Oh, yeah.
They're exhausted. There's no need to throw cards in the dealers' faces. And he just basically says, players, it's about time you stood up and respected the best in the business. So yes, I have read it, and now those are my thoughts, and I 100% agree with everything he says.
Yeah, at the end of the day, everyone's on the same side. Players have come here to do business. Dealers have come here to do the job. Everyone just wants to get the job done cleanly and well, without any accidents, as speedily as possible. I can assure you the dealers hate it if ever they make a mistake, which is pretty rare here, but
they do.
This is their bread and butter. This is what they are the experts in. Be nice.
See, Spain have never had an EPT winner, but Larabe is the chance to become their first ever, oh sorry, their second ever world champion. I forgot Carlos Mortensen.
Yes, don't forget Carlos.
Yeah. He's fourth in chips.
But Carlos?
Uh-huh.
Doing your trick. 2-3 queen, 2 spades down.
Misraki's going to lead out. Never.
But he's in a small blind. He's in the worst position, surely, at the table.
Chance to apply pressure and turn it down. Never. Katai quickly gets out of the way. Alarabe. He calls the 6K.
Heads up. 26,400 in the pot. Oh, another spade. The 5 of spades comes down. Quick check from Michael.
So there's another new player coming to the table. We'll check on him in a minute. Check, and another spade.
4 spades down. Queen high right now on the board. This was Larrabee raising it up, and then Michael Mizrachi taking over after the flop. Everything slowed down after the 5 of spades on the turn. Now it's 15,000 at the end, very quickly called by Michael. Ace of spades. Call Lemmy. Ace king with the ace of spades.
Nut flush good enough?
Nut flush good enough indeed. The Spanish commentary team have burst into flames. Always happy to see the Spanish player taking one down. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, new table mate. Find out a bit about him. Been 9-handed here. Goreachev. Vyacheslav Goreachev, bringing 50,400 to the table.
Or VG, as you know to everyone.
He will be from now onwards.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Rob makes a good point. He goes, but regardless of how good the dealers are, they don't deserve some of the abuse from players seen at other events. it's true. It shouldn't be that you deserve to give them respect because they're the best in the business. They're human beings trying to do their job. That's why they deserve respect. Yeah, very good point. What up, Sebastian? All going just fine here. Raise and take. Simples. He sits down and he's bottom of the pile. Goryachev, 50,100. Oh, 8th in chip, sorry, 8 out of 9.
Yeah.
Samuel Phillips, 27,100.
Zooming across the bank. Oh, he nearly smashed into someone then.
Oh, that's Donna.
Poor Donnelly had her face taken off.
To see the shock on her face.
She looked horrified as she
did.
saw that zooming across the sky towards her. That was very nearly a dreadful live moment.
Oh, poor things.
Just to tease you, by the way, boys and girls, you've probably got still probably about 15 minutes if anyone would like to take on the might of Joshua Lee Tucker's entry into the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer. I must say he came in a bit early with such a genius entry because it kind of, everyone went, I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat that.
Give us a quick reminder, the backgrounds and what they have to do.
In fact, one's just coming as we say. If you remember Mickey Peterson with us earlier on, he himself has just tweeted the picture of his trusty apple slicer that he was extolling the virtues of. I'm looking for the print advert for the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer. There's some good stuff already. If you want to refer back, hashtag EPT Live is the thing to search for on Twitter to see the entries so far. And a couple of really great ones. It's the one that I see my colleague Mark enjoying. Let's just quickly keep track of this. 5, Queen,
Poker.
9. So raise from Kitai, been called by Potterek.
Check on the flop.
Check on the flop. Nice. Nice apple slicer from Blaine Toms. Increase your EV with my signature apple slicer.
That was great. The next one's really funny.
Meanwhile, 11,700 in the pot, and now Potterick is reaching.
Yeah, Katai check behind on the flop. Opens up. It's an invitation, basically, for Potterick to lead out, and quickly gets Katai to fold.
Just impressed with you, boys, as always. This is the moment we nearly killed. Oh,
poor Donna. She's never going to live that down.
Poor Donna nearly had her head taken off there.
Fantastic.
Brilliant moment of realisation. I know I'm just about to walk right in front of this swooping death machine.
I think Mickey Peterson might have run in front of that earlier. If we look at this
oh,
one.
That's fantastic.
I like it.
Ebu, a great entrance for Ebu.
Oh, the walk of shame for Donna after
all. Fantastic. Slice of my life is the caption from Ebu de Grit's great effort for the Mickey Peterson slicer. As always, I know I probably always make a big fuss, but guys, very impressive efforts from you. You never let me down. I come up with these things and I think, oh God, no one's going to join in here. I'm just talking to myself. And then you blow the idea out of the water.
It's not just fantastic competitions like this, don't forget. We have another competition running, second question of the day coming up.
Yes. Boone Spoon, who was one of our Etch-a-Sketch entries, he's coming with a little tickle on the Mickey Peterson Apple Slicer also. Going to load that picture up. Always excited to see some of our previous competition players because we know it's going to be quality.
It's not a bad effort, but for me it falls just short of the brilliant efforts we've had so far.
Technology's let me down, I can't see it yet.
All in from Captain Phillips.
Does he have a genuine hand or is he just being a pirate? Doesn't really make sense, does it?
Goryachev open to 5,100, was called by the grinder. There's a nice squeeze opportunity for Phillips. But Michael likes to
He likes
Cool.
to spin the
He
dice.
likes to spin. Ace Queen for Phillips. Pocket eights for the grinder. Classic race underway.
Classic race. Great effort, Boone Spoon. Thanks for playing. Here we go. 61.8k in the pot, so very much back in business. If Phillips can hit his ace or his queen or form some hand therein.
Let's see some cards.
Philosophical whistle from the grinder. Not a lot to get excited about. Backdoor clubs, perhaps. Backdoor straight. And the high cards still live.
Oh, hello, Sailor.
What? Why are you
Straight
excited?
draw.
Oh, he hit the high ace, the high card on the end. The queen comes down on the river, spoiling Michael's plans.
Lucky in New Orleans today.
It's not a massive dent for Michael, but could have done without that. Slow motion, bang on the river. The queen on the river. Happy smile, happy smile.
Got a tweet in from Donny Peters, part of the live update team. Looks like Tobias Rahe from Germany is the new leader with 415,000.
Wow. Apparently, cameraman Joe's got something to show us.
Ah, it's Mike McDonald. Looking like he's got a good stack. Drafted him into my team today wisely.
Nice.
The ever chatty Will Kasuf. Sometimes some people say too chatty. We'll leave that up to you to decide. Let's just float along, see who we can see. Dan Shack enjoying a massage.
I don't know how you can play poker and get a head massage. I just cannot imagine how you can focus on anything.
He's got about 160, 170k there, so he's just chilling on his stack.
Just gliding.
There's J-Lo. It's our table from earlier, maybe. Oh no, Johnny Dodden, a new table, or he's knocked everyone else out from the table he started with.
They had to break down his table because he killed everyone at it.
Doesn't look like he's got the stack to have done that, so he's at his new table. And it's football day in the Premier League, so he's probably checking some bets. Stephen Bartley there, we saw, staff writer for the Pokerstars blog in the background.
Meanwhile, we've got a hand here going on. Koplimar made it 4,200. Everybody folded apart from our new player, VG. Gorivachev in the big blind. There is VG. VG. From what film, Mark, is the big baddie VG? And how has that name been misunderstood?
Can you repeat the question, please?
In what film is the baddie called Vija? And in what way has that baddie's name been misunderstood?
I have absolutely no idea.
All right, quick, I'm going to go this up. I'll give a deck of cards to whoever comes back with the correct answer first on EPT Live, hashtag EPT Live. Two competitions crashing into each other here.
I think I might have it now.
Too late.
Or someone just told me in Skype. One of the two.
Ah, but he's only answered... oh, yeah, no, actually, okay, no, leave it.
I'm not going to say, don't worry.
Two-part question.
Boom, first answer
Boom.
in.
William Powell, congratulations. Yes, it was the original Star Trek the movie that reunited all the cast from the 60s series. Vija was actually Voyager. It's just some of the letters have been crusted over. Congratulations, well done, William. Too late, Rob.
So what does William get? Because we can deliver to him in the breaks, and he's only sat about 50 yards away from us.
Oh, really?
He's part of the live updates team.
But, well, that's no good.
It's nothing about poker or anything he can gain from here. Surely he's
Well, is he going to want a deck of cards?
You can have a deck of cards.
All right. I didn't realise that. I'm not familiar. I do apologise.
Plessev comes in with a raise to 4,000.
Ob. 3-bet to 10,700 from recently chipped Sam Phillips. Survived that all in against the grinder. Hit his queen on the river, and now he is looking to use those chips. I don't know if Pavel Plesov is the player I would pick. Lots of P's in that sentence.
Guys, don't go and put the kettle on now. The next multiple choice question for those Skull Candy headphones and the Sunday Million tickets coming up very soon, as we see the 3-bet is successful. And here it is, question number 10. Get your notepads out, write down your answers. What excuse did Antonio Matthias' wife give for hurrying her EPT Villamora winning husband through the winner's photo call? A, they were late for their flight home. B, the lights were giving her a headache. C, they had a rabbit cooking in the oven at home. Or D, they were about to get a parking ticket. So it's A, B, C or D. Write the answer down, question 10, and one of those answers, add it to the bottom of your list. Hopefully you'll have 10 guesses or answers. And yeah, keep them, don't enter, don't tweet, don't email us them, just hang on to your answers for now.
Yes, very importantly, don't tweet them. Some of these are tricky. If you happen to be in the fortunate position of knowing the answers, don't publicise them, keep them to yourself. Later on in our broadcast this week from Barcelona, we will let you know how you're going to be able to enter all of these answers.
I'm on fire now, that's 3 in a row.
Really?
I know, yeah.
Well done, that man. I don't think you can win, actually, but...
I know. But I'm just happy that, you know, I've now got 3 out of the 10 that I know. Raise to take from Davide Katai. Davide Katai.
Davide.
Davide.
Meanwhile, another good entry on the Mickey Peterson apple slicer from Elron Steele. A wry look from Mickey. I don't always slice apples, but when I do, I use the Mickey Peterson apple slicer. Trademark TM. I like the little TM at the end.
He's learning. He's learning from the best.
He's learning from the best.
The best thief in the business.
I think he will Euro probably.
The way it works. 12 minutes left here, level 13. We've only got one more level to come today. Level 14 will be the last of the day. Right now we are 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. Rather sexy feature table here. It's all been fireworks. A bit of calm here and there, but mostly some big pots and big shifts.
$45.
4,500 from the Belgian. Belgium's most successful poker player of all time. Triple Crown winner, 2-time bracelet winner. EPT Berlin winner. Loves a hero call. Generally he's right. Koreachev calls in the cutoff. I've only seen him raise and fold before.
Yep.
Be nice to see him play some post-flop cards.
14,700 in the middle right now. 397, all diamonds, which mathematically are a girl's best friend. Mr. Katai reaching 14.7 in the pot. $3,800 is the bet. Pretty small bet really, but it's the kind of flop that's very hard to fight against unless you think your opponent is stealing or you've got some big connection yourself.
Yeah, and the Koreachev didn't have a huge stack.
No, exactly. You've got to be careful that those kind of hands don't suddenly get out of hand.
Yeah, when you've got less than 35k, you know, 3k, 5k, it's not that much difference really. I think we should have a little float round the room.
Yeah,
see what we can see.
Whoa!
Here we go, up in the air, everybody.
He can fly.
Put your seatbelts on. Oh. Whoa! What the?
He has disgraced himself. Lost complete control. Oh.
That. Oh, I feel a bit nauseous now.
Did not expect that. Oh, my ham wraps coming back.
Turn the other way.
That was good. I wasn't expecting that.
I feel dizzy.
5 minutes I'm going to call on our Mickey Pizza and Apple Slicer competition. Thanks as always to all those that entered. I will let you know who won. A couple of very strong contenders at the top of this, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm really impressed.
Very impressed.
Being a turbo as well.
It was a turbo competition. There's another one's coming. Excuse me, I've got to attend to the competition. And great captions from Ed Kilworth. I think I might have to combine some of the entries.
I like this one because it's almost like it's a still from an infomercial, which this type of product deserves an infomercial late at night, because you can't just show it for 2 seconds. You need to have someone on there selling it.
Exactly. I see this across all the shopping channels.
Late night shopping channels.
Very late night.
2 o'clock in the morning special, when poker players are up grinding, watching.
Yeah. 7-9 Queen 2 hards down on this. Plesiv and Mizrachi. We've seen these two before having a bit of a battle. Not the biggest point in the world right now, 6,700. It was only completed and called. Another 7 now on the turn. Plesiv happy to have a little plop of this. Betting a call. 2K was all that was asked. And now the 3 of spades. Plesiv kind of duty bound to continue at this. If he liked it on the turn, there's no way he can expect to win it unless he shows
map call.
He looked a little bit sheepish in turning over his cards.
That's not good.
I think, did he say that's no good? 4-5 versus the Queen something.
King something.
Sorry, King something.
King high, maybe.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Teasing dealer.
For obvious reasons, Graphical Nick is not allowed to enter this competition.
Well, he's too good.
I know, but he's put an entry in anyway just to amuse you.
Has he?
Thought about it. But it's gone straight to you. He hasn't hashtagged it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Does that? Can you do that on Windows? I don't know. Do you want to look on my Mac? I can get up quite quickly for you. Is that right?
I can do. It just hasn't appeared yet. There's a slight satellite delay. Any apple can be nicer when you use my super slicer.
I like it.
It's a good caption.
And you know what? He's already got the business plan for you. He's done an exclusive deal with a retail outlet in the UK. I like that.
257,000 for Pavel Plesiv. It wasn't the best of hands right then with Michael Mizrachi, but still top of our table.
Yeah, Phillips no longer the short stack. That's Goryachev. 17 big blinds.
Six minutes left here before we trundle seamlessly into level 14. Again, the last level of today. Come back tomorrow at noon, Central European time, and we will continue day 3. But we've still got a full level and a bit to go, so don't go anywhere just yet.
Yeah, day 3, 90-minute levels as well, don't forget, from level 15 onwards.
Yeah. Juicy levels.
It's just the way we roll on the EPT.
We want to give everybody as much opportunity as possible. I've only just seen graphical. That's how slow I am. Graphical Nick's entry has only just appeared on my feed.
Tide defends his big blind. Comes king high. Quickly checks to Plesiv.
These V pips are going to be through the roof, aren't they?
Four, 5.
4,500. 4,500 in English. Check back call. Deuce of spades on the turn. Quick check from Kitai. Check behind. And the third diamond comes on the river with the 6.
It's on you, Pavel. $7,500.
Yeah, just over a third of the pot.
I misread my hands.
That's not a good way to play poker, Davide. Need to know what's in your hand.
Check the turn and you bet the river. Doesn't make any sense.
Mixing it up, Benny. Mixing it up. Proper naughty. Doubly hard with someone like Pavel, because you get the feeling he's probably mixing it up, changing his approach and style hand for hand. You don't know if he's legit or playing chicken.
Yeah. Davide passes. Yet more chips. Impressive.
Rich get richer.
Yep.
269,400 for Pavel now. David Aikatai on 141,200. The momentum has shifted across to some of the other players at the table in this last level. I've got to close up my competition. Massive, massive, massive thanks to everyone that got involved. Fantastic stuff. Good to see that Mickey Peterson also saw and retweeted some of these.
Oh, he did. Oh, brilliant.
Joshua Lee Tucker is, of course, our winner. Fantastic magazine effort. Well done, mate. The all-in trungle. Sorry to Francesca. She came in as an early winner, but I think even she knew that was a pretty fantastic entry. Now everyone's got to worry that he joins in with any other competitions because the man has skills. Thank you, everyone. More rubbish from me in the next coming few days, I'm sure.
News from Twitterville. Matthias de Mulder, Team Pokerstars Pro, has busted the main event. God damn it. Put him in my fantasy team. Two minutes left on the level. And then Joe and James will be back in, take you through the last level of the day.
Yep, no break, straight into level 14. Queen 8-7 rainbow.
Not surprising to see the grinder, continuation bet. 6k. Check bet call. Six of hearts on a turn.
Can I see another check call? No, Michael's going to let this one through. You're going to see the river. Two of clubs. Unlikely to change very much at all.
Brickety brick. Brickety brick.
$23,700 in the middle. Sam Phillips is going to take a shot at this due to the lack of interest generally being shown by the grinder. 9,500. Kind of having a look at the stack, but Sam Phillips now got... Well, he started this hand with 69,700, so no longer a small stack to be taken lightly.
He just doesn't like to fold.
Which one do you have, Jack 10 or Jack 9?
And he calls.
Jack 10 or Jack 9, he wants to know.
Trying to look like a hero.
Neither.
From the best of it.
Oh, is he bluffing with the best hand? Ace 4. He was the 10 plays. Fantastic.
It kind of, Michael was hedging his bets there. It was like kind of, I am expecting to lose, but I want to at least have called the hand to make it look like I'm like, you know, still a genius.
Halfway there. We're into the new level now. I'm going to love you and leave you, everyone. I shall see you tomorrow for day 3 main event action.
Definitely doesn't have a pair.
A quick reminder on your screen, a few people asking for the free roll password. Playa, as in the Spanish beach, P-L-A-Y-A. Playa. Or the gangster version of the poker player. He's a total player, and he's totally naughty. 8:15 Central European time is when that free roll kicks off. But don't forget, of course, now your performance gets you onto the leaderboard. As this is the first event of Season 11. Right now there's only one leaderboard, but as we work our way through the season, of course, you will go onto the master leaderboard.
Now, Matthew Broughton, I don't want to bring things down on my arrival, but
oh god,
just seeing the names of some of the players who have been eliminated during the course of the last level.
You're going to do the Grim Reaper thing, aren't you?
The end of level 13. We have lost not one but 2 members of Team Pokerstars Pro, Alex Kravchenko and Jake Cody.
4,000.
Oh no! Oh, well, that is bad news.
Oh, okay.
Also lost a few players who'll be familiar to regular EPT Live viewers. Vasily Fursal, Roger Harabidian, and Tobias Roa is the current chip leader with 415,000, just ahead of Martin Finger with 390,000. So what are we down to now? 369 players?
How many chips you got?
For such a big field, they are actually dropping, aren't they? Let's be honest. They
you
are
see better than, you take
dropping
the
like
glasses off,
flies.
then you can see probably.
Yeah, I see. But
There you go. Probably about 90 or 100.
But you know as well as I do, Matt, the action always slows down at some point, and there is talk right now that initially we were looking at adding a level to today. That plane got nixed. However, there is the possibility that instead of playing the standard 5 levels tomorrow, we may play 6 levels and have a dinner break, which we don't normally have on day 3.
Okay. Well, we've got to be flexible because obviously this overwhelming number of entries, we've got to make sure the game is as flowing and as fun as possible and make sure we get where we need to be by the end of our broadcast. We don't need to have 27 people still alive on the last day, do we? Let's be honest.
And at this point, if we actually had a soundboard in the booth, we'd be pressing the button which says, Michael Mizrachi is in a hand.
Yes. You won't be surprised to know that in the last level, the dynamic has not changed hugely, but Pavel Plezov has been an absolute fireball.
Up to 269,000.
He has been taking on Mizrachi and Davide Katai, and he has been beating them at their own game.
Well, Mizrachi's opponent in this hand is Patrick Poturek, who folds to Mizrachi's C-bet on the flop. And Matt, thank you for your sterling efforts today, both to you and Mr. Convey, and look forward to hearing from you tomorrow.
Absolute pleasure, and let me just go saying once again, thanks to everyone who joined in with our ridiculous competition. As always, your input is very much appreciated. Have a great level. I will see you tomorrow.
I always know when Matt and Mark have got a good competition running because my Twitter timeline is flooded with weird pictures. The other day, it was pictures of myself with various moustaches. Today, various pictures of Mickey Peterson and apple slices. News reached us that Johnny Lodden has exited the EPT Barcelona main event. Another member of Team Pokerstars Pro has fallen. And yes, the pace continues not to slow. With the blinds now at 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante. The last level of the night, level 14 of the tournament. And the free roll password on your screen right now. So please stop asking for it on Twitter. Just a polite reminder that if you actually look, you'll find the information you're looking for. Playa, the Spanish word for beach, P-L-A-Y-A. But please do tweet about other stuff. Very keen for your questions, your comments. Use the hashtag EPTLive. As once again, we press the button on the soundboard that says grinders in a hand.
I didn't hear the sound.
That was it. Joe Stapleton joins me, James Hartigan, to bring day 2 to a conclusion. 70 more minutes of play today. 3-way action here. Casa de Val's raise not just called by Mizrachi, but by Anthony Larabe, the November 9er as well.
You know, we could try out different sound effects for grinders in a hand if you want, James.
Okay. On the next hand that Grinder plays, we can try one. Casadevall has made a continuation bet of 8,000. And gets 2 folds. So Grinder's stack has done some swinging today. He came in at the start of play as among the chip leaders. He was the biggest stack to come through day 1A. And at one point he was the tournament chip leader with close to 300,000. Right now he's playing a below average stack, 99,500. The tournament average is actually around the 121k mark.
He's getting rivered a fair amount of the time, I think. He's gotten in good more than once.
I think if you looked at Grinder's stack and said, why has it done so much yo-yoing? The simple answer would be, he plays a lot of hands.
Not just a lot of hands. He plays a lot of hands and he plays big pots.
So just to recap, Tobias Roa, we believe is the current tournament chip leader, going by the leaderboard, available on the live update section of the Pokerstars blog. Martin Finger, second in chips. We can see the win-loss record of the various players at our feature table. We've seen them play 74 hands. We've been watching this table since around 3 o'clock this afternoon. And Grinder actually is 15 and 21 on the day.
Look at those numbers. 15 and 21, no one is even close to that many hands.
Yeah, 3 and 3 pre-flop, but look at that post-flop record, 12 and 18.
Katai's 11 and 13, that's what is that, 24 total hands. 36 total hands for Mizrachi. Hi-ya!
Well, let's recap the action here. Pavel Placer, who's had a corker at the last level, open with a raise to 5,000. Grinder 3 bets, re-raises to 12,000 and wins it. So a quick reminder that once we've wrapped here in Barcelona, final table by the way, Wednesday the 27th of August, Joe and I will be flying across the Atlantic for our first webcast from the USA since 2010. The Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, and one man who will be there is with us in the booth right now. It's Dennis Phillips, former World Series of Poker main event finalist, who's part of the team running this tournament in Florida next week. Dennis, very excited to have you with us in the booth.
Oh, I'm very excited to be here, let me tell you. Welcome you guys back to the U.S. Oh, it's something we've been working on for 3 or 4 years.
You guys hear this American voice in here? I like it. Makes me want to buy a truck.
All right, cool. Well, I got them. Let's go. No problem.
Well, Dennis, obviously we're really excited about this event, and obviously a huge event, and people still able to buy in directly on PokerStars right now.
Absolutely. Now, last year they had, if I remember right, 2,384
Spot
people.
on, sir.
Unbelievable amount. It was the largest event in the last half of the year in the U.S., and it will probably be the same this year. It'll be monstrous.
$10 million guaranteed, $5,300 buy-in. Remember, if you go to the PokerStars tournament lobby, go to Events Special, and you'll see it down there. You can buy them for Day 1A, Day 1B, or Day 1C.
Now, remember last year, they came out with this, and everybody was flabbergasted. Said, you've got a $10 million guarantee, never been done before in the U.S. Oh, my gosh, how are you guys going to possibly pull this off? They not only pulled it off, they blew right by it. Unbelievable what they did, and they're going to do it again this year. I'm telling you right now. The first place on this, who knows? It could be a $2 million winner down there. Just unbelievable.
Let's just pick up the action in this hand, and then we'll continue to chat to Dennis about the event in Florida afterwards. Police have raised to 5,000, got 2 calls. Check, check, check on the flop. Check to Potterack on the turn. And he checks. A 10 on the river. So Koplemar leads the turn for 6,000.
Cover your heart. And this was as passive can be, other than a check down all the way on the river.
And Koplemar takes it down. Here's a tweet from Sean F. Dennis, who actually tweets from the Hard Rock itself. Things are really trippy, seeing that promo on the TV in the poker room and on the EPT live stream at the same time.
Oh, man, I love it. Love it.
We are promoing the pants off of this thing.
What can you tell us about the venue, Dennis?
The venue is great. I've been down there many, many times, played down there. It's got a 40-table live poker room. The tournament area is totally separate from that and set up a lot of egress around the tables, a lot of experienced staff there. People, I know half the dealers by first name down there. But they've got it set up. It's last year was their inaugural one, and they ran into a couple of little snafus. Nothing they couldn't handle, don't get me wrong. But they've even corrected those. It's just going to be great.
And did they have this super high roller last year, the 100K event? Or is that new for this year?
They did. They had it last year. They had about 18 unique guys, about 22 buy-ins to it. This year should be substantially larger than that. Like I said, that was their inaugural year. And again, there were some growing pains with that. But they've really got it set up now.
And of course, the real pros are making sure they can get straight from Barcelona to Fort Lauderdale. I know that Vanessa Selps and Eugene Katchelov are among the players who've made special travel arrangements to go door to door.
I wouldn't be surprised if Grinder was doing the same thing, because I believe that's his home turf. I think that's his home casino.
Oh, absolutely, he'll be down there.
Well, Grinder's involved in another hand. Do we have the Grinder's in another hand jingle ready?
I'm just going to press one at random.
Okay, let me just say the words. Grinder's in a hand.
I think we might have struck gold on the first try.
You're going to get tired of pushing that button, let me tell you. I know the Grinder.
I don't know. I got spare batteries for this thing, I hope.
He gets 3-bet by November 9er Anthony Larabe. Grinder calls. It's a 9-5-3 rainbow flop.
And I don't know how you play against Grinder, because you go, well, raising from under the gun +1, he's not supposed to have hit this, but he could easily have 5-9 or 9-3 or 3-5 or anything. And if he doesn't, he's still going to bet into you.
I was about to say, he could bet into this with a Jack King. Who knows what the heck? Anything. Doesn't make any difference. The only nice thing about it is he has lost some of his chips, so he's not quite as dangerous. When the Grinder's at your table and has the chip lead, put your seatbelt on, guys.
12,500.
You heard the guy.
Small bet.
12,500.
And Larabe is the kind of guy I could see standing up to Grinder. Maybe Grinder knows that, and that's why he folds.
A quick question not related to this event, Dennis. Obviously, Anthony Larabe has a stack in play at the World Series of Poker main event. Just if we flash back to 2008, did you find yourself playing less or more poker in that period between July and November?
Actually, I played more, but I played very selectively. I tried to do everything I could to prepare myself for it. I hired a coach. We did a playbook together, the other 8 players. We analyzed them through tapes. They taped me doing it at several different scenarios. Yeah, I mean, you're talking significant money there.
Of course.
And so we prepared every way we could for this. I had a lot of guys around the St. Louis area to play with for years, and they were, oh my God, the Grinder folded. Never mind. But yeah, they helped me a lot, and we were playing a lot of times. They identified about 4 more tells on me that I didn't know I had from hours and hours of filming.
Now, did these guys do it out of the kindness of their heart? Did you have to hire them? Did you have to give them a really good APR on a new F-150 or something?
No F-150, sorry guys, but I made sure I rewarded them. They would have done it for free.
You took care of your buddies, though.
But I took care of my buddies, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, Joe was observing earlier on that inevitably, like 1 or 2 guys every year, they make the November 9 and then seem to go on a really sick run of big results in that period between the summer and playing that final table. Last year it was David Benefield who kind of had a ridiculous number of EPT cashes during that period, and obviously we're interested to see how Anthony Larabe performs here in this huge event. I guess it's a massive confidence boost to know you've survived all those thousands of players and you're guaranteed like a huge score.
If that doesn't build your confidence, I don't know what would, let me tell you.
It's confidence is part of it, I think, but also just I know it's sort of the same as confidence, but like fearlessness. Like, are you really sweating a 5K buy-in that much when you know that you've banked $1 million already?
It does make a difference. It does. There's no doubt about it. But I'll tell you what, though, it just builds your confidence, builds your ego a little bit. You feel you can just dominate the world at sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with that with a poker player.
You have to think that, I think.
Many times.
So this blind-on-blind battle has gone to the turn. Unraised pre. Kazadeval bet of 2,700. He's checked the turn. Place of bets. Obviously, it was a third spade on the turn.
Casa de Vol, Spanish for House of Vol.
He check calls for 7,000.
Wish you guys could hear Dennis shaking his head right now.
I hear the rattles here. I got to sit between these two guys.
Jack of clubs on the river.
And notice the grinder there. He is staring at both of them. I'm telling you, a good poker player, the best time to pick up some instinct and some tells in your opponents is when you're not in a hand.
You know, we talked about this a few times today. Grinder's a field player. He's not exactly a math player. He's not a game theory optimal player, and so that's what field players are going to do. And they're not even conscious of it sometimes. Like, if you ask Grinder, he may not even know that he's doing that.
I absolutely agree with you 100%. The guy that said, well, I just felt you were weak. Well, he picked up something. He may not know what the heck he picked up. He picked up something.
So having made it 7,000 on the turn, Placeoff makes it 14,000 on the river.
So this was a limp pot?
Yeah, blind on blind.
Limp pot. Casa de Vol fires the flop. Check calls the turn. Must have some, you know, a 6 or something. 6 or an 8.
Oh, is he thinking of check raising the river? Or is he just trying to work out how much he'll be left with if he calls and is wrong?
I mean, this is a quarter of a stack.
That's a call. Placeoff shows a queen.
Yeah,
and it's good.
Probably a 6 or an 8 with a spade in his hand.
Well, questions coming in about the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Marshall says, guys, are you going to cover the super high roller as well as the main event? Absolutely we are. So 2 webcast days, Dennis. The final table of that 100K super high roller and the final table of that $10 million guaranteed main event. Cards up on both days.
Absolutely. You guys will be down there for both those days, covering it from beginning to end on those final tables. I can't wait to see this.
And we want you guys there. We want you to both, you know, if you can come play the event, buy in on Pokerstars for the next day. But we want you there in the audience, too. We need you guys. We can't do it without the audience. We love the interaction. So set your clocks for East Coast time, Europe. Get involved.
Now, one thing we need to talk about, Dennis, is the fact that when you first arrived here in Barcelona, I met you in the corridor coming through the casino, and I said, are you here to entertain everyone because you were carrying a guitar? But the guitar is not actually yours. You have not come here as a professional musician.
Let me tell you, if you saw me playing the guitar, I could clean out the poker room. They would all leave.
I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me. You're a multi-talented individual.
I don't know which side of it to have outward strumming, let me tell you. That's how bad I am.
Instead, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Dennis has come bearing gifts.
Absolutely have. What the Seminoles have done, they've stepped up to the plate here. And the bubble person on the main event not only will get this nice acoustic guitar there, but they'll have a nice little certificate with it. And that certificate will entitle the bearer to the entry into their main event, a $5,300 entry for free to the bubble person.
So you're saying whoever bubbles this event here in Barcelona is going to free roll the Seminole event?
They absolutely are.
That is awesome.
So 240th place in this tournament gets that entry and the acoustic guitar.
Yes.
You can play like a little riff on it too, the I didn't bubble riff.
But I want to see them hanging on their wall. I want to see the plaque beneath it. I'm the bubble boy, or whatever. I don't know. You can surely come up with something good there. There you go. Somebody tweet me something good to put underneath that guitar.
Tag it EPT Live.
You know what? If we do, let's make it a legit contest. Tag it EPT Live. Whichever catchphrase Dennis likes the best, we're going to ship you an EPT T-shirt.
Sweet.
How much you play, sir? I don't see all your chips.
We have an all-in here. Katai opened under the gun. There was a call from Sam Phillips, and then Kaza Deval moved all in for around 46,500.
I'm all in.
And there's the reshove from Katai.
Dennis, what's your nephew going to do here? He's out.
Hey, it's my illegitimate son. Come on now.
I wasn't. I'm okay. All kinds like the Maury Povich show here. Jeremy Kyle for people in the UK.
There you go.
So Ace King against tens. There is
Classic.
a classic race underway at the feature table.
Like Aladdin versus the Little Mermaid, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Really? Really? Little Mermaid?
Versus Aladdin?
Okay, which one has the advantage?
I don't know. It's that close.
Well, the tens do now.
That's okay.
Yes, the Deval is the player at risk. He needs the tens to hold.
I feel good. I feel good this one.
Katai has a good feeling. Well, he needs to hit on the river looking for an ace or a king.
Ooh.
Nope.
Well, his good feeling is that he's not broke, at least. You know what I say about tournaments, Dennis?
Okay, let's hear it.
If you want to win poker tournaments, you better learn to flip like a 15-year-old Romanian girl.
If only I could, let me tell you. If only I could.
How much it is? 60? 46. Yeah.
I do like the fact that we are doing something special for the bubble boy of the 100th EPT main event. There have been a lot of celebrations here, Dennis. You've put a lot of great stuff for the players, so it feels nice that there is that compensation. Or to call it compensation almost feels like we're undervaluing the prize. Gary Laguerre, by the way, says the certificate should read, I bubbled EPT Barcelona and all I got was this awesome guitar.
I like it. That's a front runner. I mean, partially because it's the only submission we've had so far, but also I like that one. That's going to be tough to beat.
Come on, people. If you want to enter this competition, you need to tag your tweets EPT Live. You could win an EPT T-shirt. Now, Creston Nielsen, Big Toro, this Dane, a chef from Copenhagen, made the final table of EPT Barcelona last year.
Where's he going?
He came in earlier and he had huge problems finding his seat. Now, do bear in mind that there's a lot of tables in that room. A lot of players at the start of the day, and poor Creston could not find his seat assignment.
Oh my God, he's pretending he's a waiter or something. Where's the table at?
And even though we've sped up the film slightly, he did miss the entire first level.
That's the greatest lengths I've ever seen someone go to not have to take the big blind. And that's not his seat. That wasn't even it.
And as soon as he sat down, he got knocked out.
Oh, it was his seat.
Ouch.
It's just not his seat anymore.
Never got warmed up.
Awkward. Oh, that's disappointing. I wanted to see El Toro in action. You probably couldn't get any help because nobody wanted to talk to him.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion at the start of the day because we're actually been playing in 2 rooms. So many players, around 900 players coming back for day 2. They couldn't all fit in the main tournament arena.
What are you guys going to do? You know that next year this is going to be even bigger because this is great. You're treating the players right. Everybody's. I'm seeing smiles all over the place. You know next year is going to be bigger. How are you guys going to handle this?
Oh, don't worry. Everyone's already panicking.
Well, there's room for a table in here. And we could put one in my room. That's fine with me.
Casadevall opens from the cutoff, gets 3-bet by place of on the button.
They allow you to have a room here?
I do have a room.
Oh, my God.
I should let anyone know who wants to play in my room. I do have IBS.
Oh, my God.
Overshare. And place of folds to the 3-bet.
All right, let's see. We've got some more submissions here. Remember, we want to know what the plaque should read under the guitar that's going to be given away to the Bubble Boy. Harveen says 2014 EPT 11 Bubble solo time. Like a guitar solo.
Yeah. Okay, and I guess also if you bubble a tournament, you do feel kind of lonely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the longest walk, let me tell you. We've all done it.
Alex, who writes to me a lot on Facebook, great fan of the show here, says he thinks the plaque should read, I popped the bubble. It's you know, just a little on the nose, straightforward, but it's, you know, it does what it says on the tin.
Sorry, strictly speaking, isn't the player who eliminated the bubble person the person who popped the bubble?
All right, back to the drawing board, Alex.
Yep. Sorry, Alex, I don't mean to rain on your parade, but you are, strictly speaking, inaccurate. So, Dennis, do you know, we were speaking to Michael Joseph earlier on, he had some sort of preliminary names who might be going to this event. Have you had a chance to speak to anyone here in Barcelona and find out if they're making the trip as well?
Oh, absolutely. There's a ton of them that are. A number of the guys that are in the high roller have contacted me because I know the area, I know the hotels, I know the people down there at the Hard Rock, and I've been helping them out to get all arrangements done. There'll be I mean, I think we've already equaled last year's total number just in the pre-resignation. I can't talk. So
I can't talk either. It hasn't stopped me from putting a microphone in front of my face.
We've already noticed that. We've grown to used to that. I mean, good grief. So, but yeah, it's pretty awesome. And a ton of the Team Pro guys are going down there too. Vanessa will be there. Eugene will be there. Jason will be there. Jonathan Duhamel will be there. Victor Ramden's going to be there. I don't know. This goes on and on. How could you miss it? This will be the biggest event in North America in the second half of the year. You have a chance if you plop down $5,300 to take home $2 million. Not a bad return on your money.
We are 3 ways to this flop. Compliment the original razor. Oh, we forgot Grinder's in a hand.
Oh, I hope he gets eliminated today because if he's still in on day 5, we are all going to be going nuts.
And it's a bit now. We can't not do it.
Let me tell you, you better have batteries for that. I've seen the grinder before.
Well, this bet from Compliment got exactly 0 folds. 5 on the turn. It's a pretty wet board. You expect a lot of draws to be calling there. This time he Phillips checks. Back to Compliment again now. Who now slows down. Grinder, how much do I have to bet to win this pot?
I would be surprised if he checks, let me tell you.
Are we going to see the patented Grinder bomb?
There it comes.
He doesn't even count them. I just bet you this many. This stack. Grinder, you had a 100K chip in the middle. I know. I knew that. 25,000. Not exactly a bomb, but big-ish.
I'm telling you, if he senses weakness, he will attack.
Well, there's
one gone.
Weakness 1. so many players do their absolute best to like not look at anything, not move, stay still, and he's just fidgeting like the whole time, moving his jaw around, bouncing up and down in his chair. Eventually he'll start talking too. If he gets uncomfortable enough, he'll start talking.
Don't panic, by the way. We're going to get some of your competition entries after this hand. Let's see who we're going to give an EPT t-shirt to.
Dennis, keep in mind whichever one is your favorite, by the way.
I will.
Just as we go.
Sorry to put the pressure on you, by the way, and have you judging a competition, but...
There it goes. I'm telling you.
Okay, now a few people are going with the whole kind of music theme and trying to rework music titles, because obviously we are talking about a guitar. Daniel Cole's just Stairway to Bubble. Mike Gilbert, I've got the Bubble Boy Blues. I like the alliteration.
Josper says gifts to the Bubble Boy are just a slap in the face to the guy who bust one before that. That seems like a lot to fit on a plaque.
Ouch. Yeah, that's not going to work.
I don't know. That's a very wordy plaque. I don't know about that one.
Lars' suggestion, this guitar is the reason I bubbled EPT Barcelona.
It is a nice guitar.
Monsieur Minus, Bubble Boy plus Guitar Hero equals Bubble Hero.
Thag wants to know, can you please ask Daniel Negreanu if he does charity? What a weird thing to put on a plaque. That's just, that doesn't even make any sense.
Now, I like this slight twist from Mark. Guitar Zero. That's all it should say.
Oh.
A pun on Guitar Hero, but Guitar Zero because you made no money in the tournament.
That's not bad. I like that.
Did you read Dana's? The plaque should read, "You're welcome."
Nice.
Duval has raised to 5,000 and Grinder has folded. We do not get to use the Grinders in a hand jingle. You should see the disappointment oozing from Joe Stapleton's face.
It's just droll. How about Woolly SAs? If I could string a few hands together, I wouldn't have bubbled EPT 100.
Ah, strings puns. We like them.
Oh, Josh has got a great pun here. I like this one. There's always another tournament. Don't fret.
Oh, my God.
Sebastian says, we're all winners. You just didn't get any money. Oh, Andy Goldenboy says, I knew it would be a string bet.
Ah, that was a groan from Dennis. That was a definite groan. I'm ruling groan.
Ricky says, I bubbled EPT Barcelona and this guitar is already on eBay. Come on, Ricky.
Ouch.
It's a family heirloom.
Action folded to Grinder, and he raises. I shouldn't find it so entertaining, but I do. And Davide Katai has called.
The thing of it is, with Grinder's reputation, you're scared to even three-betting. You know.
He's not folding, you know that.
You know that, and he's very likely coming right over the top of you.
Queen 3 on the flop. Grinders continued for 5K.
Grinder's also one of the original aggro players. You know, he was doing it before the internet boom really hit, before there was, you know, tons of young kids entering tournaments by the hundreds who all played this super hyper aggro pre-flop game.
Grinder was doing it in his crib.
Yeah, he was.
Never believe me?
I tend to think once he starts talking, he's got it, by the way, but we'll see.
12,000 apiece. Deuce of spades.
He just plays like a real person. All it's missing is a toothpick.
I don't know, an eye patch would work.
Wow, Grinder eventually checks.
You got it.
And Katai checks behind. Grinder says, you got it.
8 high.
He's got 8 high. I was wrong this time.
Look at that smile.
Katai shows Jack 10 for a busted straight draw.
You gotta wonder though, would Katayev call them on the river with Jack high? We've seen him do some weird stuff.
First idea was to bet the river, but
Consider bluffing the river, but then realized he actually might have showdown value with Jack high, and he did. Wow.
You guys want to blow through some more of these contest submissions?
Anthony Charter's suggestion, I was playing some Hold'em, didn't know when to fold them.
Rocky's suggestion, I didn't get first, but at least I got rhythm.
Alex back with another suggestion, I got plucked out.
There we go, we're getting better.
Nice strings pun. Bernie, don't fret, it's the taking part that counts. James, for those about to cash, we salute you.
Ooh, I like that AC/DC reference.
Clinton, bubbled EPT 100, now I'm the pick of destiny.
Ooh. Canadian Hitman, no money, but I got the G string.
We're going to have to call time on this soon and allow Dennis to judge a winner. Kazat Duval has raised, Police has called.
I'll tell you right now, I'm leaning toward that Guitar Zero. I do like that one. Short and sweet.
That's the front runner.
And we'll give it 5 more minutes.
All right, 3 ways to this flop.
Goryachev calling out of the big blind as well. Ace-10 deuce with 2 clubs on the flop.
We haven't seen much from Goryachev, and he is the shortest stack involved here. Shortest stack at the table.
Tell you what, we have had a couple of good late submissions. More competition entries once this hand's played out. Goryachev has checked. Kazat Duval. C-bets into 2 opponents, 7,500.
Man, this is a pretty wet board. Plenty of straight draws, flush draw. And I think from, you know, these 2 early positions, you could also easily see, you know, an ace in each of these spots a lot of the time.
Goryachev has folded, but can heads up to the turn. It's the 5 of diamonds.
Since the grinder's not in there, that's probably not a help to anybody.
Yeah, deuce 5 just got there in a big way.
There you go. I was thinking 3-4.
Kazat Duval slows down.
Quick update on numbers. I don't think the tournament clock's been updated for a while. Still showing 369 players. Average stack 121,000. 34 minutes left on the day.
At this point, I'm liking Plisov better for an ace.
And he's taken over the betting. 17,000.
See ya.
And that bet gets the job done. How about these two, Dennis? Canadian Hitman. Limping aces got me in treble. And this one from Patrick. Bubbled the EPT, should have picked a better spot.
I feel like I've taught all these people just how to do this oh so badly.
Don't forget, everyone, we need you to vote for your favorite EPT moment.
10 seasons of history. The elation. The anguish. The drama.
No way. Just don't do it again.
Time, I have no idea what. And now, another milestone. To celebrate the 100th European Poker Tour Festival, we're asking you to vote for your favorite EPT moment.
Head to the Pokerstars YouTube channel and cast your vote.
I think my favorite EPT moment is that trailer. Got tingles. Jeez. Well done.
How much is that?
25-5.
If you just joined us, that is not the sound that signifies that Goryachev is all in. It signifies the fact that Grinder is in the hand. Michael Mizraki called Plisov's open.
Action back on Plisov now. Who does have Grinder to worry about acting again after him. And I think once Plisov calls, because Rocky probably doesn't fold. That's if he just calls. So Plisov is maybe considering putting in another bet here and trying to make this a heads-up pot.
Call, right?
Just a call. No, it is a 4-bet. There it is.
Yeah.
Not a huge 4-bet, though.
It's not, but it's still going to take 30% of his chips. Just the call.
Folding's no fun.
No, but that's almost like an invitation to call him.
Well, we're going to see the hands.
Grinder is folded, so Goryachev all in.
Show your ace jack. Okay. Open. King.
Plisov does not have ace jack, he has king queen. Goryachev, the at-risk player, has pocket 10, so classic race underway once again at our feature table.
Like Coca-Cola versus every other soft drink combined, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Carrera, Klakisa, and Maka. That's looking pretty good for tens, but this is when the jack comes on the turn, right?
Gotta make it interesting.
Well, we saw top set cracked. Oh, it's a Carrera Classica on Marcia, by the way. Classic race situation. No sweat on the turn.
So Goryachev gets the double up.
Good time to call time, I think, on the contest.
Okay, just a couple of last-minute entries. Chips Grifter suggests this guitar belongs to Johnny No Cash.
That's terrible, but I gotta laugh out of me.
Mark Sexton says, got rivered and it struck a chord.
Mike Sexton, Breckerdoo, is he watching?
Mark Sexton.
Oh.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Oh, I love Abu's. This is a good guitar, okay?
Okay, let's call time on it. Dennis, time to pick a winner.
I want to stick with my favorite, I think.
We're going
Guitar
with
Zero.
Guitar Zero.
Yep.
Joe, do me a favor and find out who that was.
No problem. We'll get Guitar Zero. I think there may have been more than one Guitar Zero, but it's going to the first one.
Meanwhile, a question to you, Dennis, from Abraham. Says, do you still have the red cap and have you washed it? Lol.
I still have the red cap, and no, I have not washed it. I've not worn it again either. I don't think anybody would want to wear that thing. I wore it for about 8 straight days, let me tell you. And there were a few sweaty times there.
Remember the last time I saw you, it was a few years ago, I think it was at EPT London, we were talking St. Louis sports, and I was taunting you about the fact that the Rams were set to go 2-12. Sorry, they were 2-12 and ended up going like 2-14 that year.
Yeah. The Rams set the record for least wins in 3 years.
The good news is they've got better since then. The bad news is they're in the toughest division in football.
This is true. They couldn't have got much worse. But they definitely did improve. They got a young defense. It's actually pretty solid. Their offense is a little
unfortunately, they have to play against the Seattle and San Francisco defense.
That kind of
twice
negates it. Yeah, but it's worth watching them though. Have you guys ever been down to Miami, to the Hard Rock down there?
Never.
I haven't. No.
Never have? Oh, you guys are in for a treat, let me tell you.
One of my best friends, a guy I was partnered with for a long time, Scott Huff, he is from that area and always talks about it. He plays every time he goes home to visit his folks. It's a blast, he says. He just goes and plays, 1-2, and it's just one of those fun atmospheres. Just everyone's having a blast and taking flops left and right. And as you said before, we tend to call it the seatbelt game.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I tell you, the whole experience is excellent. I mean, it's in Miami. It's in a resort area. You've got all the fun of that culture down there, and then you wrap it around a full casino that's got every game you could imagine in it. It's the Hard Rock. Good grief, it's great.
Well, don't forget, you can still buy into that event through the Pokerstars client until tomorrow. So a day and a half left.
Now, they're doing a few special things for the guys that do the DBIs, too.
Really?
They absolutely are. They've got a dedicated area over there for them for the sign-in, so you don't have to wait in the long lines. They're going to have a little party ahead of the 28th on the 27th, just for those guys to kind of reward them and thank them for doing it. We've got a couple other things planned, too. So, I mean, do the DBIs. You get a couple of nice little perks to go with it.
And in case, I don't know if anyone who's planning on directly buying doesn't know what DBI means, that's what we mean is buying it on PokerStars is a DBI. That's what gets you these extra perks, guys. So if you're going anyway, you might as well buy it directly through the client.
See, I had to explain it to Joe. DBI. D for direct, B for buy.
I thought you were talking about my business, Douchebag Incorporated.
Okay, well, maybe your registered business. But
it's all my paychecks have to go through there.
Katai has raised. Koplamar has 3-bet. Potarek is sandwiched in between them. So just to clarify, Joe, it was Jumbo Magic who's getting the T-shirt?
Correct, Jumbo Magic.
Congratulations, Jumbo Magic. An EPT T-shirt will be finding its way to you soon.
Plus, I think, you're singing all the praises of the Hard Rock, but let's not forget that this is America, it's Florida, so we're talking, while you're there, you can buy guns, you can buy fireworks, all-you-can-eat buffets. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can do in America that you can't do anywhere else.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely the all-in buffet. That's just why I'd want to go down there. Haven't you looked at me lately?
So let's have a look at some of the players on the outer tables. Ola Shemian and Martin Jakobsen. Martin Jakobsen, of course, another member of this year's November 9. Scott Seaver was on our feature table earlier on today.
And he was on a final table earlier this week.
Neil Farrell.
Oh, I think Scott's actually heading to Florida, too. I just heard that.
Dan Shack. He likes to play super high roller events. Wonder if he'll play the 100K event at the Hard Rock.
I'm thinking about it.
Mike McDonald rocking the stripy T-shirt today. Always cool as a cucumber. Dominic Panker, the reigning PCA champ. Currently 4th in chips, Martin Finger. And the guy who's reclaimed the chip lead, Wojciech Grzycka.
Speaking of Mike McDonald, did you see this thing that I tweeted earlier, this BuzzFeed list about the guy who took photos of himself with all the Disney princesses proposing to them? I tweeted this. Does that not look like Mike McDonald?
I can't see from here. Hey, it's like Mike McDonald with your beard.
Isn't that weird? Mike tweeted that that's what he would look like if he were capable of growing a beard. Apparently he's not.
How much longer are you in Barcelona for, Dennis?
Oh, only for a couple of days. I'm heading right back down to Miami. Got lots of things to do down there. I've loved it. I've never been to Barcelona before. This is kind of cool. Nice place. It's one of the things that should be on most people's bubbles list or bucket list, and I've now marked it off.
Did you have any idea that you're about to walk into one of the biggest events ever held in the history of the EPT?
Well, I knew it'd be monstrous. I had no clue it was going to be this big.
The weird thing is, if you take the PCA out of the equation, because we all know the PCA is officially part of the EPT, the biggest field we've ever had on European soil was 1240, and last year Barcelona got 1,234 runners. It was 6 short of equaling the record. This year, just decided to blow that record completely out of the water.
Next year, let's beat that PCA record.
Liable to do it, but I'm telling you, we have fingers crossed for future developments, what can happen in the U.S., which could bring the PCA back to record numbers pretty damn quick. We'll see what the heck happens. Nobody can, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would love to see some of these potential changes actually take effect in the U.S.
Well, the PCA, of course, is already back into 4 figures.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Reminder, kids, about that free roll password. Upper right-hand corner of your screen, Playa.
Yeah, make sure you enter that free roll and become a part of the EPT Live League.
So we've got a pretty rare flop raise happening here. And it works. And, you know, Plisov has been fairly active, though we haven't seen a lot of flop raises, so maybe that's the reason why you tend to give him a little more credit there.
Yeah, reminder in case you don't know yet, with the free rolls we're running every day, $1,500 in the prize pool, so that's just free money. It doesn't cost you a single cent to play these tournaments, but in addition to that, there are lots of great prizes to be won because there is a tournament leaderboard running, not just for the Barcelona event, but also for the season as a whole. And if you're the best performing player across EPT Season 11 in our free rolls, you will win free entry to next year's Estrella's main event. It's a package worth nearly 3,000 euros. Plus there are tournament tickets for the best performing players across the Barcelona Festival. I think we're giving away 60 tickets now because, of course, more prizes available if you share the stream. And you've been sharing, and we thank you for sharing, because sharing is caring.
Unless I'm sharing, in which case it's always too much information. Fine. Those test results came back negative, by the way.
Dennis, if you want to leave, I will totally understand.
Well, you notice I keep sliding closer to you.
Nice.
You guys don't realize, see, Joe isn't just talking. He's animating it as he talks. No, it's actually dangerous sitting next to this guy.
I do tend to gesticulate.
I'm glad you pronounced that correctly.
So we've got an open here from Potterek, Patrick Potterek. Haven't heard too much from him, and he's got a big stack.
We're getting to that point in the evening, by the way. Oh, hang on a sec. Grinder's going for chips.
Okay, did he even look at his cards? There's a mid-raise. I mean, did he even look at them?
He's in a big blind. He has to defend. It's compulsory.
Good grief.
Pot odds, what? Pot odds, I'm Grinder, come on.
I was just about to say, very soon they'll be pausing the tournament clock and deciding how many more hands we will play today. And the players who survive will bag their chips and come back for day 3. Tomorrow, a very exciting day. It's bubble time, ladies and gentlemen. Someone's going to win a guitar.
You know, when they try to decide how many more hands they're going to play today, Grinder's just going to say, all of them.
324 players remaining right now. We are paying 239 players, so we can expect that bubble to burst during the first 2 or 3 levels tomorrow. So make sure you're watching from noon Central European time for EPT Live's world-famous bubble coverage.
Tiago on Twitter, who just asked what the pass is of the free roll, try using your eyes.
Tomorrow we'll be activating the whole poke. Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for Pokerstars Europe. And then Neil is actually leaving Barcelona at the close of play tomorrow because Dennis is going to be joining you out in Florida.
Absolutely is. He's coming on down to check it out.
I want you guys to tweet pictures from whatever all-you-can-eat buffet you go to.
We're limited to only one?
No, all of them. I mean, send me a buffet of buffets.
I mean, this is really bad. We're going from a beach to a beach. We're going from
Horrible.
sunshine to sunshine.
The worst.
We're going from a great poker to great poker. Wow.
We're going from record turnout to record turnout.
That's true. That's true.
So Potorek continued the flop for 9,500 and got 2 callers.
Yeah, if you continue this flop and you weren't semi-bluffing, this is not a very good turn card for you.
Everyone checks the turn. Queen on the river.
Here he comes.
Bet.
Michael bets this stack. Does anyone want to match this stack? Does anyone have an equal size stack they're willing to commit to this pot? And this just looks super strong. It's into 2 opponents. It's not a huge bet. He's getting called at least in one spot. Just one spot.
Pair of 4s.
On the hand?
Huh? You beat it?
Yeah.
All right, so pair of 4s.
That's kind of a weird bet to make with 4s. Kings.
Kings?
Just kings. Just kings for Potorek.
Potorek a little bit confused because when Grinder announced pair of 4s, I think Potorek thought that Grinder had a pair of 4s in the hole, therefore a set of 4s. Maybe a little bit of a language barrier issue there. I don't think he meant to slow roll Grinder.
No, he was definitely was trying to figure out if Grinder had a set of 4s or not. It's a weird bet on the end for Grinder though, huh? Because it wasn't really like, it's not really going to get someone off an overpair or even top pair. And you kind of lose the value that 4s have, turning him into a bluff. I don't know, maybe he just thought the guy was super weak when he checked the turn.
Grinder now down to 55,900, 23 big blinds with 17 minutes left to play. And as play winds down on day 2, we're going to thank Dennis Phillips for spending time with us in the booth, talking about the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, which will be taking place very soon. Direct buy-in available until tomorrow. Live streaming in September, the 2nd and 3rd of September. Final table of the 100K Super High Roller and the final table of the $10 million guaranteed main event. Dennis, seriously, I cannot tell you how much we're looking forward to coming out there. Really looking forward to seeing you out there.
Oh, seeing you guys back on U.S. soil doing this again.
America!
It's pretty awesome, I have to admit. I was there on when you did your first one.
At the NAPT?
Yes, absolutely.
When I stole that TV from the hotel?
Well, anyway. I won't even go there. Never.
I would love it, by the way. I would love it if, as a prank, when you check into your hotel room, you find like the TV's got like padlocks and chains all around it.
If I go back to Mohegan Sun, I'm sure that will happen.
But Dennis, have a lovely evening in Barcelona.
Absolutely.
And we look forward to seeing you out in Florida.
I've enjoyed this immensely. We will welcome you well in Florida, let me tell you.
Can't wait.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward.
Dennis Phillips joining us on EPT Live as we come to the close of day 2 of the EPT 100 main event.
I don't want to say Dennis is in a hurry to get out of here, but so fast. Just, he wasn't kidding about not wanting to be next to me.
So what do you reckon, Joe? 300 players coming back? I mean, it says 324 now, but you know they sometimes a little
We're
bit
probably
slow in
missing
updating
a
the
couple.
clock.
I don't think that we're going to lose that many. I'll take the over on 300.
I'm going to say
it depends how far the clock is off right now, because
That's the
sometimes
thing.
it's 20 off.
I'm going to say like 312 or something.
If it's accurate right now, yeah, I think we lose maybe around 10 players between. Have we drawn for hands yet? We haven't, right?
No, clock's still running.
And the biggest number we can draw is 5.
I believe so. Oh, poor Zuli. Just tuned into EPT Live. Seems they're about to wrap up. Hi, guys. Bye, guys. Remember, Zuli, you can rewind the action and watch from the start of the day. As long as you're watching on the desktop player at Pokerstars.tv.
Zuli Bonilla. One of the good ones.
Well, this is a blind-on-blind confrontation. Katai calls in the small. Samuel Phillips checks his option in the big blind. Katai bets the flop. We get to fold from Phillips.
I mean, that's one of the crazy things about playing these tournaments. I mean, you made it through day one.
Yeah.
You still have to make it through a whole other day and then some just to come within sniffing distance of the money. I mean, there are some folks out there who are like just trying to make it into day 3, but it really doesn't do you a ton of good just to make it to day 3.
You're going to have to make it through the first 2 levels of day 3 to be in with a chance of cashing in this tournament. A reminder that a min cash is worth just over 8,000 euros. With huge money up top, a 6-figure score for everyone who makes the final table, and a 7-figure score for the winner, 1.26 million to this year's EPT Barcelona champ.
Our old pal, Marku Koplima.
Just checking the updates on the Pokerstars blog. Dominic Nietzsche has been eliminated towards the end of day 2. No. Other players who've hit the rail include Jeff Rossiter and Ana Marquez. No. Former EPT champ Antonio Matthias is also out.
No, stop it. I can't take anymore. Not Antonio Matthias!
You know that Joe frequently professes his love for Kent Lundmark as his favorite EPT champion of all
Please,
time.
no, I don't even know if I can handle what you're about. I can't
No,
even,
I was
James.
just going to say that Antonio Matthias is a very close second to
He's
Kent.
my second favorite,
Yeah.
yes. I can't even right now if you're going to say something about Kent Lundmark. Just don't.
I do not have an update on Kent Lundmark. If anyone covering the tournament in the media room, watching EPT Live right now, can confirm if Kent Lundmark is still in, then please let us know.
Good news only.
Yeah, we don't. If Kent isn't out, we don't want to hear from you.
I'd rather not know.
Ignorance is bliss.
Just wait till I get home. Not on the air. Not today. 4 ways to this flop.
Joe.
Yeah, buddy.
Look who has entered this hand from the cutoff.
Sorry, I was distracted by Antonio Matthias. I'm going to have to write him a letter, I think.
Tournament clock has been paused. I think we're just drawing to see how many hands we're going to play.
So Koplima doesn't continue this flop. Ace high, 2 diamonds. It's Plisa who decides to take a stab. And it's going to work.
4 more hands to play today. Right, this is where we always get confused, Joe. So hand 91 is where they drew. So 92, 93, 94, and 95. Regular viewers will know that we're very easily confused on EPT Live.
I don't think I've ever not messed that up. I have a hard time counting. Sven says there's a 50-50 chance Grinder will go crazy and bust before the end of the day.
What do you mean, go crazy? Now we have a new camera operator making his debut here in Barcelona.
He's rubbish.
This is Daniel. He's special.
Did he win some kind of Make-A-Wish type thing to get to use a camera for the day? He's horrible. It's upside down.
Yeah, but look, it was his wish to be a cameraman on the EPT.
So we all have to get motion sickness?
We have fulfilled that wish.
Because he has alopecia?
And we hope he recovers soon.
I've seen worse.
Well, Casadevall has opened, and there's been a call from the hijack. And Phillips has called from the button as well.
Through as the flop.
Ace 8-6 with 2 diamonds.
Casadevall continue to vols.
Into 2 opponents.
See a grinder? So this is hand number 2, right?
No, this is the first hand.
Oh my god.
Look, you leave
the counting
detail to me.
Okay.
I'll
handle everything else. You just handle the hard stuff, like counting.
You just keep clicking buttons.
Okay. Well, me like buttons. Me touch button hard. One more diamond on the turn, and it's a jack.
Johan says, why do you guys quit so early today? Johan, day 2 is always the short day in an EPT main event. We play 6 75-minute levels with no dinner break. But trust me, they're going to be pretty long days from here on out. Looks like we're going to add an extra level to play tomorrow to ensure that we get down to the required number of players at the final table on Wednesday.
I have to check the math on this, but I'm pretty sure there's well over 1 million chips in play. So, you know, things could go on for a while in this tournament.
And it's not really an early finish when they've started playing at noon. I mean, that's still like an 8.5-hour day, right?
Jeez, but it's not like they're doing anything. They're just sitting there.
So Casadevall slowed down on the turn, and now it's Phillips who's betting 17,000. And Casadevall folds. So that was the first of the 4 last few hands of the day.
That felt like 2 hands, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, we might not be finishing so early after all if the guys take that long over their decisions.
Do you think this is a compliment or a complaint from Marshall, who says, you're killing me with this grinder sound effects?
500. 550. You're the finger of the German guy.
I don't want to speak on his behalf, so I don't want to guess. Wooly says, when you say hand 95, is that the number of hands played in the day? No, Wooly, that's the hands played since we started covering this table, which was from about 3 o'clock, so 2 levels into the day.
Feature table hands, that is. Kablima. 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 Hurts my throat.
It's under the gun raise. He's met with folds so far.
And more folds.
Pocherek on the button, passes.
And more folds.
Larabi gives up the small blind, and Goryachev folds the big blind.
And more folds.
2 more hands to play. Then we are done for the day.
Hooray!
We will go away. And come back another day. I know I used day twice,
rhyme
but
day with day.
Hey, if Beyonce can rhyme minute with minute, I can rhyme day with day.
Eminem rhymes me with me like 100 times in that song.
Johan says, personally, I loved your pronunciation of my first name. Feel free to give my last name a try. With apologies for butchering this, Ullanenjärvi.
I think that's pretty good, dude. That's what I was actually going to say. Yeah, Ullanenjärvi. He's like, nah, man, it's Jones.
Action folded around to Davide Katai. Davide's looking a little bit upset because he doesn't have his own sound effect.
I don't think I have anything Belgian on here. What do we got here? A little Goryachev?
This is Potterek.
Ah, a little Pavel. Nope, not Pavel. The other Potterek. Patrick Potterek. Now we're on Goryachev.
So Potterek's raises to 4,800. Larrabee has called on the button.
Later, Goryachev. Action now on Koplima and the big blind. Koplima Sublima, he's in. Marshall's gotten back in touch. He said it's both a compliment and an insult.
Queen 8-6 on the flop, 2 clubs. And the room's getting noisier. Some tables have already finished and players already bagging and tagging for the night.
Yeah, buddy.
No more updates to the tournament clock. I'm going to estimate that around 300 to 310 players will be returning tomorrow.
We're about to witness a continuation bet. And I wouldn't be surprised if this just goes fold-fold. And it does.
So one more hand to play at the feature table.
Last hand.
And a reminder that 239 players get paid in this tournament, so we've got fewer than 100 players to lose tomorrow before we burst that bubble. The first main event bubble of season 11.
Last 10.
Congratulations to all these guys. They're going to be coming back for day 3. Dan Shack among them. The Shack attack continues.
Guy's kind of a beast. Is that Mark Newhouse at the table too? No, just a look-alike.
And a reminder that our bubble coverage starts at noon Central European time. Sunday the 24th. It's a Sunday, there's nothing else to do, nothing on TV. Watch. Or the whole poke will find you. So a raise from Samuel Phillips. Grinder's folded, by the way, so he will be making day 3. As a short stack. That hand raise. Oh, not raise and take it. We've still got Casadevall in the big blind. Oh, he's folded as well. It is raise and take it. Should have just stuck to my guns.
Just wait until you know you're wrong.
So that'll do it for day 2. We started the day with around 900 players. We've lost 2/3 of that number over the course of today. Just over 300 players will be coming back for day 3 as we play through the bubble and beyond.
You think Grinder will be back tomorrow?
Grinder will be back, and Grinder will be in a hand. So let's see how the players stack up at our feature table today. It was a great day for Pavel Plusev. as he built up his stack to 325,000. Not such a good day for Michael Mizrachi. Started the day among the chip leaders. He'll be coming into play tomorrow with 17 big blinds.
His peak was 250K today. He dusted off over 210,000 chips. Hi-ya!
Davide Katai, a former EPT champ, below average. He'll be coming into play with 45 big blinds. And Danilo Rabe, the November 9er, got a double up at our feature table. He's just below average. So here's how the rest of the week is looking. Bubble coverage tomorrow from noon Central European time. Main event action continues on Monday and Tuesday with day 4 and day 5 action. Wednesday is the final table. Cards up coverage of the final table, 2 p.m. Central European time. Remember, you can find a recap of today's action on the PokerstarsBlog.com. Follow them on Twitter, @PokerstarsBlog. Of course, you can rewind the action of the live stream as well, in case you missed anything. This assumes, of course, you're watching on the desktop player at PokerStars.tv. If you missed today's EPT 100 quiz questions, the replay is essential. And we will be back 12 noon Central European time for our world-famous bubble coverage. Day 3 of the EPT 100 main event. Huge thanks to Joe Stapleton.
Good night, my babies.
My thanks to our colleagues Matt Broughton and Mark Convey. We're back tomorrow at noon, but for now, from me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Barcelona.
Found, I find no truth in your evolution. Just keep it loose, son. Play pretend.